take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just ever higher. Now already got this X1 locked down. I mean, for Globe. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1, he's gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. Hit one. No, it's gonna get flanked. One player down. One more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28. Oh my god.
Oh my god. 1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing great time with this hardpoint, by the way. 75 seconds, gets another. You gotta move fast, have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Wrath all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4 all the way to the other end. Certi gets taken down. One more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Wrath, the MVP of Hardpoint. Put it to use that shot into the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest, but 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him. And DJ needs to get surrounded with his teammate. Drop 3
not it over! Not it over! It's not yet over!
Inside the A side. Here comes Red. X1.
capture the hardpoint.
Sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan dua versus satu, bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. Well shot sangat luar biasa dari seorang Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio is very sneaky. He's gonna take down Luffy here, and that's gonna kill the anchor. Double kill coming from Incendio.
But Roshi finds 2 as well on the back. Lulu on this kitchen control, gonna win it, and another ult to the flag and another prevention coming through. Wow, I mean, back-to-back plays from back-to-back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for me, man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Divo Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Divo Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here towards that tank. It's going to be one player. That's going to be number 3. Whoopi will get tagged up. Fortune will not hit that step as well. Doesn't have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi masih dari Bingo. Dengan CDFI kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi masalah kan Smoky juga dapat quad kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streaknya, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua, squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal yang bagus untuk nanti menuju ke arah berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
saja sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakalan melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos, dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin sudah bisa menutup gamenya, dan akhirnya leading point kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messi berhasil take down itu ada berada di bagian posisi mana, dan bahkan pintu masuk mereka ditutup. Entrance sebelah kirinya Prada berhasil di take down, dan this is gonna be double kill.
A bit more influence and they're gonna get this, but Heaven 3 in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest and he wins it. One more at the bat and one more at the bottom, and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's gonna be a player that pushes up, and Dolphin shuts him down.
Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy Dolphin, you really count him. We just put on the play. This guy just reading everybody that's gonna be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go, he's gonna use that Fred, and that should be it.
Electric killer drone inbound. Hostile killer drone inbound.
I'm hurt. Target in sight. Target down.
Testing towards jungles, and Team No OBJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row, make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be one man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi masih dari Bingo. Dengan CDFI kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi masalah kan Smoky juga dapat quad kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streaknya, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua, squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal yang bagus untuk nanti menuju ke arah berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan.
away from this Hardpoint, Almighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle for spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. Well, it gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. You can just spawn on top. Make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back. And this is what we're going to happen. 4 down. And so far, Jeff Pro, he spots another play. ZZ. He makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back hills, Cali. Just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
It's all Almighty.
Drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Right now, this guy got that. They will take 2 players in the B flag, and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Divo Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
But he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Jabin, can he make it 4? Yes, he can! Jabin on a quad feed, can he keep on going? Blacklist International, Jabin making the plays for the team, make it 5!
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already, fully streaked up. One more to beat up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Fred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down, and even more with the gunfights, but now finally he gets shot down. The Hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya Games. Clove lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance.
Fred.
Here comes the Fred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever
7,
higher. Now already got this X1
8.
locked down. I mean, for Globe. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down. 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my
Irfan
God.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this hardpoint, by the way. 75 seconds, gets another. You gotta move fast, have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first kind of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4, all the way to the other end. Certi gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of Hardpoint. Putting into use that shotgun to the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest. But 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
That's 1.
And PJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not it over. Not it over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred. Who takes 1.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Timnya sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan 2 versus 1 bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. Wild shot sangat luar biasa dari seorang Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds, and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio, it's very sneaky. He's gonna take down Luffy here, and that's gonna kill the anchor. Double kill coming from Incendio.
But Roshi finds 2 as well on the back. Lulu on this kitchen control, gonna win it, and another ult to the flag, and another prevention coming through. Wow, I mean, back-to-back plays from back-to-back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for me, man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Dival Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Dival Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here over that tank. It's going to be one player. That's going to be number 3. Whoopi will get tagged up. Fortune will not hit that step as well. Doesn't have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi nasib dari Bingo. Das biar Forex kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah karena Smoky juga dapat kuat kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke arah berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
saja sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakalan melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin sudah bisa menutup gamenya dan akhirnya leading point kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messi berhasil take down itu ada berada di bagian posisi mana dan bahkan pintu masuk mereka ditutup. Entrance sebelah kirinya Prada berhasil di take down dan this is gonna be double kill.
A bit more influence and they're gonna get this. What happened? 3 in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest and he wins it. One more at the bat and one more at the bottom and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's gonna be a player that pushes up and Dolphin shuts him down.
Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy, Dolphin, you can really count him. We just put on the play. This guy just reading everybody that's going to be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go, he's going to use that Fred, and that should be it.
Hunter-killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
I'm hurt. Target Target down.
Testing towards jungles. And Team No OBJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row, make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be 1 man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi nasib dari Bingo. Das biar Forex kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah karena Smoky juga dapat kuat kill. Paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke arah berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan.
This Hardpoint mighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name. Taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving
Not
into
yet.
the next rotation. It's a battle
we go,
for
Callie.
spawns, a battle for that B2.
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136. And again, Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ. Flip gets the second one. Gets the third one. Clove. You can just spawn on top, make them go one way, let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back.
I mean, Jeff Pro's doing a great job right now, dropping all these players as he takes his
It's
way.
all
We
almighty.
also drop bodies in
Oh
the
my
game.
God.
Right now, this guy rid of that. They will take 2 players in the B flag, and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Dival Lady, they just need to get one more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
But he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Javen gets it as well. Triple kill for Javen, can he make it 4? Yes, he can! Javen on a quad feed, can he keep on going? Blacklist International, Javen making the plays for the team, make it 5!
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat. Up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and this is going on up there. Here comes the Fred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Him down and even more with the gunfights, but now finally he gets shot down. The Hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya Games. Clove lighting up the shots, and now they get full clearance.
Fred.
Here comes the Fred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever higher.
7.
Now already got this extra one
8.
to lock down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down. 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my
Irfan
god.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this hardpoint, by the way. 75 seconds, gets a knock. Gotta move fast, have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first line of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4 all the way to the other end. Certi gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of Hardpoint, putting into use that shot into the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest, but 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
That's 1.
And DJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred, who takes 1.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Sino sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan 2 versus 1 bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. Wild shot sangat luar biasa dari seorang Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds, and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio, it's very sneaky. He's gonna take down Luffy here, and that's gonna kill the anchor. Double kill coming from Incendio.
But Roshi finds 2 as well on the back. Lulu on this kitchen control, gonna win it, and another ult to the flag, and another prevention coming through. Wow, I mean, back-to-back plays from back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Dival Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Diablo Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here over that tank. It's gonna be one player. That's gonna be number 3. Whoopi will get tagged up. Will not hit that step. Must have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi nasib dari Bingo. Dan CDFI kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah, karena Smoky juga dapat kuat kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala, semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke RP berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
Saja sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakalan melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos, dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin, sudah bisa menutup gamenya, dan akhirnya leading point kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messi berhasil take down itu ada berada di bagian posisi mana, dan bahkan pintu masuk mereka ditutup. Entrance sebelah kirinya berhasil di take down, dan this is gonna be double kill.
A bit more influence and they're gonna get this, but Heaven 3 in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest and he wins it. One more at the bat and one more at the bottom, and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's gonna be a player that pushes up, and Dolphin shuts him down.
Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy, Dolphin, you can really count him to just put on the play. This guy just reading everybody that's going to be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go, he's going to use that Fred, and that should be it.
Hunter killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter killer drone inbound.
I'm hurting. Target inside. Target down.
Testing towards jungles. And Team No OBJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row. Make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be one man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi nasib dari Bingo. Dan CDFI kembali bersama Togepi. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Togepi numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak, karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang, nggak dapat kill. Tapi nggak salah, karena Smoky juga dapat kuat kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari kedua pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak, dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala, semua squad itu udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke RP berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan.
away from this hard point, Almighty. This could be time under their belt. Heaven already 22 kills to his name, gonna get taken down, and the game is still not over. We're moving into the next rotation. It's a battle for spawns, a battle for that beach.
And welcome back everyone to the Call of Duty Mobile Fall Invitational for 2022, and so far we're already here, semi-finals baby, with your girl Beef Mommy and the man himself, the AJ Mustachio, with the most beautiful man that I've ever seen live in this broadcast. But obviously later on we're gonna be having Warden for our play-by-play and analyst role later on. But hey, how are you doing? Do you like my intro right there?
I do, but the number of times people have gotten my name wrong just kills me. 3 years in the industry, but it's okay. One final day, people will call me the Mustachio AJ. You know, today has been a day that we have been waiting for the longest of time, Beef. the two biggest rematch. It is the rematch of the China's Masters Season 4 as well as our Garena qualifiers. I mean, who could have asked for a better semis today?
I mean, we've seen it all in the past 2 days for our knockout days. We only have 4 teams left and evenly distributed between the two regions, CDM and Garena. We do have Blacklist International and Almighty representing our region, Garena. And for CDM, we do have Q9 and Wolves. So like what I mentioned before already, it's going to be redemption over here.
Yes. I mean, not only is it redemption, but it's also going to stay true to the essence of CDM versus Garena, because this setup today where we've got China versus China, Garena versus Garena, sets us up for a perfect divide. I mean, initially we had 8 teams from CDM, 8 teams from Garena. Tomorrow in the grand finals, we're going to have CDM versus Garena, and in the playoffs for the third spot, we've got Garena versus CDM as well. Once again, nobody could have, set this up even better. The teams are just what they are. But of course, at the end of the day, some people might still be missing Smarter Mega after their unfortunate kick out of the competition by the one and only Q9. But we know exactly how dominant they've been throughout the whole competition so far. But the Philippines still has got a little bit of hope here because they have a solid team that has not once, not twice, but multiple times now represented the nation and carried that flag with so much of pride in their hearts. That's Blacklist International Ultimate, but they have to go up against Almighty, and Almighty has beaten them once, but it's not like Blacklist International Ultimate hasn't won over Almighty just yet. We have seen this fight in the past, and I believe it was at Garena Masters where we saw Almighty go down.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's just like with Almighty, they've been wanting to get that championship, and they are going to move forward into semifinals right now. And so, as you can see, for all the teams that have participated over here, half of them, more than half of them, are actually gone already. As you can see here for the bracket, in day number 1, we had Q9 versus Omega and AG versus Wolves. And yesterday, we had DYG versus Blacklist International and also Almighty versus ABC. And now we get to see it. The 4 teams left to be crowned champion for tomorrow's matchup.
And the only one to get a 4-0 scoreline yesterday was the Filipinos. Blacklist International Ultimate making the nation proud for sure. But today, the biggest test will befall them to see exactly how well prepped they are to take on Almighty, who very recently beat them down, not allowing Blacklist a spot at stage 5, which Almighty claimed for themselves, and of course Smarter Mega claimed for themselves as well. But to start the day off, it's gonna be a rematch of the CDM Season 4. The China's Masters Season 4 between Wolves as well as Q9. Now, this one was a cracker of a setup because initially at the upper bracket final, we saw Q9 beat down Wolves 4-3. Wolves then took down Doyu Gaming 4-0, went to the grand finals to have that rematch against Q9, and to the surprise of the whole world, beat down Q9 4 games straight. Q9 could not take a single match away from Wolves, so we don't know. There is no way of predicting exactly what's going to happen here in the first series of the day. But of course, here's a quick refresher for the banned items from all of the games.
And now taking a look at what we have here, it's very important that all of these players try to not use everything here. And there's a lot of things going on, and obviously all these players, they've already encountered some of these problems like we've seen in the past already. But you already know that these guys probably wouldn't want to use any of these. I mean, if I see another gravity vortex that's not allowed being used, I will absolutely lose my mind, because this is do or die. This is the semis already.
I mean, if you're going to be making mistakes like that, I think, a DQ is well deserved. By this time, all pro players should know exactly what they should and should not do out there on the battlefield. But once again, I think this is for the third time. A repeat on the setup for the day. Q9 takes on Wolves for the first series. Later on, it's going to be a Garena showdown between Blacklist International Ultimate versus Almighty. Let us know in the comment section exactly what are you expecting for these two matches, especially for the first one. Do you think Q9 is going to be able to execute the perfect revenge? And in fact, not just one, but do you think we will see 2 best revenges in here today? Because if Blacklist Ultimate beats down Almighty, that's another revenge.
Absolutely. And like with what you already laid out for us today, Q9 versus Wolves, already very good storyline. We got a 2-time champion, the Q9, and the first-time champion, the Wolves, going up against, the 2 other teams that we have over here that represent Garena, Almighty versus Blacklist International. We already know Blacklist is not going to stage 5 this year. Almighty is. But last year, we saw Blacklist International win Eastern Championship. So again, this is a road to redemption for some of these teams right now.
absolutely the road to redemption, right? But of course, we also see the ups and downs of certain teams. For example, Wolves was never dominant in the past. It was always Q9. And in the recent past, Wolves has just come out of nowhere, taking over the whole CDM scene by storm. And pretty much it was the exact same storyline that Blacklist International Ultimate set up for themselves within the Filipino scene. We saw dominance from Smart Omega, from the conception of Call of Duty Mobile's esports scene. And then when Blacklist rose up to dominate the scene pretty much, even Almighty could not take away series from them, which was pretty much a big shocker until the Eastern Finals, where we saw them beat down Almighty. So I guess you can call out a rematch for that one as well. But they just don't seem, or they didn't seem like their old selves for the longest of time. Even at Garena Masters, they didn't seem themselves. Even for Stage 4, for the qualifier at Garena's Blacklist Ultimate didn't seem themselves. But yesterday, we saw exactly what Blacklist Ultimate is capable of, and we might just be able to see them dominate Almighty today. I mean, if Jabin continues to hit those shots in the way that he did yesterday, there's a huge chance that'll be happening, Beef.
I was gonna mention this guy's name. He might be the key to winning all of it. Obviously, the guy gets some heat, everyone else, because there's a reason why he's good, and there's a reason why people are trying to bring his name down, because he's just that good. And he showed it rather yesterday, where he was making all the right calls. He was going into very important situations in the clutches when it comes to those hardpoint games. And I really am confident that if he does a really good job, then everyone else in his team might actually be confident as well and bring it down to Almighty. But obviously it's not going to be an easy task, because Almighty is probably one of those teams that have been so consistent every single year.
And they look ever more threatening now with their triple snipe setup. I mean, say hello to Incendio and his Rytech AMR. The guy's claiming that this is the season, this is the Rytech AMR meta, and he wants to prove it with his slays out there on the battlefield. Even picked up an MVP title with them. What do you think of that run, Beef?
I mean, I'm not surprised, because like every single one of these teams that the players in Almighty, they've been so good. Irfan J, for me, has been probably one of the best players to show up all of these years, because we already know Heaven Shut Up, they're amazing, and Incendio sporting that Rytech, which no one has seen yet in the tournament. Having so many players that can perform with different kinds of guns and be so good at them is such a deadly combination.
Yeah, Shut Up and Jeff Pro, though, especially Jeff Pro yesterday, he had quite a bit of struggle. Hopefully it wasn't anything to do with connection issues for himself, as each and every single individual player are responsible for their own connectivity to the whole tournament as a whole. But today, if they are able to get Jeff Pro up to the exact same level as the rest of the players, I don't think Blacklist Ultimate is going to have an easy matchup at all. Is Blacklist Ultimate capable of winning it? I think they proved themselves yesterday by beating down DouYu. Once again, the only team to pick up a clean sheet yesterday with 4-0 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a clean slate. And speaking of a clean slate, yesterday, Q9 didn't really, didn't have the best. Yes, they won it, but it was pretty shaky from the beginning. But obviously, they did go up against Omega in day number 1 of our knockout stages. So these guys are ready, especially with Oling in their presence. This guy's an absolute tank.
A tank, he most definitely is, but you're gonna need more than a tank to take down the raging wolves who are hungry. And when that wolf is prowling around with an empty tummy, you know you might just be next on the menu. Q9 cannot afford the blunder that happened at the grand finals of the China Masters. They need to show us that they've got the capability, just like what they showed us in the upper brackets final, where they did beat down wolves 4-3. That was a best of 7 that went the distance, which I'm actually hoping for today. I do not want to see any of the series end 4-0. These are two very big series for us, and I do not care how long it takes to close off this day of broadcast. I want to see 7 games out of both these series.
Yeah, I am expecting for all of these teams to bring it to a game number 7, because it's just that close. And for our game number 1, I feel like for Q9, their biggest opponents in this entire series is not from Garena, but from China as well. So for CDM, obviously, they want to do their redemption call, because they've been doing so well, being the back-to-back. And now, speaking of the team that actually dethroned them, we do have Wolves starting lineup. We have King, Ching, Zai, Nian, and Peg to represent their team, and they're able to dethrone Q9 with their 2-year streak of winning.
And they most definitely were able to dominate all of the search and destroy so far, except for the match yesterday. Now, we did see them drop one single standoff at standoff, I believe, where they only managed to take away 3 rounds and they were beating down 7-0. Now, this is exactly what might be the problem in here today against Q9, who has got a 100% win rate. If we do see Wolves dragged into standoff S&D, this might pose as a problem for this team. But Q9, they also have another advantage over Wolves. Wolves has a 40% win rate at Hardpoint. Q9, on the other hand, a 60% win rate. Not the best. Everybody wants 100, but not everybody's going to be able to hit that 100. With a 20% advantage in terms of win rate, the question is going to be whether or not Q9 can dominate those hardpoints today as well.
And it really is a question of those hardpoint matches, because we've seen it already. When they went up against Omega, they absolutely destroyed them in a map like Standoff, where this team is actually really good. But unfortunately for them, Wolves is actually really good in Standoff as well. And you kept on like bringing up the Season 4 China Masters, where Wolves just gave them a 4-0. And one of those maps was actually Standoff Hardpoint as well, and they beat them there.
Yeah.
So again, it's just really important when it comes to those map picks and bans at this point.
Well, let's see if or not the luck will be on the side of Q9, or will it go to the current champion Wolves? As we compare the guns that they usually use at Hardpoint, Crick 6, that's going to be a basic, but CBR4 versus Holger 26, Bison versus Switchblade, which one or which team are you leaning towards in terms of gun choices here, Beef?
I mean, I like my, adaptability. So I feel like the team comp is a little bit more equal when it comes to the Wolves, because you do have an AR, you have an SMG, and you also have an LMG. So taking a look at, but you know what? We're moving on into the ban picks and bans, and you can see with the maps that we've had here today, we have, starting off our Hardpoint, we have Raid, SND firing range, Slums Control. That's going to be a really interesting one. You know, AJ, I love seeing Control in Slums.
I absolutely love Control at Slums, mainly because of how difficult it is to break that A control point. But of course, we're going to leave that for later. As we start the day, it's going to be Raid. And this Hardpoint matchup is not going to be easy at all. There's no way to tell exactly which side is going to have the advantage here. Neither team has played Hardpoint at Raid in the recent past within the group stage or the playoffs so far. They may have played it against each other in different competitions, but it's more towards the performance in recent times. As you know, as we approach that stage 5, all of these teams have been putting in a lot of work into their game style as well as strategy. So in this matchup today, we get to see exactly who's put in more of that hard work.
Now let's see who's going to be boss here in CDM. And taking a look at that, we do have Q9 just going in there very easily with a very amazing points. But Yan, obviously with the SKS going in there for the long range engagements, flushes everyone out. And now it's back and forth in power positions. They have pretty solid holds, because coming in from Wolves, they have Gallery, they have sights over that Hardpoint. But also for the side of Q9, they have top laundry as well. But you can see over here, the spawns are actually going to be flipped, and pretty good for Wolves for that setup in Q2.
Yeah, great power position control from player number 5, who just got taken down. Soft had the game, but that also bought a lot of time for Q9 to use that spawn out of passageway to hop right into the objective. They've got 2 objective players holding onto this ground now. The rest of them have flooded in towards that laundry side as well as garden to make sure Wolves does not take the attack from the back. But what they did not anticipate was Wolves had already rotated all around. Oling needs to win this gunfight. He doesn't, in fact, breaks the hill, but Soft saves the day.
I feel like it was such an unfortunate situation for Wolves, because they already had a pretty good point for the next one, but it was too early, so they had to keep pushing to contest B1. And now the spawns are into the favor of Q9, where they already had so much points already in Q1, and now it looks like they have such a solid hold here, not only when it comes to the positioning of the OBJ, but also outside. The anchoring is really good so far.
Oling's already got 2 of his score streaks on standby. He's not going to waste it off just yet. He wants to wait for that perfect timing, and he doesn't really need to use it all that too early because of where Wolves is overall in this matchup. They still have quite a bit to catch up with, 16 to 53. So Q9 is doing fantastic, but this hill might just be Wolves. But can Island get it for himself? One final hit. Oling, he continues to beam down the player in the corner and breaks the hill at the same time. And the rest of the Q9 players are on standby to hold this. 17 seconds. Wolves is giving up P2 for a super early rotation into their money hill at Garage. If this backfires, Q9 is going to have a massive lead later on.
Man, Wolves just had no choice but to go in for the early rotation because they could not go in there for the contest at all. They were spawning off into the wrong side of the map to go in for the contest, but now it looks like they want to go in for the full 60, and there is no choice for them but to go in here. If they lose this, it's going to be even harder to go in there for the retake and for the comeback later on.
Well, Wolves obviously opening up that hard point. They are the first ones there, but the spawn out of the passageway for the side of Q9. Will they use their operators? Will they go in for the investments now? Peg just proves to be that danger with a switchblade beaming down all of those players in. But of course, the spawns out of the square center is just close enough for them to rotate around. Q9 has one more chance to go in for the break of this hill. If they fail, they have to go in for the early rotation into basketball court.
Solid defense so far by Wolves, but easily penetrated right now in the second push coming in from Q9. Island was there waiting so patiently for the rest of his teammates to go and rotate. And now with 20 seconds left on the clock, this was supposed to be essential scrap time coming in from Wolves. And it looks like they're going in again for an early rotate coming in from basketball.
Oh, great play by Q9. Yes, they do not get the points, but they just stop the bleeding. They stop Wolves picking up all of those solid points. Now, Wolves with an early rotation in. Only 2 players on the objective, holding on. And Lin making sure he checks his corners. That disciplined move will be able to get him 1, get him 2 as well. Can he get the 3? He doesn't just yet. Beams down the player in the corner. Lin doing all of the work on his own. What a man!
Oh, there you go. Having a lot of points already for his name. That's player number 5 King. That's going to be really good points for him. And so far, they're holding this side pretty well. And it looks like going in there for the early rotate possibly pulled it off for them. But then now we get to see everyone else from Team 9 is actually spawning off a top staircase over here. But then one gravity vortex can be the biggest difference. And unfortunately for them, there is no kind of defense whatsoever coming in from Wolves.
This is a bad play from Q9. Everybody's stacking garden. Nobody's rotating around from kitchen and safe room. And they're just getting beamed down one after the other through that open stairs. But thankfully, they do get that final 2 frags and 17 seconds off the hill as well. And Wolves doesn't seem like they're going to be able to take this away from them just yet. They need to set up P5, but they just want to squeeze down the players of Q9. I do not understand the strategy out of Wolves. Instead of just holding on to that hill, Q9 on the other hand, they're going in for the long range rate around square center. Going to be using those pillars to hop on into that P5. I love what Q9 is doing to the map right now.
Oh man, AJ, I'm getting a PTSD from that Omega game versus Q9. They're leaving the hill too early, going in for that early rotation to the next hill and not really paying attention to that scrap points, which Q9 is already having. And yes, Wolves having early points in the early hard point, but then they just fail to get every single one of them efficiently. And now Q9 is definitely taking advantage of that.
Yep, Island gets 1 traded out by Nian, but Lin is from the back. This guy is amazing. 13 slays so far, but he needs to continuously step it up because he needs to help out Dechen as well, who is just a tad bit struggling in this matchup. And the claw out of O-Ling will grab 1, 2, 3, but no, gets denied for the last one. Lin, on the other hand, holding on to the hill for Q9, just waiting already with that pre-aim, but King steps on forth and his Krig sits, gets that wall bang. Soft, on the other hand, doesn't circle around with Wolves. Final 10 seconds on this hill, and early rotation is crucial for Q9.
And now this is a really good setup from Q9. They already have top laundry control, and now all they need to do is try to consider someone going into gallery, because that's the only position that they need to go and look after. But Dechen unfortunately has his back there, doesn't really realize that King is going to be there, and he has to worry about one more player, and that's going to be one more person going in for Lin. Gets that 1 essential kill, and there you go. Those are important kills from this player to keep control of this power position.
Yeah, I like the attack by Island here. That backstab is sublime, and it helps out Q9 in terms of getting control of the hill once again. All of the players from the side of Wolves spawning out of that gallery as well as garage, but they make their way through, and I like the defense here by Q9. But Wolves with a 2-pronged attack going in for the pincer maneuver, but not a complete one. They all get stuck in the mid part of this map, but Bang holding on to his own. Can he get the next one as well? But Soft just a little bit too much of HP to hold on for his dear life. 168 to 93. Who would have thought Wolves would get beaten down in this manner? Q9 going for the biggest revenge at the very start of the series.
And now taking a look at what we have over here, very patiently you get to see people going in from the side of Q9, not really wanting to get clean. And now the rotation comes through early though for Wolves, so that's a really good sign for them, as everyone else from Q9 is actually spawning off the full side. But then unfortunately Peg loses his life, and now that smoke is actually really smart coming in from Q9, knowing very well there's going to be one player there for Wolves.
Yeah, Q9's already on standby, but everybody's just stacking that safe room, hopping on into the hill only when it's desperately needed. Oh my lord, what a mistake! Island with the wrong shot of that gravity vortex, and he gets punished for it. But D-Chen is there for that backup, not on the hill just yet though, and Zai will burn him down with his purifier. The bounce from the claw does not get the guy, and he gets burned down instead. Peg now holding on to the hill for Wolves. The rest of the players from the side of Wolves coming in for that backup as well. Zai gives them the backup from afar with that Freddy, and Wolves trying their best to claw their way back into this matchup. But Q9 doesn't seem to be able to do much here at Kitchen anymore. They only have one final survivor, and even he loses his life. So early rotation into P3. Let's see how Q9 holds this money hill this time.
My goodness, that was such a heavy util when it comes to every single one of these teams actually. 4 operators, 3 score streaks being used in P2, and now going into P3 as well. We get to see Wolves actually having a little bit more of an upper hand when it comes to this. Q9 doesn't have anything to go and defend this hill, and so it's up to Wolves to use all of their operators to go and flush out every single one of the Q9 members here.
Well, Q9 does not have any operators, just like you said, but what they do have is good defensive positions. Can Wolves use those numbers? Run on in. No! Claw! Claw responds by Oling. He gets one, does not get the third one there. Oling gets taken down, but the rest of Q9 is there for the defense. 40 seconds on this hill. Q9 approaching the end of this game already. Can Wolves get the break, or will they be held back here at that passageway? It looks like the latter, as Q9 is continuously dominating them. D-Chen with a quick 6 eliminator. Nobody from the side of Wolves is flanking around. That might just be the biggest mistake on the side of Wolves.
You're absolutely right. They're all just funneling into one direction, which is the biggest mistake over here. With 11 seconds left rather on this clock, they have to go in there for the rotation as well. And now for Wolves, they need to bring out every operator that they have here so far. I feel like for Wolves, I was waiting for Ching and Peg to bring it out early rotation going into P3, but no, they weren't able to use it. It was too late for Peg, and now they need to sort things out here in P4 because Q9 can win this here.
Yeah, Lin is just a monster out there, getting a lot of job done as the anchor for the side of Q9. Island, good nade, preventive measures, but the rest of them are already flooding into Garden. Look at Q9 overextending. They want to spawn trap and take the spawn out of Gardens from the hands of Wolves. If they are successful, they'll force the Wolves to spawn out a swimming pool. But look, there's even a player at the swimming pool trying to control them. This is Q9 supremacy. One final second, Q9 demolishes Wolves.
Oh my goodness, what a last hill that we saw. We saw 2 players, that's Lin, someone else, tried to go in there, took out 3 members of Wolves, and just like that, 2 other players spawned right behind them, but obviously it was too late for them to go in there for the step up, for the contest, and unfortunately for Wolves, they are going to be down in this series. But it is so early to tell who is actually going to win this, but it is going to be a good sign for Q9, a good momentum on their team.
That was a map pick of Q9, and Q9 most definitely dominated. It is one of their better maps. It is one of their better game modes where they have been able to dominate the rest of China with so far. And Wolves unfortunately bit the dust. We might be able to see a good comeback later on from Wolves because, you know, when you fire those Wolves up, now they are hungry and they wanted to go for their food, but you beat them down. You put them in a cage. You have not allowed them to eat just yet. Those monsters are getting hungrier and more furious by the second. I do not know exactly what Wolves has got in store for Q9 in this firing range S&D, but I know for a fact Q9 is not going to be too happy when they are on the receiving end of it.
It's like you're hearing howling at this moment. They are hungry. They are predators in the night wanting to capture their prey. But you brought up a pretty fair point. We're going into SNG firing range where we saw yesterday All Gamers was destroyed by Wolves. And so this is a pretty solid map, very smart map to pick for Wolves, knowing very well that they can perform really good here. But for Q9, they saw for sure the matchup that went down yesterday. And so that could have given them an idea of how Wolves actually plays here for SND.
Absolutely right. But at the same time, All Gamers did manage to beat down Wolves in an S&D matchup, albeit it's not at firing range. That was at standoff, but it's a little bit of a preview maybe for this coming series because Q9 has been absolutely perfect in all of their S&D matches. They've not dropped a single S&D, 100% win rate, and that's not something that a lot of teams can boast in a competition of this level. I mean, we stacked the best 8 from CDM and the best 8 of Garena into this competition and made them go up against each other. To have a clean sheet on SND is no small feat.
Absolutely not. But you know what? I have for me, Wolves would have lost S&D up against Q9 if not for this map. I feel like this is their best effort to win an S&D, to snatch up a win up against Q9 that has a clean record so far in Search and Destroy. We've seen it from teams before where maybe they're not good when it comes to a certain game mode, but in a certain map, that is probably their best ditch effort to go in and possibly take off this Search and Destroy map mode from Q9.
6 kills in terms of difference, but 20 in terms of the assist difference. I mean, Q9, you can see the teamwork right there, man. They were tagging up the players from the side of Wolves, and that bait and switch very clearly being abused by Q9. They tag them up, they get tagged, they slide away, and obviously it wasn't Wolves continuously trading them out and then allowing a assist from the side of Q9, because the number of eliminations just does not tally up, which means the bait and switch continuously forced by Q9 has given them a huge advantage, not only to get the kills but also to play the hill continuously well. And at the end of game number 1, we see Q9 reigning supreme, but that might not be the end of the story just yet. In this best of 7, you gotta win 4 out of 7 matches, and so far we've seen that it has not been easy at all for any of the teams out there to hit a clean streak. Could Q9 be the one to shock us all by taking that clean sweep off of Wolves? We'll still have to wait and see.
And yet again, we see the man himself, Oling, getting that MVP 34 to his name, which is absolutely cracking. This guy keeps getting MVP time and time again. Day number 1, he got every single one. And now for today, he finally gets his first one. And let's see if he can be consistent, kind of like what we saw from the previous days, into this day number 3.
And of course, this is the highlight of that matchup where Q9 pretty much was dominant all throughout the game. And there was a point where we saw a super early rotation coming through from Wolves into Garage. But as assumed earlier on, that would go ahead to punish them at the very end. But of course, a quick listen in to the comms in this hardpoint matchup. I expect chaos.
直接打你过来吧，直接打点过来帮我，田里左边贴墙，左边贴墙，田里一个没死，田里一个没死，漂亮漂亮，给左边。
Now, we purposely slowed this down. Don't worry,
It's for our translators.
we just wanted to show you how he managed to catch the guy as he was hopping on here and there and all. Good stuff.
It's really for our translators, AJ. It's for our translators. So we wanted to know what they were talking about. And so AJ was helping me out with the Mandarin, So this is what they're doing. And you know what? I understand. Thank you so much, AJ.
Yeah, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. And of course, to everyone who's waiting for me to say Pusangala, it will come. The moments come. I mean, you can't force it. It's natural. If you force it, it's probably poo-poo, all right? So here's the thing. On the note of Q9 picking up the first victory, do you think they're going to go ahead to dominate this whole series and do the unthinkable of executing the revenge against Wolves Beef?
Well, coming in from that matchup in Omega, I feel like it's possible for this to reach a game number 7 because obviously Omega is already gone in this competition, but they were still able to get 2 wins from that game 7. So I feel like for today, obviously Wolves is looking a little bit more solid in terms of the gameplays and the wins that they had. So yes, I feel like it will go the distance, and I feel like it starts with the Search and Destroy firing range because this is their best map pick for with everything so far.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that I wanted to see 7 matches out of the series as well, but I'm also thinking of the excitement that we can bring onto the mic if this actually goes into a back-to-back victory for Q9. And, there's a potential of, is there going to be a reverse sweep, or will Wolves get 4-0'd and kicked down to play for the 3rd and 4th spot? I mean, either way, I'm going to have a lot of fun. There's no doubt about that at all. As we set up match number 2, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let us know. Do you think Q9's perfect SND streak will be kept to 100%, or will it be broken finally by Wolves?
Well, knowing what they've done already in the past into the China, Masters, it's very possible because Wolves was able to 0-4 Q9, but obviously, as we can see, this is a different Q9 team that we've seen. This is the past one we've seen in the first 2 championships that they won, and it looks like they've woken up fully. This is the best that they can offer into the series that we have for the Fall Invitational. And you know what? I'm just so happy that we're bringing it to firing range SND because, like what you mentioned already, yes, Wolves lost that search and destroy in standoff, but I feel like that could be their kryptonite, that particular map. But for us to have it here in firing range, it's really exciting for me to see, especially now that we're going into Q9's pick later on, which is going to be in Slum's control, which is for me more of a 50-50 and possibly leaning more towards Q9.
I feel the kryptonite theory mainly because it's not like they only lost once at standoff. They've lost twice at standoff so far. One was at SND, the other one was at Hardpoint, where they could not make it against Almighty, and they lost the overall series 1-2 as well. The only one they did manage to rip away was the SND at Hacienda, but that standoff match, once again, that standoff map as a whole has been the bane of Wolves' existence so far within CDFI. That's going to be a problem, and I hope it doesn't pose to be a problem today as well.
Yeah, for me, for some reason, I'm feeling like it's going to be a back and forth. I feel like for map number 1, Q9's going to win. Map number 2, Wolves is going to win. I think their respective picks, they're going to win it, except for when we go into standoff. I feel like that's going to be a tad bit shaky for Control. But taking a look at our weapon stats at the moment, Q9, obviously, both of these teams rather having Craig 6 in their arsenal. And taking a look at that, Wolves having the 2 sniper setup.
Yep, let's see if or not Wolves will be showing us that double snipe setup. Later on, we will see Wolves hop on into standoff, and surprisingly, they are the ones who go in and pick that map. But for now, we will stick to firing range SND. This is a race to the first team who manages to secure 7 rounds, but overtime has been activated as well for a maximum of 20 wins. 20 wins is your cap, which means if we end up 19-19, it goes into sudden death. So far, we've seen no teams push it that far. Yes, it's quite an impossible situation, as you need a probability where teams are just winning one after the other continuously all the way up until that scoreline. But hopefully we see it here. I mean, it would be quite historic if that happens.
I mean, if it were going to be an overtime and sudden death, it will be both of these teams because they always take it to the max. And so now we're seeing a 2-3 split where 3 players coming in from Wolves are defending that alpha flag, and now 2 players are going to be for B. So this is where CDM teams shine when it comes to those S&D matches. You got to see that Q9 try to go in for that B information, saw that there's going to be a pretty heavy stack there, and decided to go passive and rotate back into spawn.
I love the defense of Wolves. A 2-1-2 split, but very aggressive hold by player 2 in the name of Peg, holding on to that first door at that white warehouse. Information given away. It looks like a potential A stack coming through, and therefore the players on the side of Wolves push up slightly closer towards the mid of the map. But Q9, as patient as ever, they're still trying to find at the very least one frag before they push on forth to either side of the bomb sites. But just as Wolves tried to predict that it's going to be that A bomb side push, we can see a rotation for Q9 now moving towards B. Instead, they might just catch Wolves with their pants down.
There you go, yet again, there's only one person coming in from Wolves, that's going to be Zai, and now he's going to be in a world of hurt, but good thing for him, the rotation is fast and his teammates, and just as one player was going to be there, 4 already go in there for the solid defense, and now Q9's having a hard time going in there for the infiltration.
Zai, shorty. Is he gonna get lucky? Oh my lord, Island gets taken down. Zai catches D-Chen instead. D-Chen goes down. He's the second one. Good God nade by Soft. And it is not equal. Q9 down by 1 man. So they need Oling to pop off right here, right now. Can he catch out a player? Good slide to avoid that shot. No quick scopes coming through just yet. Soft, he pushes on forth. He wants to play the objective. No trophy system played though. Stands up, punished by King. What a round by Wolves.
My goodness, Q9, that was just really, that was basically an oopsie on their end because they didn't even clear out the space first before going in there for the plant, and unfortunately for them, goes down so early. And now for Q9, if you're playing so passively, you need to make the way that the site is clear, and they didn't clear out B at all. And now they're trying to figure out if A is going to be a better push out for them, but unfortunately for them, Wolves is actually heavily stacking A as well.
Yep, a 1-1-3 split this time for Wolves, keeping it very, very equal, but just pushing on. Oh my lord, Island, he just outplayed Peg instantaneously. Peg just watching one side, and Ling catches Nian. What a jump shot. King catches Lin, just trades back one player, but only 2 left for Wolves. It's a 4v2, and they're on the defense. It doesn't look good for Wolves. King needs to shut this down, and he manages to catch 2 players back to back, and he get the third Ling eaten up as well. Xing saving Wolves.
Oh my gosh, they were looking at the same direction. You had 2 players, so you only had one job, is to look at both entrances at the same time. Unfortunate timing coming in from Q9, and what looked like a Q9 round just easily destroyed by one player. Now it is a 2v1 situation where for Soft, looks like it's going to be a B push. No one's going to be there for Wolves, and for Wolves, they just need to stay put and get that information and rotate as a duo.
2v1, bomb in the hands of Soft, and he's got an open plant here. Oh, look at this guy. The guts on him, because an easy rotation in towards the mid there can take him out of the equation, but Soft gets lucky as the 2 players decide to rotate the long way around from passageway, and Soft already has their number, but he needs to early peek. No tacticals on him. Soft has to get this all done just with his Craig 6, but both players stacking up on each other. Xing, trigger discipline. Sai might get caught out here. Sai jumps over. Soft knows exactly where they are. Backstab. Masterful play by Soft. And the trigger discipline should give him the advantage. Finds one player. Catches him off guard. And now buys more time for himself. 12 seconds. Soft just needs to play his time. Good nade to be tossed in. Buys himself even more time. Final 5 seconds. And Q9 wins this round.
That is the display of discipline right now, and Soft just wins those, just finishes up with a melee as well. Oh my goodness, he could have given away his positioning, but no, the trigger discipline in this man is just absolutely insane. And you know, one thing that I really noticed is that TDM teams actually like to plant open and really just like to defend coming in from that long area, coming in from Tin. And so, you know, one little thing that I noticed as well with a play from Wolves yesterday.
One man's trash is another man's treasure. That plant for me was trash because he could have gotten punished. But for him, it was treasure because it was a really smart play from him. He got lucky as well. But let's see if or not they'll continue to be lucky, because Wolves are riling themselves up Sai from up top. And he will be able to punish D-Chen. Ling trades out Peg. That's a good trade. And he keeps things all equal. But Q9 now just with 2 final players as Wolves strikes back to back. Soft and Ling, final survivors. Problem here is Soft needs to travel a long way around towards that B bomb site. A bomb site has been fully blocked off.
Now they need to go and rotate yet again. Number is not in their advantage. And now it looks like when it comes to, if you have a numbers disadvantage, B is always going to be a safer spot for you because of the corners where you can hide. And now for Wolves, it looks like they have that information as well, knowing very well there's 1 minute in the clock, and it's very likely the rotation coming to B is going to happen. And now Zai's in a very great position to go in there for the defense.
Zai, corner. Ooh, oh my lord, Nian caught Ling at the same time. So dude, the timing out of these guys, insane. But that's about it for this round as well. It's just gonna go back and forth between the 2 teams, and I'm loving it. We wouldn't have this any other way. 2-1, Wolves with a lead. They on the defense, and this time it's gonna be a 1-1-3 split once again. But a quick push by Ling takes back out of the equation.
There you go. That is the opening snipe that he needed.
Timing!
And it's another one! Beautiful. His timing in this round is impeccable, but Nian as well as trying to go and retaliate for that 2v4 situation into the favor of Q9, and where, I don't know, I'm not liking the split that we have for today, but it's a good thing because Zai wins those 1v1s.
Zai, can he save the day? Yes. Gets 2 players already. This is a 2v2. Everything's equal. But the time ticking down. 30 seconds to go. A lot to work with. Lin runs away. Boxing gloves in hand. The guy's super fast. Hides right behind the scaffolding. Can he get caught? Lin catches Zai. That's about it for Q9 to make their way back in. Now, the prediction of the 19-19 might just happen if this continues.
I'm not gonna be surprised, AJ. I mean, you were the one who greeted that. You manifested that scoreline, and you know what? I am excited to cast it for the first time. We haven't seen anything like it, and now a back and forth we definitely see here. And now with Q9, they're definitely doing a great job at trying to adjust, especially with Oling getting those first snipes in the very beginning of the game.
I mean, you know, someone should have told me, be careful what you wish for, because the 1919 scoreline is going to take ages to get. Turns around, manages to get one. Oh, sorry for the pump, my lord. How did he do that too quick? Island catches one flying king through the air. Zai punished as well. Beck trades him out. What a back and forth we've got on our hands. But Wolves, the man advantage. Oling trying to get the deed done so that it's all equal. Once again, tags up the player who gets away with his dear life. Beck has got the switchblade. Good nade. Oh, sorry, good smoke, but it bounces off. Exchange taken down. And Oling doing so much all on his own. D Chen with a corner. Punishes. And now Nian all alone.
Nian with the right tech, though, the Locust rather has a really good spot. See, hit markers him! Can he get the final kill off of Oling? But no, Oling is just a little bit quicker. Oh, how unfortunate for him to not really connect with those shots. But there you go. Maybe it's because you need to switch to the right tech.
Hit marker, bro. Okay, never mind. It's okay. Stuff happens. It's just Call of Duty Mobile stuff. Oh, Nian almost got that headshot. Second one there as well. But it doesn't matter. Boy has to try. Sometimes you do get lucky. Good thing Island wasn't at the vehicle. He would have gone up in flames alongside it. Now a quick push. Trophy system played as well. Island pushing aggressively up forth with the quick six. He continues to beam down those players. Nian repositions. And Island, good flash. Soft from the back. Backs him up fantastically. What a play by Q9.
Island was in big trouble, but unfortunately for him, Soft was actually going in there for the backup. And that is what we like to see when it comes to these engagements, because you could easily lose your life if you just push out there alone. And luckily for him, his teammate is there for the backup. And now a 4v2 situations where Wolves having a desperate need to get that information with how many players are actually going to be stacked heavily here. King finally gets that one. And unfortunately for him, though, his other teammate also goes down.
King, he knows exactly where to spot, but Island's movement's too good for him. King all alone, 1v3. He's got a great gun in hand. Can he beam them down? Island has the flank from the right and manages to punish. Fantastic play by Q9. And just like that, you see them slowly but surely peeling away and potentially running away with this SND matchup as well. Once again, they've had a phenomenal streak, 100% win rate at SND, and they don't want to start losing just yet.
There you go. Very passive for both of these teams so far, and we haven't really seen a blitz play. And it just really goes to show the personality of these teams. Just really want to be careful, but know when to be aggressive at the right time. And so the bomb carrier is going to be Ching and tries to get that information. And unfortunately for him, his teammate's actually going to be right there with him. And good thing that no snipers were there to pick him off.
It's a patient play coming through as the defending side of Q9 does not want to over-aggress. I like the setup. It's more of a 2-2-1 split. Two players holding on to mid. It will prevent a mid rush for sure. But that A rush is something that Q9 has to worry about. But the one thing that they've been very, very clean at doing is the retake at firing range. So that A side, just having one player hold on to it in the name of soft isn't going to punish them too much. But information seems to have been received here as the players from the side of Q9 start slowly rotating around towards the mid segment of the map.
Oh, that player number 1 from Q9, that's going to be really hard once he does get those kills. Island, there you go. Soft gets the kills, but also Wolves get kills of their own. And good thing for them, there's definitely going to be a very fast round once the information was given to Q9. Whoever that player was who spotted every single one of those players in through mid, that definitely was the biggest deal for them to win this round.
I cannot believe what I'm seeing right now. Wolves, are we gonna see the monstrous carnivores here get taken down a little too early? Q9, just 2 rounds away from closing things off. Good safety play by Lin. Trophy systems first, because you know those nades will come flying on in. Brick 6 already with a pre-aim. Anybody from the side of Wolves who decides to step into that white warehouse will instantaneously get shut down, but Island took 3 years to take that shot and only gets a hit mark from it.
Oh, man, why do we keep seeing this from the Locust, man? It's just like that hit marker is just not working out for you. And now a 3-2 split coming in from Q9 where one player finally goes in there. There you go. Oling gets that King though gets that other one. Ching gets rid of Lin with that God Nade, and so we are evened out with a 4-4 from both of these teams, and we get to see it. Player number 2 is going to be D-Chen. He's going to be giving that information as well, and that backup from the back end.
That's a GG push coming through from Soft, but smoked out that segment. But Soft catches yet another in the name of Peg right after he punishes D-Chen. And now one more opponent. Can he get it? Exchange says, hell no. It is a 2v1 Exchange running away. Shorty in hand. Goes for the pop. Double shot. 2 hit markers and the guy survives. Fantastic play by Exchange. He repositions now. Let's see if or not that auto repair can give him some sort of advantage as Q9 rotates around, exposes one for him. No, Exchange misses wildly.
I'm so glad that Q9 stuck together because they could have tried going in there for the hunt, but instead you can see the discipline that they just wanted to go and not overly aggressive, especially going in for the defense. And now you can really see how much Wolves is actually struggling because they're being too passive when it comes to the bomb. You are the bomb carriers, you are going for the attack, and you are going to dictate the pace, and that gave Q9 too much space to close in on the Wolves.
Match point, Q9. And this time they have one quick sacrifice already, and King takes yet another. Q9 potentially might not finish this off. Soft does shut down King. It is a 3v4. Opportunity still alive, but Nian wants to shut all of that down instantaneously. It's a 2v4 now, all thanks to Nian. And he's not going to find anyone with his right-tech AMR just yet. Player number 5 is in the barrack hut, and it is all about timing here. If Soft exposes himself a little bit too early, right-tech AMR gets that win. But if that right-tech AMR spots the wrong side, a beam down by the Quick. Oh my god, timing! Quick 6 gets the hit, but doesn't get the takedown. Continues to beam down the White Warehouse instead. But Q9 does not finish things off. Wolves try desperately to get back in it.
Unfortunate timing for Q9 because his sights were already into Barrack's hut and I had to keep sliding back, and that's why I guess you just have to be patient when it comes to these things. But obviously a lot of things happen all at the same time. I want to make sure to check every single corner, but see how it worked out for Wolves when they became more aggressive because they know that Q9 is so passive, and now another aggressive approach going to Alpha because it worked out in the past round.
Let's see, this is a good attacking side by Wolves, but Q9 is playing for that retake that we talked about earlier. And let's see if they can execute it perfectly, just as anticipated. It's a 5-man defensive stack here. Sorry, 4-man, as one got taken down a little prematurely. All 5 players from the side of Q9 pushing in from clearing area. Is this a great idea? Nobody's beaming them down just yet. Zai with a shot, he gets 1. Can he get 2? Quick 6, switch out. Zai gets it, gets the triple as well before he gets punished. Lin holding on for his dear life, gets 1, gets 2, my lord. And that's about it. Q9 destroys Wolves and S&D.
Wow, it doesn't matter that Zai got 3. They just win those. They line up perfectly, being a little bit too agitated and wanting to get another round. Unfortunately for them, they couldn't really get that win. And now we have a 2-0 into the favor of Q9. And Wolves looks like they need to go and run a little bit faster because just like that, it could be a 3-0 because we are going into our next matchup for the day, which is going to be Slum's Control Point, where we basically mentioned this, Mustachio. We love this game mode and in this map, but with the, with the points that we've seen so far with Q9 and the momentum that they have, Control is looking like it's probably going to be their game mode.
Unfortunately, the 2 victories means absolutely nothing in a best of 7, especially when you're taking on Wolves, right? You're taking on the number 1 in CDM. I mean, yeah, you can win. Yeah, you can push this, but how far can you push it? Once again, if the prediction of a 3-0 happens, I think the series gets so much more interesting, but at the same time, it gets so much more dangerous for Wolves as well. So it really depends on what sort of a risk they want to play. I mean, if they want to feel like they can make a great reverse sweep to make it into the grand finals to play for that number 1 spot, they can risk the Slums control. But of course, if they feel like they cannot afford such a thing, they have to shut down Q9 no matter what in this next matchup. But it just doesn't seem to be going their way. I mean, they're trying for a lot of stuff, but a lot of their plans just falls through the cracks.
Absolutely. I mean, that S&D in the beginning, it was looking so good for both of these teams, but then
Yeah.
it was just too passive when it comes to them being on the attacker. That was the biggest deal for me. It was giving Q9 a way in, it just decreasing that space and just closing in on the Wolves, pinching them where they couldn't really go out. And it was too late for them. Once they did go aggressive, it was too late because you're already into the one last round for Q9 to win this, and they basically allowed that to happen. And now we're going in for control, where it's sort of a similar thing where your lives matter, and if you're a little bit too aggressive, that's when you're gonna start faltering, especially with so many spaces that you can be sniped here.
Just 4 kills. That's all the difference is between Wolves as well as Q9. In fact, you know, the kills has been so close for both of these matches. I will not be surprised if this continues all the way down to the end. Some of you in the chat want the code super early on. Trust us, the code is on its way. But for today, make sure you do us a favor, hit that like and share this broadcast out so that we can bring in more viewers, so we can unlock that code a little bit faster. Yes, we need more CCV to produce that code for you guys. So help us by helping yourselves. Hit that like, hit that share. In the meantime, let's break down the player stats here, as every single player on the side of Q9 is on a positive KD except the Chen, but the positives aren't that flashy this time around from Q9 as they take on that number 1 seeded team from CDM. Wolves kept them at bay.
Well, it looks like Wolves need to flip a switch, kind of like what they did in the grand finals of season 4. And well, we're not quite sure if they're quite there yet, because Control in Slums is quite unforgiving because of how small the map is. And also, yes, you have fixed spawns and you can definitely go in there. But taking a look at that, surprise, surprise, it's going to be Oling yet again with the MVP. This guy is on a rampage.
Rampage? 9 MVP count. He's beyond Rampage. He is just immortal right now
mode.
in Call of Duty Mobile, right? I mean, amazing stuff from Oling. From the sniper battle all the way down into CDFI, they have just had a monstrous MVP on their side. And the consistency out of Oling is just unbelievable.
Dare I say, one of the players that we can see in the world right now, because imagine trying to beat out Omega. A team like Omega, one of the top teams in the world, beating out the number 1 team also as well in CDM, and having such a consistent performance is so important. And for me, I think it's just a matter of who they're going to be meeting later on after in our match number 2 up against Blacklist International Almighty. But obviously, they have to fix this one first. They need to battle out another giant in this team as well, which is going to be Wolves. But so far, they're doing so good. But before we start off into our next matchup, let's have a quick listen in.
红王闪给了，板鱼掉了，闪给了，板鱼掉了。A 有 A 拉红王，拉红王闪到了。A 还有俩 A 都在 A 的都在。铁皮进包点了，两个不要枪，残，边防掉一个。nice，可以打板楼了，你打板楼来了，打板楼，摸出来摸直接摸。A 大拐角，板二我在这，你可以不用动了，让站着摸就行了。A 大我在看，板二没漏。A 大我在看，板一两个，补枪。板一保补。A 大有 A 大拐角有，拐角的 A 大拐角的 A 大的 A 大的。A 拐角还在 ，A 拐角还在，后面他可能会拉我。板二，后来吧，我来吧，倒别动，在板二，倒别急，我去右洞看一眼，别急。掉包了吗？没掉。跟你一起，等下别死啊！我在看，不了。你别，哎，有怪拉我，你加枪，倒，有怪，漂亮，这波打得好的，可以，加油，冷静点。
Such clean communication between the team members of Q9. No surprise why they keep hitting those crazy shots. I mean, if we saw Oling taking that wall bang, one might wonder, how in the world did he so confidently hit that wall bang, assuming that there's someone else behind them? It's just communication. A team member passes on information. Someone's at this corner. They're pressuring us down. Can you deal with him? We don't know who there is. Oling says, no problem. Let me find out. I'll show you. Look at the kill feed. Zai was found on the other end of the barracks hut.
Yeah, and it really is, communication is key. Obviously, a part of your really good mechanical skills and map knowledge, but you need to have communication because that's extra eyes going into the different corners of the map. If you say, okay, kind of like what you said, the reason why Oling was able to get that snipe was because that information was relayed to him by Zai, and kind of like back and forth, so on with all these teams. And so that's why this team is just so disciplined, because not only that, they trust their teammates knowing that the information is correct.
If you don't trust your teammates, we've got a big problem here.
Yeah.
you got to trust them. And at the same time, you can't have jumbled up information, right? I mean, one guy shouting one thing, another guy shouting another thing. I mean, although we don't understand most of what they're saying, you can hear the unison in those call-outs. You can hear the similarities in terms of the call-outs that they're making, and they respect each other. One person speaks at one time, and all of them come together to execute those plays. Amazing to see the communication translate into amazing wins for Q9 back to back now. Question is, can they push this match into a 3-0 to their side? There is a big probability as we head on into Slums Control. Control so far, let's look at the statistic from both of these teams. We have got a 75% win rate on the side of Q9 Club and a 80% win rate for the side of Wolves. Now, the map that has been lost by Wolves has been Raid Control, but on the other side, Q9 Club has lost the exact same map at Control as well. Slums, on the other hand, hasn't been a problem for Q9. Wolves hasn't shown up at this map at all throughout the duration of this competition for Control. So there's a 50-50 as to what Wolves can do, which might be a good thing, or it could be a very, very bad thing.
I mean, that is the question mark that we love to see, because this is the time that Wolves can finally turn things around. And yes, this is a Q9 pick. They did play this up against Omega rather, in S&D, but obviously this is a different game mode, kind of similar into when it comes to the lives count. But you know what? It just is also an objective kind of game mode. And so we'll see who can get the first pick over here. As you can see here, Wolves is actually going to be on the defense, which is going to be really good for them, because once this reaches into a game number 5, they're also going to be on that defense.
I love what Q9 is doing right now. Beautiful push into Broken, and they're quickly overextending into Graves. They want to take down the players from the side of Fountain. They're going in here for a spawn trap distraction whilst they pull away that B control point. But look at the smarts of Wolves. They've got 2 surviving members in player number 2 and 3, Peg and Zai. They hold down the B control point, which means the plan of Q9 falls short.
And now let's see, because the over-aggression in Q9 is actually working out in their favor. They kind of want to do that spawn trap, but that also allows, you know, a little bit of time for them to go in for that B tick progress, going in for that second tick. Although when it comes to the lives, it's still pretty even. Yes, Wolves still has a little bit of an advantage, but 4 lives doesn't really matter a little bit too much, but they are going into position as Q9 doesn't really secure that second tick problem.
Let's see if or not Q9 can execute the push once again. 18 lives. They overextended and instantaneously got punished by Wolves. I like the ideation. I like the strategy that they're trying to test out there on the battlefield. But, you know, sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to roll on like how some of the others have rolled on in the past. Q9. But I do respect them trying out something new to catch Wolves off guard. But the response by Wolves, pushing on from Memorial into its statue, taking that backstab and preventing that spawn trap from really giving Q9 anything much, has been the winning factor in this first round. With 8 more lives left and 16 more seconds to go, Wolves has this round in the bag.
My goodness, Ching with the monumental gunfight going in from Broken. That's going to be really essential for him, applying that pressure and also getting rid of everyone from Q9 in there. 3 to 15 is going to be our life count right now, when Q9 is looking like they're faltering with no seconds at all left to capture any flag. What an amazing start from Wolves, but also, like what you said, AJ, valiant effort from Q9 to try and do something different, especially in your opening matchup, because you don't know what to expect when it comes to that control. But I feel like if they were able to execute it just a little bit better, if they were trying to win all of their gunfights, probably it would have been a different situation. But again, we're having our flip as the defense is going to go to Q9.
Zai, first 2 frags, can he get a third one as well? It's all about the timing. No, he runs away before the player could jump over the wall. But the backstab by Zai, prevented by Lin. Great strike right back. Zai could have done a lot of damage there.
And now, speaking of a lot of damage, and so far there's nothing yet significantly when it comes to both of these teams. And yes, they're trying to go in there for the points, but it looks like Q9's actually positioned pretty well when it comes to that defense. No one else from Wolves can actually go and push into Bravo, nor they can push into Bricks. And now this is where we get to see Q9 shine when it comes to the defense, but unfortunately for them, Nyan is actually getting a lot of those snipes as well, going in there solo-handedly, getting rid of everyone into Bricks.
Yeah, Peg, good shutdown. But the lives all equal, which means Q9 has the advantage as the defending team. Wolves needs to work a little bit harder. Preddy only takes nobody.
That's unfortunate. What a waste of a score streak. Oh, man.
I mean, it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. 23 seconds to go. Wolves hasn't really wrapped things up just yet. They barely have their markers placed onto the control point, but they do have their presence there, which has got the ability to pause that timer. But no, the player number 5, he hops off of the hill. He wants to play team deathmatch, and Oling punishes him for it.
And now speaking of punished, and there you go, Nian's actually gonna get that snipe off of him. That was such a quick snipe, but then you can see that Wolf's gonna be backed off into a corner
Nice.
with 8 lives left to his name, 0 seconds. Oh, what an amazing back and forth from both of these teams, and looks like the defense is definitely easier for them to go and cover. And luckily for Wolves, they're gonna have the last defensive round. And now for Q9, that is actually added pressure on their end.
Sometimes defense is not necessarily the best defense. Offense is the best defense. You saw Q9 push up so far ahead and spawn trapping the players of Wolves, barely allowing them to get out of the Special Forces base. That was the winning factor for Q9. Let's see how Wolves this time plays their defense. They are playing a little chicken though. Q9 overextending once again into Junkyard. They want to go for that spawn trap early and gets punished once again. I mean, if it doesn't work once, I don't see why they're trying to push the exact same plan twice.
Yeah, you're exactly right. This is madness at this point if they're trying to go for a lot of these kills. But it's a good thing that D-Chens finally stay put. Goes in there for the defense in Arches. Good thing for him that Lin's going to be there for the backup as well. But it's just the same strategy trying to go in there for the recovery. But here you go. This is the play that they weren't able to do a while ago, where Wolves actually go in for the defense in Bravo. And now for Q9, they all need to just step on that B flag.
Let's see if or not this is successful for Q9. They're already there, and Wolves giving up that B control point just purely to hold on to that A control point. Let's see if or not Q9 can punish them for the decision. 18 to 16, 2 life deficit for Wolves, and Q9 almost there with that B control point. But XJ shuts down Oling so that they don't pull that away just yet. But with 39 seconds to go, Q9 should be able to extend the timer.
Yeah, and now they're finally going to be getting that Bravo flag.
Wow.
And it's just really that mid presence that Q9's actually kind of struggling to win all of those gunfights. And now you do have Ching with 11 to his name, trying to go in there for that solid defense, knowing very well there's going to be a lot of players going in from Arches. And now speaking of those players, there's going to be 3 of them a while ago. And now Isla goes in there for the push as well. And now all they need to do is go in for that alpha.
Q9 cannot go in for that A control point. They need to turn this into a team deathmatch. And Zai understands that might just happen, and therefore he goes in for the investment on the Purifier instead, burning down 2 players. But now the flank from that bottom side of the map quickly dealt with by Peg, as well as the Preddy out of, I'm not so sure who dropped that Preddy, but it doesn't really matter. That solved the flank from Q9. And Q9 are now stuck. They cannot afford another flank. They have to take a straightforward approach and play this like a team deathmatch. Playing that objective is not in question anymore. But it's okay. I will take
Hello.
Oh,
sorry
okay.
about that. I
It's
was
back.
muted, but there you go. I mean, I have to do like a little bit of a cough, but and when it comes to the gameplay here, it just turns into a TDM because A is just so hard to capture, especially when you have players from Wolves going in there. But it's a good thing that the Purifier is going to be taken out over here, and Peg with the solid defense as well. But there's going to be 1 person left, and as you can see here, the reason why it's so hard to be on the attack here on Slumps is because of that alpha flag.
Yep, 6 to 3. That's the number of lives left here. And Q9's running out of time. They have to go in for a full 5-man push, but 1 more goes down thanks to Oling. Zai, only 5 more to take down, but the timer's ticking away. 2 seconds, and they pause the timer. What a play by Q9. Claw comes out for the play. Can they get the slay? Oling peeks around, gets 1 more. It's a 1v1. Claw victory for Q9. What a clutch.
That is the round that they needed to win, going in for the attack, because every single time so far it has been on defense, and now finally Q9 gets to win those. What the timing when it comes to Oling taking out that claw, and there's a reason why he's MVP, because he's just so quick on his feet, knowing very well when to bring out that operator.
2 to 1, Q9. Final second save, man. I mean, what an investment of their operator. King and Exchange striking real quickly. This time it's the defensive side of Q9 that has to deal with Wolves. And remember their strategy. Offense is the best defense. Once again, they're trying to execute that. Pushing up all alone. That's a big mistake by Soft. He needs to wait for a little bit more of that backup. And now from Memorial side, 3 players pouring on in. Lin can beam all of them down. Only manages to get 2, but the backup from Oling sorts the problem out instantaneously. A 5-life deficit for Wolves. All thanks to the aggressive Q9 trying to spawn trap them. And Wolves hasn't been able to play a single second of that objective.
Q9 is just so good at pushing into bricks. They know very well that this is the hole that Wolves needs to go and fill. Now 4 players trying to go in there for that defense, trying to go in for that Bravo push, but unfortunately for them, Q9 is just positioned so well. And now Soft is going to be in a position where he's going to get a lot more players trying to push into deep. And now there's just no way that Zai could not win that gunfight. And there you go, finally wins it. And that's going to give them a little bit of momentum going into that Bravo flag, trying to capture just 1 tick at the very least.
7 life deficit for Wolves. Defending side of Q9, they've got this in the bag, but King, he brings out the gravity vortex, takes down 2 players back to back. I mean, as long as he takes down players with it, I'm not going to complain at all. Then the B control point sneaked away by Wolves for sure now. Wait, but what? King actually hops off of the hill. 19 seconds on the pause, has got a little bit of backup, so the B control point goes away, and Timer has got a little bit of extra time added on to it. But with 5 lives to go, Q9 with 10, they've got their supreme defense. Will they go out on the offensive, or will they play chicken this time around and get punished for it? It's all in the hands of Wolves. They've got 2 operators to play, and now's the best time to play it.
Absolutely, that is the best time to bring it out, and now they're doing so well when it comes to the lives. 5 and 9, still very doable. We saw it a while ago when it comes to Q9, and they're finally getting 1 more. Okay, 4. All they need is 4 more, and 49 seconds left is actually big, and there you go, 7 and 5, 2 lives. No, now they're equal, and not just that, the Purifier in hand, going in there hand in hand. It's going to be very close, 3 lives for Q9 and 5 for Wolves. It's going to be very difficult for Q9 to go in there for that defense, but just as I said that, Nyan's going to be getting 1. Island's going to be a really big fight. Oling as well, and now it's Q9's time. If they get this 2 more, they will definitely win this round. Lin with the Purifier is going to be a really big deal, and now for him to go down, that's going to be really big points for him. And Q9 yet again with D Chen putting the nail in the coffin, winning them 3 points in a row.
Oh, what a play, Q9. I tell you, that's all pure strategy. And at the end of the day, it was Lin that saved the game for the side of Q9. And it looks like the prediction is gonna be solid for the Mustachio. 3-0. We've got a cracker of a matchup to open up the day.
Oh my goodness. The timing of both of these teams using their operators this round, I'm just going to commend both of them, is so good. Mustachio, both of these teams are just so good, but it looks like Q9 is just on a different level when it comes to gathering all the points, the plays, because for me, I feel like their mid-map plays, they're not that solid. But for them to just be pushed back, just to play a little bit more passively, they didn't really do well when it comes to that last matchup. But it's really that last-ditch effort to bring out the Purifier. Oh, man. I'm so impressed with what I'm seeing today with both of these teams.
Both of them are great. I don't know if I will come to the exact same conclusion for that matchup, mainly because you saw Q9 pull off so many different strategies, and they pulled it off effectively. Wolves, on the other hand, they were so scared to play control. They were so scared to play the map. They kept a very solid line on the defense, not really pushing up forth. And you know, Q9, the secret to their success, offense is the best defense. Not once, but twice they went in there for the spawn trap, and both the times the spawn trap worked. When they were on the offense, it was an unfortunate push the first time round. And when they did that unfortunate push was when Wolves very quickly pulled that round away, which is why they have that 1 victory to their side. But how did Q9 handle the situation? They execute the exact same strategy, but with a little bit of a difference. Instead of investing 3 flanking players or 4 flanking players, they only invested 2 for the distraction and went in for the exact same strategy, but with a little bit of a difference in terms of how they executed it, and managed to overthrow the current #1 seeded team in CDM. How insane is that? And look at this, man. I mean, once again, the prediction that it was going to be close all the way when it comes to the number of kills stands true as well. well. 97 to 97 is just a little bit too insane in terms of being close.
I know, it's just insane how we get to see all of these numbers be so close. And like one thing that I wanted to point out that you already brought up was Wolves looks like they're so reluctant to go and push. Q9 up in the bat when it comes to the attacking. They went in there so deep, they went in there very aggressively, and it didn't pull off the first time, but they knew how to make those micro adjustments the second time that they were on the aggression to actually go and pull through that first attacking round that they won. And we actually got to see it in S&D as well. Wolves was too passive. They didn't know how to be aggressive, and by the time they became aggressive, it was a little bit too late. And that gives Q9 that 3-0 that we have here so far. One more win in Hardpoint, and they are going to move on to the next round, and Wolves are going to say bye-bye.
Well, bye-bye, AJ. Beef Mom, I'm now in it with you here for this game number 4. What a series that we've had here for set of Q9 and Wolves. But unfortunately, it might have to go to a 4-0 win here, especially if ever Wolves can step back and just step up overall. I mean, you know, they know for a fact the stakes are just all up high. I mean, what's coming around to them in February, if they can't just live on to the series here, Beef Mom, it's going to be them going down to the bottom brackets.
Well, hello there, son. I'm so glad to hear your voice now. And for what you've seen in the past 3 rounds, Warden, what do you think about, like, so I did mention that for Wolves, they were just too passive when it comes to their gameplay every single time, search and destroy and control. They just had to go play catch up every single round. And now for Hardpoint, we're moving on to Hardpoint where it's going to be Hacienda. What do you think they should do when it comes to this game mode?
I mean, one thing that I gathered here from the set of control slums is that, you know, they just play by the pacing of Q9 for majority of the times. I mean, they did try to experiment just a little bit, but till then, you know, maybe just a little bit of a different levelness of Q9 that they could offer right there. And, you know, the decision making was something that I was really mentioning here. But before that, we're going to be having a small listen in here for this slums of control.
对啊 ，OK， 好补掉了，漂亮。我还有双闪。目的要拉我目的。我在看，不用洗，我洗局了，各位。先控圆盘，你们先控圆盘，等欧林到。起就打这边，打车库，我有双闪，打这秒。行，控个目的就行了，A 大放了，把目的先收回来，圆盘不是我们的。目的闪。B 帮我再看，把圆盘换了。目的闪。OK， 等一下，目的闪给不了，只能给那个白色闪。造一个虚掉，他们虚掉，打正面 A 大正面，打 A 大正面，右边 A 大正面，来，你们来。闪给了，给了。目的有一个2个。A 大热线后面2个，后面没死，剩下你们2个，任意你们2个。碰我枪没死可以塞。看我枪。跌掉一个，我开掉我的双，我的双。我枪掉。点还有2个人头，补下枪。点，补枪就有。
Oh my goodness. Now that is just comms. Beautiful comms. We heard it already before in the last few rounds that we had, but the comms are just solid. They did not falter even though they were at a life deficit. Doesn't really matter. And you know what? It gives me kind of like a curiosity when it comes to Wolves, what kind of comms that they actually have. Because so far, obviously, since there's 3 wins from Q9, I'm pretty curious how Wolves will be. And I'm hoping that I'll get a listen in from this team for this matchup because we want it to be brought to the distance. And if you were checking your Twitter, Warden, Callie actually tweeted out, I'm gonna drop the bomb on him. He actually thought that Wolves might actually get more points compared to Q9. How about you? What are your predictions so far?
Honestly, ever since the start of the game, but just by looking at the statistics that we were offered just during the group stages here and before the matches as well, we obviously know that Hardpoint is always going to go for the side of Q9, Search and Destroy as well. Every little bit of things was really just going for the side of Q9. So I don't exactly know where Callie was getting those points out. But then again, I mean, we do love to put the light onto the underdog sometimes. Yes, for sure, Wolves did win the last season of CDM, but really we can't neglect the fact that we're obviously going to be talking about the back-to-back winners of CDM as well, Q9. So really, in terms of the entry here for the CDFI Beef Mom, Q9 has been more of the promising take from my end.
Yeah, absolutely right. Because when it comes to the gameplay that we saw today, this is the same Q9 that we saw. I feel like for yesterday's matchup and day 1's matchup, Omega has been really brute force when it comes to the Garena region, right? But Q9 just gave an absolute masterclass of playing Call of Duty Mobile. And even Omega struggled, but they were able to pull off 2 maps for them. But if we're trying to compare the numbers, right, with the past games that we had to try to compare it to this one, Wolves and AG in day number 1, AG was able to pull off one S&D matchup for them, and then another round of Hardpoint, which is we're trying to go in there. Who's going to be winning this Hacienda Hardpoint, right? Because so far, Wolves looking like they're struggling just a little bit, especially now that it's a 3-0. Q9 is looking very solid, and this is do or die for the Wolves pack.
I mean, in terms of the overall statistics here for Hardpoint, yes, for sure that Q9 is more promising on this one here, but we got to keep in mind, no teams here whatsoever has played a Shenda on Hardpoint. So I think that could be something that could make things a little bit more interesting here. Maybe till then, Wolves might have a little bit more things to offer here for Q9. But the reality comes around here. Wolves earlier, they went up against Q9 on that raid Hardpoint, and it wasn't really the most promising things as well, especially if you're on the side of Wolves. 250 to 150, really something you would expect more, especially we're on to the semifinals.
Yeah, I mean, if Wolves loses this, they're gonna say goodbye, a goodbye in this competition. But again, knowing very well the stats that we've had, they haven't played Hardpoint Hacienda yet. Q9 has played Hacienda in Search and Destroy, and for Wolves, they've played it in Control. And so, with that being said, the only reference that we have for today's matchup is a while ago's raid Hardpoint, where Wolves again struggled very much. The points were so far away from each other, and where we thought there was going to be a comeback, it didn't happen. And so far, I feel like with Wolves now, they're being reluctant. I've said this already many times, but I just want to reiterate because it's the last map that they can play, and possibly, I'm not jinxing it, but I'm hoping that they turn things around, because in Search and Destroy and also in Control, they seemed very reluctant and scared to go push Q9.
Every game mode here has just been a promise run here for the side of Q9. Wolves, they have a big statement that they have to prove to us here. It's not just not for us here, Beef Mom, but overall for the viewers here and for the whole region of CDM. Can they retain the title out away from Q9, or are they gonna finally falter and give back the overall crown to the Kings? I mean, Hardpoint coming around. It's going to be a hard call here overall, and especially if they want to win out the series here, Beef Mom, it's not just going to be a hard point that they have to deal with. They have to win 4 games in a row.
Yeah, 4 games in a row that they have to go and win. Not just that, but play every single map. And I'm looking at that standoff. Man, standoff Control is just so tricky for me because of how I feel like for Wolves, this is their map that they did not want to play on. Obviously, it's because it's going to be the last pick, but pretty surprised that it was a Wolves pick because of how poorly they performed here. We brought up the stats a while ago, Adrian and I, and we were just like, yeah, this is not the best map for Wolves. And so once it does, they probably shouldn't have reached it up to a game number 6, but for now, it's very obvious that if Wolves wins this, for them to win this whole semis, they need to go and prove to everyone that standoff is going to be a game they would win. But enough about the maps later on. Let's take a look at the weapon stats. Krieg 6 always going to be in our presence, but just as I said that, we're moving on to the maps.
Yep, we're moving over to the maps here. And actually, in terms of Hardpoint here as well, Beef Mom, I just love to talk about Hardpoint now. I mean, it is the next game mode here. And one of the best confident kicker here for set of Q9, they did beat Omega in a 250 to 126 manner there on standoff as well. Yes, we know for a fact that Omega's map, the standoff is not really the best map for the set of Omega, but beating them in Hardpoint in a very dominant manner, it's truly a big statement now. But finally, here we are. Game number 4 could be the last match here for Wolves. Not until maybe till then they can start off a comeback. For now, here we go. We're approaching on the Q1 here. Let's give it up now for Wolves and Q9 once more.
And here we go. The battle of the second floor is definitely going to ensue. And so far, Oling is out a solid hold with that as he can spot one more player. There you go. Nian drops on the floor though. And there you go. Oling goes down. And yeah, this is like the battle of that 2F, because why? You have sights on this particular hill into Fountain, and also you have sights into the next hill as well. You're going to be in Lamborghini, which is going to be a very tough spot to go and, attack. So one of the actually really good hard points is you can finally go and make a comeback.
Yeah, just securing the parameter here and just letting like 2 players roam around the parameter or inside the hill overall and just get the points accumulated is something that I'm really looking forward for the team here. And so far, the first 17 seconds was really given for the set of Q9. Wolves looking to respond back here, but it's all going to be the P2, P3, P4 that we would love to talk about more, as that is exactly where the money starts to begin to rain. So here we go, both teams now looking to just rotate here on towards P2. So far, the first initial rotation here will be one from the side of Wolves. P9 taking their time, just wrapping around there on towards the front, the back entrance, and looking like they're going to be making this player on towards the driveway as well.
And now going through the driveway, because obviously this is a point where you'd want to spawn into, and especially since it's so near the Lamborghini. And it looks like Wolves actually has a hold of that so far, but right now Q9 is having a pretty solid hold when it comes to this hard point. But again, what we said, you need to have this point, because when Q9 spawned over there, it was so easy for them to go and take this certain point. And now it's just like a back and forth, and who's going to be controlling the spawn? But it looks like Q9 is going to be spawning there as well. So far, both of these teams doesn't really have a solid map control, because you'd want to dictate where you're going to be spawning off. And so far, it's just like the gods of RNG is basically giving Q9 a little bit more of an advantage. And now, just as I said, that the rotation into fences is going to be very important, as we see two players already from both teams going into position.
Despite the fact that it was a back and forth here, we're seeing a little bit more definition now for the set of Q9, and they're going to be on that 50-point mark now. A little bit more of a significant lead here, Biff Mom. And so far, P3 here, let's just hope if ever Wolves can capitalize off this early rotation. We know the capabilities in terms of Q9, especially with them looking for those breaks here. And so far, one player now eliminated from the set of Wolves, 4 more to deal with here. But quite fortunate for the set of Wolves, they do get the spawns as well, but the setup now coming through from the set of Q9.
And now it's both these teams trying to go in there for the back and forth, and it looks like Q9 is probably going to be having a solid hold here, because they do have that spawn control. They do have eyes in through both of the lanes that are going to be entering here in Q3. And so far, Oling as well with the claw is going to be very difficult for them to go and push. And this is time and time again, Q9 doing so well when it comes to the timing of their operator skills, and not that, but with the Preds as well, getting that beautiful double, even stopping it way more. The Wolves need to find a way to rotate early and to control and anchor up these spawns.
The momentum here is just too much to be dealt with now for a set of Wolves. 81 to 33. Now this is exactly the breakaway of Q9. Until then, Wolves now, the light is not shedding towards them no more. Every little bit of factor is just so bright for the set of Q9. Once again, early rotation for the set of Wolves, but it's a matter of time for them to win those vanilla gunfights, and so far they've been faltering big time. 35 to 89. The first initial contestant here will begin for the set of Wolves, but I wouldn't be so surprised here if ever the fact continues, as Q9, they're so good at breaking the hills.
They're definitely so good when it comes to breaking the hills. And now for Wolves, though, they finally have the opportunity to kind of have a solid hold here, especially with a Purifier in hand. You can definitely go in there for that solid defense. Finally gets one essential kill, but unfortunately for him, pulls it out a little bit too early, not able to utilize the Purifier so long, but good thing for him. King is actually going to be there for that gravity vortex, but it's back and forth, and now the spawns are going to be flipped, but it's still going to be in the favors of Wolves, where they're finally picking up the points and finally going in there. No one else from Q9 is going to be touching this hill, no contest whatsoever, as we're planning on for the reset. It's P1.
I love the run here for the set of Wolves. I mean, if ever they can accumulate the last 10 seconds here for this very hill, they can just even things up. That's exactly what we have been wishing upon here at Scasters here, Beef Mom. We don't want to see Wolves here go down, or at all go down in this very game. We want to see them pull off a fight, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. It's 76 to 89. We're approaching it here for the reset here on towards P1. A very scrappy hill here awaits us once more. Let's just see who can really get this one up in the bag. So far, first initial contestment and first initial clearance here for the parameter as well goes for the set of Q9.
You know, Q9 has a very good intro when it comes to P1, had the first few points to their name, but again, they're just being patient because they're trying to regroup first, where they're trying to step on this hill, not really wanting to step on it if there's no solid defense on their end of the team. And so player number 4, that's going to be Lin, to try and go in for that OBJ, and everyone else from his teammates actually going to be there into F as well, going in for that solid defense. It's just what I said, that it's just time and time again, and looking like they're having such a great time at gathering all of the points here. And this is where Wolves actually kind of struggled here in P1.
One beat that Wolves really is just much better at Q9 is getting that rotations here, but in terms of the slaying department, Oling there with 25 kills, Island with 18, Lin there with 12, alongside with Beachin as well, and Soft. They're just really on a very promising run right here, and just like that, I mean, the early rotations tries to come true from the set of Wolves, but clearly now, once again, Q9 to win those initial gunfights, as we see 3 players here around the parameter. Lin here gatekeeping the staircase, alongside with player 1 as well, Island here trying to hold on to this driveway, but King finds his break here from the set of Wolves. Until then, first initial points will be given for them.
And there you go, driveway. The spawn is going to be into the favor of Wolves in the first half of this hard point. And now 44 seconds off of the clock, they can definitely go and make a comeback here. But just what I said, that Q9 actually spawns right over there. And it seems like both of these teams aren't actually, you know, probably anchoring that very important spawn because of how much travel time you're going to be going in there. It's way shorter if you are having that more favorable spawn. And just when I said that, Q9 is actually going to be there. But again, the reason why you need to anchor that, and the reason why I'm saying that Q9 and Wolves doesn't actually have a solid anchor here for P2 is because it's just a back and forth. Wolves and Q9 always just spawning behind each other, and that's why there's a back and forth when it comes to the test here. And now we're moving into P4, where Wolves actually already has 3 players ready and set up, and everyone else from Q9, 3 players as well to go in there for the infiltration.
It feels like we're just going back to the memory lane here, Beef Mom. I mean, once again, Wolves on that early rotation, Q9 here infiltrating from the left side of the minimap. So far, coming again, D-Chen here leading the push, spots down one player, takes him out of the equation, whips out the claw, but unfortunately for him, King spots him out, gets knocked off by that void right there. But till then, it's not gonna matter here. Island will be that saving grace here for the side of Q9. Until then, it's gonna be enough influence for them to break the hill. Here, Zai with a Purifier will try to make the play as well, but they get denied here. And Oling just popping off with a Creed 6 here. Vanilla gunfight is exactly where Wolves is just so reluctant right now.
And my gosh, the presence of mind of this man, knowing very well that's going to be spawning over, because when you're playing, you need to see where your opponents are actually going to be spawning off. And now, unfortunately for him, Ching actually gets the Purifier out, and now we get to have more points coming in from Wolves. So that's going to be a really good scrap points for them, as if you're going to be Q9, you'll probably want to go to the next rotation already, which we do see 2 players going there. But then good thing for Wolves, they're also spawning off pretty well there.
Yeah, pretty well there. But you know, something about that Pichi right there, Beef Mom. I mean, there was a lot of investments that are being shown from the side of Wolves, but only accumulate 15 points here. And where exactly we are seeing now in this current hard point, Q9 will try to invest as well. 2 Purifiers now being found in play. Lin and Soft now investing this one through. And with 50 seconds here inside this hill, this is big money hills coming in out their way. Lin cutting up the rotation here from the right side. Will only take 1 player there. Then that's going to be enough for them to just slow down the push. Till then, 5 players here around the perimeter here for the side of Q9. Wolves, if ever they find this break here, it's going to be quite impressive.
Zai, big kills. He's going to be the playmaker for his team. If he can get all those 3 kills, get that beautiful 3K, allows his teammates to go in there, stop the push coming in from Q9, and not allow them to get even more points. So it's still very doable for Wolves to go in there for the break. And now for Wolves, you need to find a way to get all of your score streaks and your operators down right now, because so far Zai does have that Hunter Killer and Predator missile to play with. So that is going to be a really solid score streak that he needs to save up for those crucial moments, because so far there's only like a few points in between them. And yes, the scrap points are going to be going into the favor of Wolves, but it's just Q9's actually doing so well at contesting the hill as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of plays, a lot of investments were shown there for a set of Wolves, but Q9, they never really let that hard point just go for their way that easily. So we're seeing now once more the reset here on towards P1, 199 to 156, 1 more point away for the set of Q9. They're going to be on the 200-point mark, and so far the first clearance here for the set of Wolves. 2 players here around the perimeter, 9 here holding his angle here with his M16, spots on 1 player as well. And so far the first wave has been endured for the set of Wolves. This might be what they have needed.
Oh yes, here we go. Wolves is finally adjusting to the playstyle of Q9, where they aren't wasting any kind of points when it comes to the scrap points. And as well, early rotation going into P1, because the last 2 P1s we saw coming in from them wasn't really the most impressive. And now they finally have a solid hold here in 2F. Not just that, we're only 10 points away off of each other, where Q9 had a very comfortable lead and just dropped the spaghetti over and over again into the third half of this game.
Third half afterwards this game, and now here we go, 1 more point away for Wolves as well to enter the 20-point mark. But Island here onwards is Hardpoint will take 9 out of the equation. Until then, they're gonna be the first team here, but the game is closer than ever before. Until then, Wolves now here from the side of X Team here will get that first initial gunfights here on towards speed 2. Looking like they're going to be able to really just, you know, bounce back here on towards this point. Q9 will try to find a break here on towards driveway, but King awaits them with Gravity Vortex, and that's going to be cutting off the rotation as well. Good points now, good run for a set of Wolves, and this lead might get extended furthermore as well.
And there you go. There's 40 seconds left on the clock, and a solid hold so far by the Wolves, but obviously the spawn's going to be in favor of Q9. And like what I keep saying, these players need to have a solid hold off a driveway, because you're spawning right over there. You have the more favorable spawn, and unfortunately for Oling, doesn't really quite spot that there's going to be one player in the name of Nyan that's going to be there, and just like a back and forth situation here, because both of these teams don't have a solid hold when it comes to those anchor spots of those spawns right there, because they're spawning, if you look at the left side of the map, they're just spawning right beside each other, right behind them, and we need to find a solid answer for both of these teams, and there's a reason why it's such an even playing field right now.
Such an even playing field here, but a breakaway here from the side of Q9 will just get them closer and closer here to the victor's crown. 232 to 219 here. Wolves are playing chase once more. They get the early rotations here on towards the P3, and this is the third time that they're trying to hold this one out up against Q9. The question is, can they finally hold it on to? This is exactly what they have now. Wolves, they have enough time for them to end off the game. They can't afford Q9 to just put up the contestant here, and here we go. Hardpoint starts to open up. The first initial contestant here will begin for the set of Wolves, and it's looking to be much brighter for them.
There you go, 235, 233. There's so many points left for this team. We need to see a contest coming in from their stop. Also has an operator skill up in hand. Chen goes in there for the melee as well. But then, unfortunately for him, the reload doesn't really quite get it. Peg goes in there for the rampage, tries to get many kills, but Island is actually in there for the defense as well for 2-9. And now the contest is going to be coming on. 242, 239 is the scoreline for today. And now it's going to be back and forth because the contests are just going through. And right now, it's just looking like Wolves is in a better position to get a lot more points here compared to Q9.
You get the spawn, 6 more seconds here for this very kill, but Q9, they still contest here. One more player to worry about, and they have enough time. And Q9, they're going to be pushing Wolves down to the bottom bracket.
Oh, wow. My gosh.
Wow. Down to the wire. Down to the wire.
4-0. A 4-0. You do not see it that often. I mean, yes, we saw it yesterday with Blacklist International versus DYG, but you did not expect this to happen. They finally...
Yep. Oof. They finally got it down. Wolves, they go down. I mean, they still have the opportunity to put up a name there for themselves here for CDFI. But, you know, that's just how it's going to go here, Beef Mom. Wolves going down. Q9 advances to the next shifted competition. And whoever wins the next matchup there, they will be going against with.
I was gone for a few seconds. I kept on talking and talking and talking, but here we go. I'm back. But what a wild ride. I didn't even expect this to be so far away when it comes to the points. I was honestly expecting it to be possibly a 4-2. 3 and I don't even know, but at this point it's just like you get to see how dominant Q9 has been. They dethroned Omega, basically got rid of them from the competition, and now 4-0's Wolves. And now you're thinking about it, it's just like what happened in there, because at some point Wolves actually sort of made a comeback already. They were leading by a few points, and it was really just the fences. That was P3 where Q9 just did so well every single round in terms of fences. They know that area of the map so well. I don't know. It's just what a beautiful matchup that we've had here so far.
A beautiful matchup. A lovely run here for the set of Q9. Same goes for the set of Wolves as well. I mean, we saw the effort there. The production was really, it was really right on. But unfortunately for them, slaying power of Q9 was actually, despite the fact that it was looking to be much more dominant there for them, the kills isn't really too set apart as well. And the hill time, we did see it now. I mean, it only took one hill for the set of Wolves to even things up. At one point of the game, both teams standing at 199. And unfortunately, despite the fact that it was that close, Wolves never actually got the taste of the lead out away from Q9.
What a win coming in from Q9 and showing everyone who's boss. Now, this was a statement that they wanted to make with how dominant they can be in this competition. Wolves, on the other hand, need to go back to the drawing board because the reluctance of their plays of the day seemed like they were too scared to go up against Q9, which is very surprising to me just because of how well they played into the previous tournaments that we saw. And now, speaking of, we're finally at the very half point of today's matches. We said bye-bye to Wolves for now. Obviously, there's still a chance for them to make a comeback, but for Q9, my goodness, this team has just been absolutely flying high with 169 kills to their name, assists of 64. So you can see the points here. They're pretty close in terms of the statistics.
Yeah, quite close, quite close. It's just that in each and every game, coming in from control back here to Hardpoint, the final adjustment there was just one over by the side of Q9, and in comparison as well, if we're gonna be talking about control earlier, the blitz play right there from the side of Q9 was enough for them to heat up and just get the energy gathered for them from the previous round onwards round number 2. Moving up to round number 3, their onwards control. Wolves was able to extinguish the heat for a moment or two, and it was down to the wire. Both teams only had 1 life remaining there, but guess what? Q9 just got that final adjustment, exactly how it went down there onwards hardpoint as well. Both teams was heated up at one point, but Q9, they were just hotter.
Yes, the heat is just a little bit too much to extinguish coming in from the side of Wolves, and now we're just one big happy family here because we're trying to figure out in which region who's going to be the best, right? Before we go into who's going to be the best of the best, before we get that showdown, we need to know, okay, for each region, who's going to be the best for now. And for today, it's going to be Q9. And it's going to make me a little bit curious later on when we do have our Almighty versus Blacklist, who is going to be the best for our region, which is going to be Garena. Obviously, the answers will be later on into the broadcast, but so far, we see what kind of opponent Garena has to go up against. Q9, solid gameplay, so disciplined when it comes to their gunfights. Everything, especially when it comes to the presence of Oling in their team, which has had, 10 MVPs already to his name.
Yep, 10 MVPs to his name. The guy he just really knows how to rock the show overall. Very versatile man he is. And so far, I think really the spotlight, I would just love to shine it all for set of Q9. I mean, everyone is doing their factors well done. And it's an absolute big statement right there. And it's really well supported by the statistics, I mean, they won 4-0. And it's just a big team effort here that was just really able to overrun Wolves here before.
A really big deal when it comes to all of these matches right now because you need to find a way. And speaking of, he has 11 MVPs. I was wanting to say 11 actually, but you know what? Maybe he's not the MVP for this round. But nope, 4 straight MVPs for this man. 45 kills with a total damage of 4,816. I remember seeing this guy in casting him last year, and he was already a pretty good player. But now it looks like he's even better. He's an absolute monster. A while ago I said he's on a rampage, and AJ was basically like, nope, he is a god. He's an immortal. And now with the MVP count of 11, I feel like the most out of everyone in this tournament so far.
I'm just quite excited on what he's gonna offer up against Blacklist. Then again, if ever Blacklist, if ever Blacklist is advanced to the next stage of the competition here and puts Almighty down to the bottom bracket, we're gonna be having a rematch here for Q9 and Blacklist, in which we know as well during the last year's World Championship, Blacklist took down Q9 to a 3-in-1 manner. So there's a lot of possibilities of a rematch here as well, especially if ever Blacklist can outperform Almighty later on.
I mean, yeah, I'm trying to rack up my brain from last year because these are last year's statistics.
Yep.
This is a different team that we've seen. Both of these teams, all of these teams rather have changed throughout the past year, and you've seen ups and downs, especially coming in from the side of both of these teams actually with Q9 and Blacklist, because it's like they're on top and then now they're not part, and then Blacklist doesn't really qualify for the World Championships. But again, let's see how the comms actually went to go about with Q9, because we kept on complimenting how well it actually took. But let's see at the interview.
的是来自秦九战队的欧林，请欧林和各位打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是秦九的欧林。
首先要恭喜你们今天4-0成功的复仇了重庆狼队啊！在21天之前，同样在这片舞台，你们当时很遗憾没有拿胜利，今天拿下胜利，并且成功复仇，还晋级到了明天的总决赛。现在心情如何？
心情的话肯定是会比较高兴的，因为在同样的地点，然后甚至我们的座位都是没有变的，然后我们在这次比赛完成了复仇，然后确实是会觉得很高兴，但是这也只是短暂的高兴，因为明天我们的对手会更难打。
刚才其实总决赛刚刚比赛刚结束之后，其实欧林非常的激动啊，但是来到采访之后瞬间保持冷静，问他为什么会突然这样变，原来他脑子已经在想明天的事情了。
对，
转变非常快。今天第二个问题是我们主动聊聊今天的控制模式啊，你们为什么会主动选择残破这张地图在这个模式当中？
因为这个地图自信啊，
自信。2个字，非常的自信。确实，今天的控制模式可以说是全程含金量非常高的一把高端局了。第一个问题是，你觉得这张地图当中进攻方优还是防守方优？
这张图的话，就还是防守方优势更大一点。
防守方优势更大一些。第3回合你们其实当时是在一个进攻方的状态啊，那场很惊险。最后的10秒钟，你们其实还是以3比6的命数落后的并且你们还是在进攻方。当时有一个人封烟，有人上点，然后谁做着这样的决策？
因为当时我们看了一下人头和时间，就觉得这个时候除了打点，可能没有别的选择了。然后就通过道具啊，然后就比如说风烛过点，然后我们正好手里就是捋了一下，可能还有2个大招吧，那就直接就打进去，
直接打进去了。非常快速，这个时候就确实不能够犹豫，犹豫就会败北，做的非常果断的一个决策啊！来到了下一回合当中，当时其实狼队中间有一波小反扑、小高潮。下一回合你们其实在这个模式当中也是以1个命数拿下了。当时那一场回合是怎么沟通的呢？
对，那一把就很惊险，因为我记得是2个回合都是我们这边剩的命数很少。
对
然后当时的话是想着可能唐将是自己先开了个利爪去带节奏了，往前推了。然后我看了我手里还有个利爪，然后我看我们好像人头是个劣势的状态，那我想要就是直接搏一波吧，就再不搏一下就输了，我直接去跟上去了。
搏一搏，单车变摩托，2个大招一起使用，确实效果非常好，配合完全打出来了。想问一下欧林，今天队伍和上一周相比，觉得提升最多的是哪个地方？
我觉得我们这个阵容跟之前比，在近期最大的提升就是执行力。也比较感谢我们的教练，还有我们的老板，就是一直有在监督我们，就在这方面，所以确实今天打下来效果是可以的。
执行力今天确实拉满了。下一个问题是，你在这次秋季邀请赛当中已经是拿到了11个 MVP， 今天是4连 MVP， 把把都是。想问一下欧林，保持这么好的状态的秘诀是什么？
也不算保持好的一个手感，我觉得这个东西跟自己的心态是有关系的。有些东西你可能越想得到越容易失去。然后我也不觉得我自己什么拿 MVP 我有多么骄傲什么的，都是能赢就是团队的事情。我的想法就是，然后可能就保持的一个技巧就是自律吧。比如说我们管理层会让我们每天就是跑步，去维持一下自己的手感。但是可能就正好说到这个话题了，
展开说说。
说句题外话，就是我们队伍可能是非常不提倡个人能力或者说个人英雄主义的，我们不会因为谁的数据好，我们就觉得他多牛逼什么的，在我们这个队伍只有4个字：团队至上。
团队至上。主打团队的一支队伍。下一个问题是，下一场比赛将是 AMT 对阵到 Blacklist， 这其实也是2021年世锦赛的一个决赛的再次重演了。想问欧林对这场比赛怎么看？
这场比赛的话，因为我们近期跟 AMT 打的训练赛是蛮多的，然后我们可以感觉到是 AMT 的学习能力是非常强的。就比如说，前2天刚约训练赛完了，昨天有打，他直接会给你变成另外一个样子的那种感觉吧。然后我还是觉得他们的强势的模式是在爆破和控制，就是相比于 Black 的话，然后 Black 的话打下来，通过是昨天还是前天就跟EYG 打的那场 BOC，你会发现他们热点的理解还是蛮深的，然后这个是他们强势的点。然后对于这场 BOC 可能我的预测是4比1或者4比2，然后 AMT 是4。
当一回预言家 AMT 能够拿下这场比赛的胜利，我们也是共同期待接下来的比赛，也是再次感谢欧林接受采访。总决赛加油！
会的。
我们稍休息，稍后比赛更加精彩。
Yeah, here we go. 139 to 136, and again Annihilator. What? Oh my Jesus Christ! I flick gets the second one, gets the third one. Clove. Make them just spawn on top, make them go one way. Let Jeff Pro handle the one at the back, and this is what we're gonna happen. 4 down, and so far Jeff Pro he spots another play. ZZ he makes them spawn there. Another good play coming through from Almighty. Let's see if they can get all this time. But so far, back-to-back kills. Cali just milking a lot of this time.
I mean, Jeff Pro is doing a great job right now, dropping all of these players as he takes his
all Almighty.
Drop bodies in
oh
the
my
game.
God!
Right now, this guy that they will take 2 players in the B flag and they will just get it 86 to 122. And for Divo Lady, they just need to get 1 more to just kind of have a chance to get this comeback happening through. And there we go, triple capture right now for Divo.
But he spots one, gets the second, almost gets it, but the Thumper's gonna clean it up for him. Another one behind him, can he get the triple kill? Jabin gets it as well. Triple kill for Javen. Can he make it 4? Yes, he can. Javen on a quad feed. Can he keep on going? Blacklist International Javen making the plays for the team. Make it 5.
He's gonna find one more player, hunts him down, but Kalo's Hunter Killer gonna drop him out. So the game continues, and PJ is gonna be slaying again and again and again. I mean, 18 kills to his name already. Fully streaked up. One more to beat. Up front is gonna take Jabin out. So that's gonna be one way to push it. Another player in this staircase, and it's just going on a tear. Here comes the Pred. 2 players up front, takes him out. Burns him down, and even more with the gunfights. But now finally, he gets shot down. The Hardpoint gonna belong to Dunya Games. Clove lighting up the shots. And now they get full clearance.
Pred.
Here comes the Pred now. 2 players to beat up front. He's gonna take one. I'll take that any day. And now this guy already 6 in a row. And the guy is just scoring ever
7.
higher. Now already got this X1
8.
locked down. I mean, for Clove. But now the bomb's gonna get planted. Irfan J needs to win this gunfight. 1v1 is gonna win it. But the numbers, it's not gonna favor them. But here comes one more. He drops one. No, it's gonna get flanked. 1 player down. 1 more player to beat. He's gonna get the shot to connect, but not enough to get the kill just yet. 28 seconds. Oh my god.
Oh my
Irfan
god.
J clutch game.
1v1.
1v1. It was Irfan J. And the game continues to move in through. Ferry gets the defense locked down as well. I mean, 5 kills right now. She needs to get involved more in the gunfight department. And now she's doing a great time with this Hardpoint, by the way. 75 seconds, gets a knock. You gotta move fast, have to be very efficient with the way you kill the players and the way you defuse that bomb. Raph, all the way to the warehouse. This is gonna be the first line of contest that he needs to win. Now number 4 all the way to the other end. Certi gets taken down. 1 more on the staircase. 1v1. Who's gonna win it? It's gonna be Raph, the MVP of Hardpoint, putting into use that shotgun to the killer flag. And now here comes the first contest, but 3 players to beat. That's gonna be pretty tough for him.
Next one.
And DJ needs to get surrounded with
Gets
his
2.
teammate. Drops 3
Oh,
players.
not yet over. Not yet over. It's not yet over.
Inside the A side. Here comes the Fred. Who takes 1.
sudah mulai coba buat dipersiapkan untuk ditembak dan udah melawan 2 versus 1 bahkan 3 orang sekaligus. Wild shot sangat luar biasa dari serangan Casey dan akhirnya berhasil juga.
40 seconds, and so far that's what they're doing. But look at that, 2 players from the Lokins, they're gonna spawn on the other side. They're gonna be the last players to push it, but Incendio, it's very sneaky. He's gonna take down Luffy here, and that's gonna kill the anchor. Double kill coming from Incendio.
But Roshi finds 2 as well on the back. Lulu on this kitchen control, gonna win it, and another ult to the flag and another prevention coming through. Wow, I mean, back-to-back plays from back-to-back teams. I mean, this game is exciting for me, man. I don't even know who's gonna win it, but for the meantime, Dival Lady, they're trying to flip the flag.
Yeah, flip the flags indeed. And, you know, in terms of the winning edge here, Dival Ladies is still...
Now YH trying to make the play here over that tank. It's gonna be one player, that's gonna be number 3, Whoopi. Will get tagged up. Fortune will not hit that step as well. Doesn't have a thumper, but gets a collateral.
Sedikit tapi nanti dari Bingo. Dia biar Fore kembali masuk ke game. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Happy numpang lalu ditumbangkan. Apakah jadi kelima? Nampaknya tidak karena dicolong sama temennya. Jadi assist doang nggak dapat kill. Tapi karena Boki juga dapat quad kill ya. Jadi paling tidak sekarang dari 2 pemain dari Semnan udah dapat kill streak dan sekarang tabungan mereka udah menyala semua squad udah nyala. Jadi menjadi satu buah modal bagus untuk nanti menuju ke harapan berikutnya. Iya, ini Bingo sendiri bakal langsung memutuskan pertemanan nggak sih sama
saja sekitaran 5 detik lagi kita bakalan melihat poin kebuka untuk tim Galaxy Chaos dan di mana mereka hanya mendapatkan 26 poin sudah bisa menutup gamenya dan akhirnya leading point kali ini berada di mereka. Trickster takes the double kill. Messi berhasil take down itu ada berada di bagian posisi mana dan bahkan pintu masuk mereka ditutup. Entrance sebelah kirinya Prada berhasil di take down dan this is gonna be double kill.
A little bit more influence and they're gonna get this, but Heaven 3 in a row. Can we see 4? But 1v1 high ground contest and he wins it. One more at the bat and one more at the bottom and he gets another. So now this guy's 5 in a row.
Yeah. And now WDC free slot just getting this hill, but there's gonna be a player that pushes up and Dolphin shuts him down.
Dolphin shuts him down, and this guy, Dolphin, you can really count him. We just put on the play. This guy just reading everybody that's going to be in for the contest. He's got 19 already. One more for the cluster strike, and this should be enough time for him. And here you go. He's going to use that Fred, and that should be it.
Hunter-killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
I'm hurt. Target in sight. Target down.
Testing towards jungles. And Team No OBJ kind of surrounded PJ, isolating 4 in a row. Make that 5. I mean, here comes the Fred spread out, about to get taken down. That would be 1 man out of the play. 34 points for the win, and PJ slaying right off the end. And as much as I want to end this right now, Warden, I mean,
sedikit tapi nanti dari Bingo. Dia biar Fore kembali masuk ke game. Effort Tuban juga. Triple kill dari Bingo. Langsung men-strike di sini. Happy
True beef, mammy. Q9 and Wolves, we've already gone through them. Q9 did put down Wolves down to the bottom bracket. Awaits us now as the Garena Showdown, Almighty up against Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yes, it's Garena's time to shine, and we get to see who is definitely going to be that top team. Almighty versus Blacklist International Ultimate, where the last time we saw him was actually in the regionals in stage 4, where Almighty brought them down. It was a scoreline of 3-1 into the favor of Almighty. So before we talk about that, though, let's take a look at what happened in today's matchup. Q9 having that 4 Wolves and O. This is like a repeat of what happened, but the opposite when it comes to China Masters, where Wolves actually gave Q9 a 4-0, and now looks like Q9 is angry and hungry, and now they move on into the next stage. But for today, we do have our last matchup, which is going to be Blacklist International Ultimate versus Almighty. So now that I brought it up, Blacklist, though, had an amazing day number 2 here in our knockouts, where they gave DYG a 4-0 as well.
Yeah, I mean, the energy here for DYG, I mean, for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, it's really just on a very promising take here. I mean, for Hardpoint right here, Beef Mommy, they're standing at 100% right now. So really, Almighty, they have to double it down. They did falter 1 game out away from ABC, and that was an Ashenda. 212 to 250 right there, and that could be something that Blacklist International Ultimate could be preparing for themselves as well. But you know, it's too early to call. It's really too early to speculate here, as we don't even exactly know what are the maps and modes gonna be. So I'm just quite excited as the time progresses here, Beef Mom.
Well, I feel like it's just a matter of who they're going to go up against because, I mean, for Blacklist and just looking out from the previous stats that we had between both of these teams and the matches that they did play against each other, Almighty just always won those hardpoint matches every single time. I mean, it's just, I'm trying to think if it's a matter of maps, but no, they were able to play 2 hardpoints in 2 different maps. And again, it was still Almighty. But where Blacklist International actually goes and shine is going to be that S&D. And we saw how well they played that yesterday up against DYG, giving them a 7-3 in Hacienda. So again, at this point, maps are going to play a huge role when it comes to winning all of these gunfights.
And it's just going to be absolutely who's going to be overall better, having a better day. I mean, till then, you know, in terms of Blacklist International Ultimate and Almighty, one thing that they share is their captains popping off. And Sandio yesterday, same case for the set of Blacklist, Jabin, and both of them are rocking the scopes. And how do you feel about that, actually?
Oh, I'm so excited to actually see that. Like we mentioned it a while ago that our captain, El Capitan, is actually going to be sporting that Rytech AMR. And so pretty exciting to know that every single one of those Almighty players, at least most of them, can actually be a sniper and be good with that sniper in hand.
3 snipers from the set of Almighty. You know, as my competitive journey progresses through, you know, 2 years ago, Beef Mammy, 1 sniper was more than enough. Then all of a sudden, Almighty just came out with 2 snipers, shut up in heaven. And now in this CDFI, 3 sniper setups. And guess what? It works out. They just leave Irfan, Jay, and Jeff Pro rocking those automatics. Until then, really, it has been putting a lot of teams in this competition of CDFI in a very big question mark on what engagements they want to take into because in every corner of Search and Destroy, there's always a sniper that awaits them.
Trailblazers is what I'd like to call Almighty, and we mentioned it before that this team has been the most consistent one in our region, Garena. Every single year, they're either the second one, the third, or the top, and we've seen that they've been performing so well in this year. And the reason why I call them Trailblazers is because they're coming up with different ways to become different compared to everyone else. Yes, they have the discipline, but also they're trying to be different. Like they're the reasons why teams have sported 2 sniper setups, and now with the 3, let's see how far they can actually take this kind of play into this competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a hardcore factor here. I mean, I'm absolutely expecting that maybe FDX and could be Jabin that could counteract overall for that factor of the game. You know, Search and Destroy snipers is really one thing that we just love to see. And there's absolutely one sniper history that gets shared here for the storyline of Blacklist and Almighty. And guess what? He's not going to be here, and that's going to be Kenshi here getting that final blow right there to win out the world championship. But that's kind of irrelevant to talk about, but it is the history written down between these 2 organizations.
Yeah, I mean, because I feel like we're going back into time because we're just trying to hype up how much both of these teams have some sort of rivalry towards against each other. Because back in the Eastern Championship, Almighty was going up against Blacklist International to try and be those champions. But unfortunately for them, Blacklist International was just a little bit too good. But the thing is with both of these teams is they always bring it down to the wire. They always bring it out into that game number 5, round number 7, round number 13 rather, and just bringing it to the very end and just bringing it so close in between one another. But it just looks like that Blacklist International was actually really good at the start of the year and all up against into that stage 4 where they faltered up against Omega, and that's the reason why they're not part of the World Championships this year is because of that particular matchup. And now for Almighty though, they just seem like they're so solid when it comes to the gameplay every single time and looking like they're just getting better and better with each year that they play.
I think for Almighty here, what they exactly have to do is just keep on doing what they have been doing ever since the start of CDFI. I mean, after all, coming in from the victory that they got from regionals, they were bound to be one of the most promising teams here in this competition. Here for the set of Blacklist, a little bit of statement that they had to prove, but they exactly did during the group stage right there. They were able to take down a lot of notable teams, and I mean, yeah, for sure, the bracketing wasn't really the hardest of takes as well, but they were able to really just put up their names and really show to us that we were the champions during the last Eastern Conference for the World Championship, and we did bag the 6-peat, as you all would love to call us right now, and we might be able to just take this one out by a storm right there. There was a lot of buildup of hype here for CDFI for them, and right now they have the spotlight rightfully deserved for them.
Yeah, I mean, like what we mentioned at the start of this broadcast, it's like the theme of today's event, the main event, not yet even the most main event, but honestly, with the lineup that we have, it does feel like it is going to be our main tournament for today, the main day, is the fact that you need to do redemption because all of these teams have been beaten by each other. They have such rich history already in the past few years that we've had Call of Duty Mobile. And the fact that we first-handedly have seen Q9 beat Wolves, which was supposed to be the #1. And now for Blacklist International, you're gonna try to beat that #1 of Garena. But again, it's not going to be that easy. I feel like this is probably going to be a closer matchup compared to what we saw a while ago. It was a shocker, a 4-0. I mean, I don't think I can expect the same thing for Blacklist International versus Almighty.
And it was clearly shown right there from my end. You know, when we were casting the game number 4 there, I mean, I was just like reciprocating, oh my days, it's game number 3 said and done already, and it's a third round win their first side of Q9. This could be the last and final game for the side of Wolves, and it truly was. And it was only until the very end I caught up to the energy of what was about to happen. So really, I hope this time around Blacklist International Ultimate and Almighty could show us and serve to us a little bit more of a longer series here. And that's because, you know, come on, we're talking about the semifinals here, and we want the energy to just be more competitive in this one.
Yes. The competitive energy from both of these teams definitely is possible, but again, it really just boils down into the maps that we've had. And for Blacklist, it's just really easy for me to say. If it was going to be, let's say, Takeoff, I feel like they might have a better choice. I'm excited to see what kind of maps we're going to have. But let's say if it's going to be like a smaller map like Slums, I feel like Almighty might actually have more of an advantage. So again, it's just really a matter of the mix and match that both of these teams try to pick in the first place. That'll be that. Because obviously at the very end of the map selection, those are the maps that the teams don't really enjoy playing. It's usually the first 3 maps, which are their strongest maps. And that's why it was kind of impressive that for Q9, they always use that to their advantage. And for Omega, unfortunately for them, they chose a map like Hacienda S&D where they know they lost that map and yet still chose that pretty early on. And so let's see how smart and how they can play these mind games up against each other.
One counteraction here that I'm really seeing just by looking at the history between these two teams here is Hacienda, you know, for the side of Almighty. They did falter up against Wolves 5-7 here. And for the side of Blacklist, they actually took down, DYG on Hacienda as well. So let's just hope that either of the teams here just went back to the drawing boards, maybe for the side of Blacklist, and considering the fact that they did win that one out. Let's just see if ever they do have more to offer, especially as, you know, we all know for a fact Almighty is a little bit more of a bigger threat here compared to DYG. Now, for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, the starting lineup is going to be Skur, Tin, Jabin, and obviously we got FPX alongside with them as well. Now, for the side of Almighty, and overall, I mean, for the lineups here, Beef Mom, we exactly know who they are.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to everyone else in Blacklist International Ultimate, Jabin, AG, Skirt, Tin, FDX is definitely such a solid lineup, and they haven't actually changed their lineup in a while, so that's good. It means they're probably doing something right when it comes to the team. But obviously, with that loss that they had in Stage 4, they definitely want redemption today. But obviously, the team that they're going to be going up against, it's not going to be an easy task. The Singaporeans are also very gifted as well. But we need to find a response when it comes to those snipers, the triple sniper setup coming in from Almighty. And speaking of the men themselves, we have Incendio, Irfan J, Heaven, Shut Up, and Jeff Pro representing the Lion City, Singapore. Can they keep up that #1 spot, or are we going to be seeing an upset yet again, kind of like what we saw in the past few games where we saw Wolves absolutely get decimated by their #2? We're going to be finding that out once this game ends.
A big possibility. I mean, the heat is right there for them. And, you know, I asked a little bit of a question there on the crowd. You know, is it going to be Almighty or Blacklist? A little bit more lenient there for the side of Almighty. But let's just see if everybody can live up to the support right they have. For the side of Blacklist, a lot of shades was put up their way. They were able to slowly but surely just open up the lights for them. And now it's just about time for them to claim pedestal out away from Almighty. What awaits us here is a very big matchup, guys. Better buckle up your seatbelts because we're in it. We are in it and bound to in it for a very long ride.
A very long ride, and so far it's actually been so fast. I know, unexpected. It's been so fast. We're already in our semifinals, and now both of these teams need to find a way to use their weapons right. And the weapons that every single one of these teams love is the Krig 6, rather, with 100% being chosen in every single game mode, because this gun is just absolutely cracked. And the DLQ is going to be sported as well for both of these teams. PP19 Bison and the Switchbane X9 is going to be the difference maker here, but here we go, Warden. We got Hacienda Hardpoint opening things up, and I'm so excited to see this because this map has eluded a lot of these teams because it can be very hard to go and master because of how huge this map is. The rotation needs to be key, and we saw it up against Q9 and Wolves a while ago where you can make a comeback, but also you need to be crispy when it comes to those rotations.
What interests me here is this is Almighty's pick here for Hacienda Hardpoint. This is exactly where they followed up against ABC. It looks like they just went back and did their homework and just, you know, recording themselves. And I think Blacklist International Ultimate, they should be scared. So here we go. Game number 1 now, opening up now. Here we go, the first game for the series here. 7 games overall. Almighty and Blacklist about to go at it.
And there goes, begin going at it. Almighty goes in there for the first few points here. As we can see, the battlefield is mostly going to be in that 2F because that is going to be a power position that you really want to get. And so far, Blacklist International has a pretty solid hold. But just as I said that, Jeff Pro's going to be going on a rampage with killing 2 players from Blacklist International. But as you can see here, it's going to be Blacklist going on the hill.
Blacklist on the hill here. They do have 2 players here on towards the hallway, but no players here contesting. 10, the closest there is. Now he is in that hard point there it is, and now Almighty. They're looking to wrap around here, try to get clearance as well, but there's a lot of things that they have to deal with here. Earth and J, they go down. Another player here from the side of Almighty once again goes down. Until then, the first 21 points here, 22 points. That's been allocated for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. This is a really good start here, especially for P1.
For P1, obviously going to be a contest hill, and so far we see an early rotation coming in from Blacklist, but unfortunately for them, they do lose the gunfights. FDX and Tin going for the early rotate gets shut down, and now all you need to do is to control that roadside hill. You need to go in for the spawn when it comes to driveway, and so far, Blacklist International actually has a pretty solid hold. Not only that, the one player going to be Jabin goes down, goes to the pinch, but unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to successfully get that.
I mean, a good setup there for set of Almighty was about to come true with Incendio right there, anchoring to the back ends. But so far, they're actually getting the influence inside a hill. Blacklist International Ultimate, they took their time there to wrap around from the driveway, and they are really on it right now. What they exactly have to do is really get the break inside a hill. And this is exactly where they are at right now. But Almighty, a lot of push is coming at their way so consistently, and finally do though. Blacklist International Ultimate, they do get break the hill.
And now for 25 seconds left on the clock, the contest still being made, so that's going to be really good points for Almighty as well. They were able to catch up just a tiny bit, and it's been a back and forth, so it's going to be quite the stalemate here, but still going to the favor of Almighty, having those 12 seconds left in their bag, and the rotation already coming through very early on, coming from both of these teams going into fences. But gosh damn, Incendio having such a solid defensive hold from the rotation, just blocking that rotation from Blacklist International.
Absolute perfection here from set of Almighty to get the influence here on the scrap time and also get the rotation here onwards speed 3, and they're cutting off the rotation here from the set of Incendio. 52 to 34 now. Blacklist International Ultimate looks to break the hill, but with a Predator missile fly through instead of shut up, it's going to be cutting off the rotation once more. But till then, look at the hill. Now raining upon for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate. Almighty looks to regain back, but the gunfight is now much more powerful for the set of Blacklist.
Irfan J's flaw is going to be denied right now. That's going to be really good shots coming from Blacklist, and FDX makes a really big kill, denying shut up of that entry. But that's going to be a really good point coming in from Blacklist as well. And even though Almighty was able to shut them down early on, you can see that the points majority are actually going into Blacklist's side. And it's just really hard because due to the spawns that we have, Blacklist has absolute control over that. But as they're actually losing a lot of their gunfights, the spawns are going to be flipped.
Going to be flipped, but it's only going to be the scrap time now, but it's essential time here, especially as the game is a back and forth here, 62 to 61. Now Almighty, they're on the lead here. Blacklist looking to push for the last and final time for them to contest for the scrap time, but unfortunately for them, it's only 1 more second for them to go accumulate. There is, it's only 1 second. Approaching on towards P5, P4 now. Looking like Blacklist here will try to find a breakthrough on towards the right side. Tin with a gravity vortex will clear this one out, pushing Almighty to the left side of the minimap, and that's exactly where Blacklist International Ultimate wants them to be.
And there you go. Tin's going to be opening things up, but just making a tiny bit of space for his team, but unfortunately doesn't really quite get everything out as Shut Up goes in there for the Annihilator kills, trying to flush every single one of the players, knowing very well that's going to be paper mache. Goes in there very well. Not only that, Escendio with a claw as well. It looks like such a heavy investment coming in from Almighty here in this hill.
Heavy investment, but it doesn't matter. Blacklist International Ultimate, they're on it as well. AG with his own sense of claw, holding the angle now. Wait for the perfect timing. Sprays down, but only gets 1. Jeffro chases him out. Jeffro finds 2. Until then, Almighty, they get the break inside of hell. Heaven cutting off the rotation as well. And this is exactly what Almighty needs to have. needs to get as well for them to even things up. 77 to 87, a 10-point lead here for Blacklist International Ultimate before we head over to P1 once more.
That was such good positioning coming in from Almighty because everyone else was coming from the left side of the map, and not just that, Heaven was actually there for the backup as well on the right side of the map. So for Blacklist International, they had nowhere to go, but still, even on the points here, 87 and 84, just what, 3 points in between them, and now the rotation coming in for the next hill for the reset is finally going to happen. And so far, we have such good control coming in from the second floor from Almighty, but again, there's so many responses coming in from Blacklist International, getting a lot of these points already.
The start of the game here is a back and forth battle. So far, Blacklist International Ultimate, they're just a little bit more promising here as they're now winning those gunfights inside a hill, but not for so long. Coming again, Almighty, they respond back with their own sense of control as well. 2 players, 3 players around the perimeter, 2 players inside a hill. Incendio here cutting off the rotation from the back end, and that's going to be gatekeeping Blacklist International Ultimate to get the rotations on towards speed 2. Absolute perfection run here for the set of Almighty. All they got to do is commit the last remaining points here on towards this hill for them to take the lead, but FDX, he says no. And now Blacklist International Ultimate, they retain the lead out away from Almighty.
Scrap points already for the side of Blacklist International and from that first hill, but then gets shut down, so it's going to be an empty hill right now. And so far, Blacklist really wants to have that driveway control, and so far, the spawn gods are going to be in their favor, but then guess who's going to be looking right at them? That's going to be Jeffro, absolutely shutting everyone down, knowing very well where the spawns are. Now, this is what I didn't see back into that Q9 and Wolves team, knowing very well where everyone's going to be spawning in P2, and this is the best spot to actually go and get. And so far, so good, as 2 players coming in from Blacklist International gets shut down every single time in this particular part.
A fraction of both teams here just really battling for the spawns right here from the back end. A moment or two, we saw Jeffro there holding the ground, and now we do see one player from the side of Blacklist here trying to get it back for them, but till then, Almighty just a little bit more promising there for the back spawns, and now they're inside a hill right now. Irfan J with a claw has 1 player under his name, could make it a double as well as he sprays down here on towards staircase, spots down 2. Can he find a turret as well? Unfortunately, no, but till then, enough impact has been shown for them to get the clearance inside a hill. Not until now. Blacklist International Ultimate, they get the break here on towards scrap time. Last seconds, 10 seconds under their name, but unfortunately, it's not enough for them to take the lead back to their side.
The rotation of Almighty very early on into P2 was so good for them, and the fact that they knew where Blacklist was actually spawning off was such a good control, but now it seems like it's going to be the same case for Blacklist International here. It's just a very good back and forth, especially with FDX and his Annihilator is going to be having such a hard time, and now the spawns are going to be flipped as they're going to be spawning off the eastern side of the map where everyone else from Black is actually looking in from the left, and now let's see how Almighty can go and break this hill.
A break needs to come true from the side of Almighty, but a Predator will fly through from the side of Blacklist. FDX shuts down Incendio and shut up. Until then, Almighty having a hard time to put themselves inside a hill. Player 2 there from the side of Almighty. Heaven here will try to make the play. Has 1 player under his name, but FDX trades him out. Until then, it's really a back and forth battle here. A spawn situation so occupying for both ends of the spectrum. But more players, more callers here from the side of Almighty being shown. Shut up with 3 kills under his name. Gets the machete as well on towards AG. Until then, that's going to be enough for them to take the lead back to their side. 151 to 142. 9 more points to claim here on towards this very hill. Both teams as well on it as well to get the rotations on towards new.
No contest coming in whatsoever into the final seconds coming in from Blacklist International there in P3. And now the rotation very early on is actually going to be in Blacklist International, which is actually going to be really good for them because that's where they always kind of had a hang-up when the fact that they couldn't really rotate early on. And now not just that, it's going to be very solid defense as well coming in from Almighty. Even though Blacklist International went there so early on, Almighty just wins those gunfights.
Almighty winning those gunfights now. This is the breakaway lose at Blacklist International Ultimate. Didn't want to happen here. Almighty having the influence from the hill. Jeffro left alone now. Needs to deal with 2 players here from the side of Blacklist, but unfortunately for him, Jabin shuts him down. Till then, the cavalry has arrived here from the side of Almighty, but Jabin just continues to go on a spree. 2 kills under his name here on this very run, but Heaven shuts him down. Until then, this hill here is looking as scrappy as ever, but more points here accumulated from the side of Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate. They gotta do what it takes to contest this one out as the lead is getting wider and wider for the Almighty.
Their Almighty gang doing so well at just funneling through one by one, overwhelming Blacklist International time and time again. Shadow's going to be in a very cheeky spot. Getting that information. There you go. Finally gets that 1-2 and gets that. Almost gets the third. Doesn't really quite get the third. turret as FDX too quick on his feet. But again, that was a very cheeky spot for Shadow to go and get. And now P1 is going to be really good for Almighty, as what we saw, Blacklist International had a solid hold here in the first two restarts that we had, and now Almighty just learned their lesson into the first two.
Blacklist International Ultimate, they do falter for the last 2 kills. Looking like they're putting up very promising setup here on towards this P1 once more. But with Almighty, Earth and Jay wrapping around here on towards the hallways, clearing out the players here on towards the hill from the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, leaving the Hardpoint now stagnant. Now one more player to worry about here around the parameter. Shut up now with Annihilator. Misses the first shot, finds the second as well, finds the third, and just like that, Almighty, they rain the hill back to their side.
Oh my goodness, Blacklist is just struggling when it comes to touching this hill right now, and Almighty finally has the momentum with the last 2 hills that we actually had. No, the last 3 hills, the later half of the 3rd hill, and basically every single time when it comes to that last hill going in for the first. And this is where they actually shine, this is where they made a comeback in P2, where they did so well when it comes to managing those spawns.
Look at the spawns, Almighty, well-defined there. But RNGs is blessed. Blacklist International Ultimate Scourge, he spawned from behind. One player here, Incendio, tries to anchor for him. Needs to deal with this casualty now. Ring around the Rosie, can they find himself? Scourge finds him out until then spawns now given for the side of Blacklist. And they get the influence inside the hill. Almighty, they need to break here from the right side. The question is, can they do it now as Blacklist International Ultimate winning majority of the gunfights?
But then trouble comes here, and it's going to be very difficult for Blacklist, because just like what we said is that the spawns are actually going to be in the favor of Almighty right now, and just like a back and forth that we really love to see. They were funneling through so many different routes, just cutting off Blacklist every single time. And now Heaven with a very cheeky spot gets 1, gets 2. There you go, almost. There you go, gets 2, and possibly getting that 3rd. But AG actually shuts him down, and now with 14 seconds left, we need to see Blacklist step on this hill right now, because it's 230 and 186. That's a lot of points. 20 more points coming in for Almighty, and the rotation to the next hill is going to be essential for Blacklist.
Contestment onward scrap time. Blacklist International Ultimate to let Owen go for 2 more points here for the set of Almighty. Jabin already on it now. On towards Peachtree. They get the sponsor. Might be able to secure this one, especially if they can endure the first wave here from the set of Almighty. Hardpoint opening up now. The first initial contestment here in influence will be found for the side of Almighty. Blacklist International Ultimate to get the clearance as well. And they do have the sponsor. Not until now, as 2 players from the side of Almighty. They spawn as well to the right side.
Oh my, Shadow's going to be in a very cheeky spot. Blacklist doesn't know that he's actually going to be there. And there you go, Shadow finally gets 10, so that's going to be really big kills. But Skirt with the claw gets denied right now by Shadow as well. And Shadow's been so annoying in this hill so far. And Jeff Pro just shuts down another claw with a heavy investment coming in from Blacklist International, always being shut down every single time. But it's still a good thing that they're still getting a lot of these shots.
Pawns first set of Almighty. They're so close now. The contestants still come through from the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, and they're going to be able to hold their grounds now. 1 more, 2 more casualties that they have to deal with here for the points to rain upon them. But unfortunately for them, Jeff Pro has been a nuisance there. Finally, he goes down, and only a few, very few more points away for them to take the lead here from Almighty. 5 more points away, but till then, there's not enough time for them to play around in this very field. Contestants here on towards newbies to come and play, and look like Blacklist here in terms of rotations. They're going for the left side, while Almighty on the right side.
Oh, but then Jeff Pro brings out the Annihilator. But then, honestly, that stun just saved the life right now. That's going to be really good for FDX. Really great timing for his teammates. But then still going to be heavy investment coming in from Almighty, because they can definitely win this one with 4 or 5 seconds left. 5 points left for their team. And everyone else from Blacklist is going to be so far away. An important win for Almighty right now to show everyone who's boss. Blacklist International struggles in that Hardpoint Hacienda, and Almighty finally wins their first round.
Oh, I mean, you know, despite the fact that Almighty did choose that map, Blacklist International Ultimate, they had a lot to offer. But as we saw right there on the third rotations there on towards B1, they were a little bit too slow, and Almighty, they were just able to rock the momentum to their side until the very end. Blacklist were playing chase majority of the time, sir, especially on that fourth phase. So really rightfully on their first side of Almighty, and it would be devastating for them if ever they couldn't win that map. I mean, it's their map of choice after all.
Yeah, I mean, it just really goes to show how well equipped they are for this map. And the reason why Almighty was able to kind of change the tides of this game was because of two hard points. That was P2. They know very well where Blacklist was going to be spotting. That's going to be by the driveway. Was able to deal with that. And at first they struggled, but then after the first few resets, they definitely was able to pull it out. And after that, they were winning fences as well. And also P4 is where they shined the most because they sent so many players into the right side of the map as well. Not only were they having gunfights there, but then they were also taking care of the spawn. So it's really like that spawn control that Almighty really had a solid hold of in this hardpoint matchup.
Yep. Well, hardpoint said and done here. Oh, what awaits us is going to be Search and Destroy and Slums and Beef Mommy. I don't like Slums and Search and Destroy. It's just a very narrow map for my liking here. But what about you? What's your takeaway? Because honestly, nades is really one crucial factor here in this very map.
Well, it's just like what we saw the other day. That was actually day number 1. That was going to be Omega versus Q9, where it wasn't even super close. It was 7 and 5. Slums S&D is the hardest because of how small this map is. And if you're reluctant to go and push, then that's where you kind of have problems. If you're too aggressive, that's when you kind of have problems. And so when it comes to the sightlines of those snipers, it's just so important and makes me kind of scared for Blacklist because Almighty is just so good when it comes to those sniper angles, which has a lot in Slums S&D. But before we go into Slums S&D, let's take a look at the scoreline that we have right now. Irfan J in Heaven just having the scoreline, and even Incendio having a line of 40, where everyone else in Blacklist actually just struggles, except for FDX out of everyone.
Till then, that's comparing 4 out of 1. I mean, FDX, you did the job well done, but if you get 10 not really able to get those kills necessarily, I mean, after all, he is the super soaker for the team. He needs to be the one bagging the objective. I guess it's just a little bit too much for him to deal with here. But enough of that. Spotlight for a set of Almighty Heaven. 7 MVP counts on his name. And at this very match, accumulated 46 kills. Sear this guy coming again. We just know for a fact that he can offer consistency for Almighty.
Yeah, 46 kills is no joke. That is a ton of points already for his team. And like what we saw a while ago, everyone else from Almighty had a KDA of like 1. No one falls below that, and everyone else from Blacklist International struggling to win those gunfights. And probably one of those things that was really important, because I feel like the reason why you actually get that is because when it comes to positioning, Almighty just knew everything a little bit better when it comes to compared to Blacklist International. And so really important gunfights that need to be won, especially with a map that we're coming through next, which is Slums. A cheeky map, I can say, because as small as it is, you'd be surprised with how many snipers sightlines it actually has.
And in terms of snipers, you know how promising Almighty is. Shut up, Incendio in Heaven themselves can just really rock the show here. But more lenient for the set of Incendio. I mean, Beef Mommy, we were really watching the firing range for the set of Almighty. And at some point, Incendio had 8 kills, Heaven had 4, and Shut Up had 2, I believe. And it's really just Incendio rocking the kills in terms of the snipers. So we might be able to see another showcase of the Incendio snipes, as we did see on yesterday's run.
Oh, I'm excited to see Incendio finally sporting that right tech AMR, because I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it quite yet, and I'm finally going to experience it for today's matchup, hopefully, if he does decide on whipping out that particular weapon. But honestly, for Slums, though, I'm not expecting there's going to be a 3 sniper setup yet again, because, I mean, it's a small map. So maybe in a map like Firing Range, it's going to be a little bit more eventful to use that. But in a map like Slums, I think 2 might be enough. And so let's see what is the game plan of Almighty right now, especially you're going up against Blacklist. And so far, I feel like you have more stats when it comes to this. Has this team actually played Slums in S&D yet?
Slums in S&D, actually, this is something that I really want to point out as the reason why that I'm loving the series so far, because we haven't seen Hacienda Hardpoint being played in between these two. So does with Slums as well. So really, we're kind of coming inside this matchup quite blinded as well on how can they offer, or what they can offer here for the Search and Destroy of Slums. So it's all going to come down to the wire once again, especially regarding on who plays better in terms of how their team's personality contradicts to or how it supports this map overall. So I'm quite excited here. In terms of slums, we know it kind of offers a little bit more of the longer ranges and at some parts of the map. But in terms of the bomb side, close air combat, that's where it really gets fired up.
And you're just going to expect that there's going to be that one person on the defense over in 2 bricks because obviously you're going to want to shut down every single one of the players that go in there. It's kind of like a given already. 2 players usually over there, when you lay down a trophy system, you have it in bricks and you have it the solid hold there. And also coming in from B, I know B's usually not the spot that you go for firsthand. And you usually just have what? 1 player there to go in for the defense and also 1 more player around in that arches area to go in for the backup once that information does pull through if B flag is going to be taken, or A flag rather. And so now that we're going into it, like what are your thoughts, Warden, when it comes to like being on the defense and being on the attack?
Well, being on defense here, there's actually one thing that a little bit of a nitpicky take from my end here, but there's one nade spot that is really used here in this slums of Search and Destroy. Yeah, for sure, Blacklist and Almighty didn't really play in this very map, but one thing that I noticed from the CDM teams is that they have lineups of nades here. So I think one thing that both teams here that I kind of wished I could expect at the same time not, is really having those lineup of nades that could really just overall stun out the overall attacking ends. But in terms of like just traditional playing the Search and Destroy without those extra touches of native lineups, I think one thing here is relying on those snipers to really finding those opening takes. There's a lot of headies in this map, Beef Mami.
Oh yeah, the amount of headies here is just unbelievable. But like what you said when it comes to the nade spots, we saw it a while ago in day number 1 of a knockout stage from Q9 versus SMO, where Whoopi kept on dying to the same nade like over and over again. He was by double D because you already know that's a sight line you can see over arches if you're going to be on the attacker side, which you're always going to be expecting that someone's going to be in arches. So he was in double D, and obviously you'd have 1 person there because it's a good way to, number 1, get a snipe, get that first pick, or get that information. If ever you do have sightline in bricks, and it's literally just tumbling away up against into the blue side or in broken, right? So again, we need to see these Garena teams know those lineups when it comes to those grenades because we see them all the time when it comes to the CDM teams as well.
And if ever you don't, for the love of your team, please use trophies. Please use trophies before you plant the bomb, so you avoid getting the god naded by the opposing end here, and that's something that we might be able to expect from Almighty. You know, when CDFI entered here in my radar, I was really looking at Almighty to be one of the most tactical team in the competition with Garena here. So I was really foreseeing that they are really the closest team to what CDFI has. But I mean, there's a little bit of a differences now as I saw the competition here for the CDM teams in Almighty. But in terms of the tactical brilliances and the lineups, we might be able to expect it from them, as we did see earlier as well. You know, yesterday's run for Almighty up against ABC, they lost on Hacienda, and we moved over here for the series here, and they're playing Hacienda up against Blacklist International Ultimate, which they chose out. I wouldn't be so surprised if they just went and did their homeworks and just studied the lineups for this map. I mean, not until they weren't really expecting to play this map overall.
And speaking of predictions and everything, like overall performance, actually, we have like a little bit of a transcript of what we had a while ago with Oling. Is one of the questions was for the next matchup, AMT versus Blacklist International Ultimate, who is going to win it? So his answer was they scrimmed against Almighty recently, and they're a good S&D and control team compared to Blacklist International Ultimate, which I absolutely agree with. And now they found out that Blacklist International is good at hardpoint; it's their strength. So his prediction was a 4-1, and definitely going to be into the favor of Almighty. And so we've seen that hardpoint, and he mentioned that in hardpoint, Blacklist International Ultimate is good at that, but they lost. It was not super convincingly because it was very close calls, but I feel like it was due to probably the map Hacienda. And so, I don't know. We'll see, because like what Oling said, S&D and control is more of the game mode of Almighty.
Could be the case, could be the case. But then again, one factor that we gotta add up is the fact that, you know, snipers, I mean, this map has been chosen for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. And just by looking at the guns of choice here, ZRG, DLQ, and Krieg 6 for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, while for the side of Almighty, it's just gonna be DLQs and no Rydic AMRs. I don't understand. I mean, Incendio loves to pull that one out, but looking like he might not here in this game of Search and Destroy of Slums. But after a wait here on Control, we're going to be seeing Control after that. That's going to be on Standoff, in which I know for a fact you, Beef Mammy, is quite excited for that one as well.
Oh yeah, Standoff in Control. I am always pumped for that game mode. I mean, I feel like I love Slums Control a little bit more, but Standoff is also such a good map to go and play in. Okay, so we're starting things off with a beautiful, beautiful map that we love to call Slums in Nest and D. Now Jabin's going to be sporting that DLQ, but then gets that first opening pick up against Irfan J.
Yeah, takes on Irfan J. FDX as well, takes on shit up. There's two players now out of the equation for the set of Almighty. Incendio, Heaven, Jeff Pro left alone. They're on a default format here. Incendio in contestment here on towards the Rat Hole, takes down FDX. Refrags will not come into the play for the set of Blacklist, but you know then they do have the bomb planted. And oh my days, Incendio still on the roll. Spots on two players now, all on even grounds.
Oh my god, another one for Incendio. That jump snipe is just insane. Jeffro goes down, thus the information from both of these teams are going to be right there. AG spots one more and Tin spots one. So that's going to be very difficult, as Heaven is going to be the only person left here. A 1v1 situation. And if I were you, Tin, don't show your head, because if you know that Heaven's going to be right there. Speaking of, boy, we warned you. You don't give those. Just play for time. Play for time. You had time on your side. Just delay as much as possible. You already know he's looking towards bricks. You already know it. Go through arches, go through mid. But you know what? It happens at the heat of the moment. It's okay. It's only round number 1 for you, Blacklist. Whew,
out of the
first opening
Blacklist,
picks.
I mean, out of all from the set of Blacklist, then it had to be one of the best players to know what is the capabilities of Heaven. This is not the first time that they're gonna go against them. Avoid unnecessary casualties. That's the story here for the set of Blacklist. But now here, round number 2, first initial gunfights, actually much more than even take. 2 players out of the equation here for both ends. It's a 3v3 situation here. Makes it a 3v2 as now Shut Up will take down FDX. AG and Jabin left alone for Blacklist.
And now all they need to do is get that information as to where the 3 other players from Almighty are. And obviously Heaven's going to be by bricks again. So they'd want to kind of not go in that lane, because they know very well a sniper is going to be right there for them. But unfortunately for them, there are 2 remaining for Almighty. And so the best that they can do, get that pick off of B. Try to get rid of Jeff Pro or possibly Shut Up. But it's not going to be easy because, again, snipers. And now for Jabin, he needs to get that pick off. And speaking of the man himself, but then he does get traded out. What the heck? I didn't even realize he could make that shot.
Yep. A lot of surprises here in the slums. Search and Destroy. I'd be surprised if ever AJ can clutch this one out. Let's get that opportunity for the side of Jeff Pro, but Heaven, which is on the bomb site, waiting for the perfect timing to push out. That's going to be another round here for the side of Almighty. And you know, something about Blacklist, they was really leaning towards the fact that maybe they could open things up with the nades or the snipers. And so far, it's really going at that takeaway right there, but it's not really putting up enough impact. As you can clearly see, Almighty, they're still up with the game. Here we go, round number 3 opening up as Incendio just starting things off quite loud with his right deck AMR. Spots down AG out of the equation. It's an early 4v5.
This is what we keep saying. This is what we said early round. You're always going to expect the sniper by double D looking into arches. And that's where Almighty keeps getting those kills. And that's why you needed to nade that spot, or maybe not just that, to smoke it off, because it was so open. Not just that. The information is already given that the bomb is going to go down. But hopefully they get to make some sort of readjustment coming in from Blacklist.
You know something about this, Beef Mammy? 3 snipers are located here for a set of Almighty, and it's just putting off a really big highlight reel here. Incendio FDX, Incendio with 2! Incendio, please stop, I'm quite scared! And now Scared left alone in a 1v2 situation. What exactly he can do? Absolutely nothing! 3rd round for the side of Almighty.
Whew, my goodness, what a fast few rounds for Almighty. They've been doing everything so far and so good. Okay, now that we finally have momentum coming from Almighty, obviously that win for Hardpoint, and now the first 3 rounds for Almighty. Come on, Blacklist. We need you to wake up. Again, you need to just retaliate from all of the snipes that Almighty has been giving you.
The retaliation. How could retaliate over from Incendio that speeded up? If it's not going to be Incendio, it's going to be Heaven in every angle there.
Oh
it's just so well showcased from the set of Almighty. If you want to learn about the angles in Slum Search and Destroy, watch Almighty right now. Incendio takes down 10. Javen scared. AG left alone. Look at how aggressive Incendio is. Spots down some more. Javen out of the equation.
Oh my god.
Until then, AG left alone now in a 1v5 situation. What exactly can you do? Takes down Shut Up. Is it going to be enough? 4 more to deal with here.
2 players are coming right around him in the corner, and now he has to go back into the back end. And as my game freezes, Warden, please tell me what's happening on the screen.
I mean, we're on the same page here, but what we actually learned from that round there, Beef Mammy, Incendio isn't scared. I am scared. I'm quite scared for my life here. He already has 10 kills under his name. The next thing you know, it's an 11th as well as he's trailing down AG. Overall, the energy here for Almighty is just quite energetic.
Moments before disaster, that's what actually happened when the stream was
We go
paused.
back in the screen. We go back in the screen. Incendio takes another 3 kills.
Oh my gosh, it's too fast. We can't even keep up. The stream can't even keep up. Oh my god, this guy is insane. 14 to his name. Being so aggressive with that sniper. Shorty in hand. He can do long range, short range. It doesn't really matter. It's like Heaven and Shut Up and Incendio are slowly becoming players on the same league. It's just... Oh, this is insane.
He just knows for a fact. He just won the game. 14 kills under his name here. Blacklist International Ultimate, not even looking to put up any response whatsoever. But one thing for sure here, you gotta take down Incendio. And that's exactly what FDX did. No, Incendio out of the equation here. Needs to deal with two more players here from the side of Almighty. This can be Shut Up in Earth and J. Earth and J inside it bombs that won't last for so long, no longer more. Shut Up now left alone. Javen trails him down. And finally, 56 rounds. Blacklist International Ultimate wins 1 for their side.
Okay, no, this is good because now you know that Almighty always wins those long-range engagements. So what did? They closed that space and just force a close-range engagement with Almighty, and they need to keep doing the same. If they take too long, if they're too passive, Blacklist won't do anything and won't really go into their favor. And as we're finally going in for that switch around, we're finally seeing Blacklist as the defense, and maybe it'll help them out just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I mean, playing defense in slums, much more preferred. The angles just a little bit too much run off, and casualties here on towards sniper scope. The scope it is, and I do believe this can be Shut Up. Javen getting themselves right into it. Shut Up gets a hit mark. Javen lives for another run. Till then, it's a 5v5 here. 35 seconds has passed. No sense of bleeding, not just yet. Both teams playing so patiently here.
Patiently waiting. Shut Up tries to go in there for that info. FDX. Does he really quite spot that player? That's going to be a cheeky spot for them. Now, RFNJ throws that grenade and unfortunately doesn't really quite hit anyone. Kin almost gets that one, so that's going to be really important information that stops the push coming in from Almighty. It looks like they kind of want to go in for that A information as FDX goes away with his life. Now, that's a really good call for him. Just don't challenge that at all.
Yep. So then numbers still on even take. Not until now as AG will take down RFNJ. 10 Incendio as well. And then Heaven, Shut Up, Jeffro now left alone to make a play. They need to move in quick. They only have 37 seconds left. FDX awaits them here. Shut Up shuts down as well. Heaven gets a refrag bit. Till then is so far away for them to get the bomb planted. Jeffro out in the open. In the center of 3 players from the side of Blacklist. Spots down Scourge. AG takes him out of the equation. Heaven left alone in the 1v3. But AG spots down the second. He's going to be able to serve the second round as well for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate.
Patience from Blacklist pays off, as we saw it a while ago when the start of the round FDX was taking those shots, knowing very well there were 2 players up in his behind. Goes in for the reposition, waits a little bit more, gets them off guard, and finally picks one. And that's the start that they needed. And now it's going to be a more aggressive play coming in from Almighty, and Blacklist International read that to the T.
Yeah, read that to the T. The utilities flying all over the place. Like Almighty, ready inside the B parameter. RFNJ just holding down the angle, cutting off the rotation if ever to do so there. Jeffro gonna get the bomb planted. This could be the first 5v5 retake here that we're going to see.
FDX, beautiful shot, opens things up for Blacklist International. Over aggressive, but then pays off. Gets another one, the third for his name. Can he get Heaven? Is it possible for him to get Heaven? But no, AG finishes the job. And the defuse finally happens and pushes through. What a smart response coming from Blacklist, knowing very well that Almighty is going to be a little bit more impatient and go in there for the attack, the aggressive attack. And what a beautiful round, especially from FDX. He's been showing up in this S&D matchup.
I mean, he's leading the game, leading the team with the kills right now, with his kills right now. 12 kills under his name. If ever Almighty has Incendio, the Blacklist International Ultimate, they got FDX. And then Almighty, they have to double it down. And this is exactly where Blacklist International Ultimate excels at, just playing 5v5 retake. They patiently, surely going to pay off. Looking to the same trend here, same formation. It's just going to be Blacklist International Ultimate waiting for the initiations of Almighty.
Heaven is going to be in a very good spot. Just in case Blacklist International tries to go in for the push through mid, player number 4, that's going to be AG, is going to be in a very tricky spot once they do decide to go and push it. But then now the bomb is going to go down. And so the information finally comes through as Incendio gets 1, Shorty and Krieg 6 in hand.
Shorty, Krieg 6 in hand, drops the right AMR, putting up the impact now. So far, Almighty dropping 4 players here from the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Dave Walter, El Capitan left alone. In the 1v5 situation, what exactly can you do up against Heaven with a Krieg 6 of its own? Trails you down. Nothing, sir. Almighty on that match point advantage.
Oh, no, they're already at match point. They're not at match point advantage, they're already at match point. It's everything is just so fast right now because everything that Almighty is doing so far, they're doing so well. And now for Blacklist International, they're so, I feel like, one-dimensional when it comes to their plays here. But finally, we get to see an aggressive push, knowing very well that Almighty might want to do the same thing, but they need to tread carefully because the rain of grenades are definitely going to be there.
Quite there, but looking like Blacklist International Ultimate. We dodged the one out. So then Almighty looking to just regather their thoughts. And this time around, they might be able to, they might settle here on towards this A bomb site. As we see the rotations here, Shut Up leading the push. Might be the player to try to find this opening take here on towards mid lane. Doesn't really spot down anyone. Checks around the rat hole as well. FDX awaits him there. This could be the battle timing here. Look at this.
Again, is going to be one sniper in that particular side of the map is going to be so deadly that Blacklist International just could not have a response for. Very, very fast play. And that's what you needed as Shut Up and Heaven goes in there for the snipes and Jabin can't do anything about it as Shut Up goes down, but he's going to be greeted by another player. He needs to look right behind him and go in reposition, but he's not going to be moving. He needs to go move. You have so much space already for you. Go around. Just go around. Come on, man. Come on, move. Everyone knows where you are.
You need to make a move. The time is ticking here. He's to deal with 3 players.
Don't go through mid. He's going through mid. Okay, let's go.
One spots down. Doesn't really spot him out. Irfan J shuts him down. And Almighty, they get another game for their side now. Leading the series by 2. Blacklist International Ultimate having a hard time to put up a response.
I mean, for Blacklist in the defense, I get why you want to push back just a tiny bit. I get it. But if you're doing the same thing over and over again, Almighty's gonna read that, and that's the reason why either Heaven or Shut Up is always there in Hummers in blue, just waiting patiently. And for Blacklist, there's an option to go around the map all the way in through Laundry, all the way into Fountain, all the way into Garage, and possibly make a backstab into Bricks, which they did not do. And so there's a reason why this is our scoreline for today. What a valiant effort for Blacklist. I feel like it was a closer matchup for a hardpoint game, but for S&D, it was just Almighty all the way through.
You know, for a moment there, Blacklist International Ultimate, they were showing a little bit more of a promise run right there, but once Incendio started to pop off, they slowed down big time. I think it's just them putting up the respect there for the set of Incendio, but that's exactly what you don't want to do. Yeah, for sure, respect is always going to be around the corner, but you can't let it affect you to the point that you're just going to be playing by the pacing. So really, Blacklist International Ultimate there, they were slowed down big time, especially by that heat that was built up there for a set of Almighty. And in terms of like the readjustments that they tried, I mean, that 5v5 retake right there for a set of Blacklist was looking to be a very promising take as well. But knowing how fast Almighty knows how to just, you know, change back or relearn from their mistakes, they were able to double it down. In Blacklist International Ultimate, they weren't able to win 2 rounds in a row.
Well, it's going to be a really tough road here. Blacklist did their best That is one thing that we really like to say, but we need to see different plays from them when it comes to that S&D, because Almighty is in a different league when it comes to that. They showed off when it comes to that Hardpoint game. They did so well, but obviously at the very end, Almighty had that momentum. But I believe that Blacklist International can definitely win that next Hardpoint matchup and possibly even in Control, because we do have standoff Control for our next matchup and Takeoff Hardpoint as well. So for me, Takeoff is where things will turn around for Blacklist, because they're so good in this map, especially in Hardpoint as well. For me, Standoff Control is a little bit of that 50-50. And so both of these teams really solid when it comes to those different things. But right now, Blacklist International should just make it so hard for them when it comes to this Control game.
It's going to be hard. I mean, a map of choice by Almighty that's going to be on standoff, and we know exactly what Almighty could offer in the map of standoff. We took down DUG 3-2 right there, and just dating back in the previous runs that we saw as well. But in terms of the map wins as well for the Blacklist International Ultimate onwards Control as well, they did take down DYG 3-2. So both teams here, especially in the competition of CDFI, they have won a map of standoff of Control. So absolutely right. I mean, I can completely agree with you with that one right there, Beef Mammy. It's gonna be quite interesting on what Blacklist International Ultimate and Almighty could offer from one another.
What a play by the one and only Incendio, who picks up the MVP title for a good reason, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Yep, you guys wanted it, and you guys absolutely got it. 16 kills, 166 on the ADR. This guy was a wrecker out there on the battlefield, Warden.
Yeah, I mean, he was a wrecker right there, and you know, AJ, as I did say during the game, I'm scared.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Incendio might just show you some mercy and say no to that 1v1, but I'm looking forward to it. It is going to be an absolute beautiful show match where we can see the one and only Warden go back to his pro days, man. I mean, I saw you play, I've seen you play, and you are fantastic out there on the battlefield. But Incendio has morphed into this absolute beast on the absolute battlefield where they control everything. And now, speaking of control, we hop on into Control. That's going to be the next game that we play. And what makes it a little bit more unfortunate for Blacklist International Ultimate here, this is standoff. Control is the best game mode for Almighty. Standoff is the best map for Control for Almighty. And they have met here on this map in the past. And I believe that was Garena Masters 3, where Almighty beat down Blacklist International Ultimate 3-1. If this is a repeat of that matchup, it's going to be a GG 3-0. But I want to see, what did Blacklist do from the last defeat? What did Blacklist do the last time Almighty reigned the champs? I want to see them make a little bit of a comeback here, Warden.
I mean, it's really safe for us to just expect a little bit more of an improvement there for, say, the Blacklist. As the regionals and CDFI, there has been a little bit of time. There has been an ample amount of time for them to just go back to the drawing board and just fix up their rotations there of this very map of standoff of Control. Yep. So really, one thing that's one thing right there. Another thing as well, they got to deal with the mental composure here as they're down by 2 games. Yeah. I mean, as much as we prayed before the broadcast started here, AJ, we were really projecting that this day is going to be a very long day. But as we saw right there on the first game with Q9 and the Wolves, it was a 4-0. Down here for the set of Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate, Almighty is already up by 2. Especially with the facts or the overall energy in the profile of the next game mode here in the map. Yeah. This isn't really the thing that we were projecting here.
It's not. I mean, we expected it to be a long day. In fact, I mean, we were just hyping it up. We wanted it to be a long day. But tell me the truth, Warden. Do you really want to cast all the way to 14 matches? I think in a shoutcaster's dream world, all best of 7 series will end in a 4-0, and it looks like our secret dreams might just come true, right? But obviously, we don't want that for the audience, for the broadcast. We want this to go all the way, but it's all up to Blacklist International Ultimate as to what can can go on, what can happen right after this. In the two matches that has happened so far, I expected Blacklist to get punished at Hacienda. They don't really love playing that map, but I expected a little bit of a comeback in that S&D matchup. But Incendio happened. I mean, where did this guy creep out from? Which hole, which corner did he creep out from and pick up that sniper and go ham on everybody else? I don't know, but he is a terror out there on the battlefield. And if this continues to happen, stage 5, I think everybody's going to have fun watching this guy in action.
You know, there's something wrong for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate as they were playing defense when Incendio was just going out in the mid lane with his right deck AMR, killing players left, right, back, center. So really, the heat right there from the set of Blacklist was not really found. Almighty, they were able to rock that one through. But you know something, AJ? One thing that really makes me smile for the set of Blacklist, after control of Standoff, Almighty needs to still win 2 more games, right?
Absolutely.
What awaits them on towards game number 4 is going to be, you know, it's actually going to be a Hardpoint on towards takeoff, and which we exactly know is the best map for Blacklist.
Absolutely correct, and they have met there on takeoff Hardpoint in the past, and Blacklist Ultimate beat down Almighty 250 to 180. I don't exactly recall where that happened. That was Garena Masters, I believe. Garena Masters Season 3. So both these matches, both rematch matches coming through from Garena Masters Season 3, but that was when Blacklist was still very, very good. Stage 4 Garena qualifiers, on the other hand, Almighty had the greatest of comeback, greatest of revenge executed by beating down Blacklist International to move on 4th, and of course to meet Smarter Mega, beat them down as well to earn that #1 seed for stage 5. But we've seen Blacklist Ultimate prove that in this competition, they're even better than the one and only Smarter Mega. Question is, can they also prove that they are better than Almighty when it comes to playing it off at the CDFI? There's still an opportunity here. 2 losses does not mean Blacklist Ultimate has no chances whatsoever. But at standoff control, maybe it might mean that Blacklist has no chance.
Could be the case, but now here we go. We're now moving over to control on standoff here. Blacklist International Ultimate, they're down by 2 games. Could this be the response that they have been wishing upon, or will Almighty just lead the series furthermore? As now we're seeing the first initial gun takes here. Almighty just having a little bit more of a promising run.
Let's see if that promising run will be able to continue. 2 life deficit turned into 1 as AG finds Jeff Bro in the corner. Patel Yard being dominated now. Almighty sneaking away the control point. FDX shows up. FDX gets shut down, but traded out by AG, who's there for the save. Now 1v2 challenge. Skirt handles it all on his own. Almighty not focusing on both of the control points at the same time, which is quite curious for me. I think they want to just play this as a team deathmatch, but I want to focus on Heaven, who's had 0 kills so far, rotating around from that long side in towards Hotel Yard, and now he steps on up onto that second floor. No, he actually goes in for the spawn trap instead and finds his first kill.
This is first kill. This is exactly where Heaven excels at the most. Spawns on the second as well. Can he find a third? Absolutely, yes, sir. And he's going to be able to find an opening take here for the set of Almighty. But till then, Blacklist International Ultimate, they get the first initial hold on towards a control point. They were able to accumulate a lot of kills there, more than enough for them to take the lead. But now here we go. Almighty halfway through the quadrant here for this A control point, and the lives slowly but surely getting steadily down and much more in even grounds. As Heaven here still on the lurking take, taking kills all over the place. And now Almighty, they're back into the game.
Oh, Irfan J. Clutch King almost had it there, but there's backup from Shut Up, and Shut Up single-handedly clears off the area. Now, this is just a tick away for that A objective, and it gets secured by Almighty. 1 life deficit for Almighty, but with 1 control point taken down already, they've got time to play with. Irfan J equalizes everything, 7 to 7 lives. Blacklist Ultimate in a lot of trouble, and look at Almighty. Slowly but surely, they're going in here for the spawn trap. That gas station fight needs to be won by the one and only Clutch King, but Jabin's already holding the corner, looks away. Irfan J doesn't check the corner, he gets punished. Heaven takes it right back, and 2 more lives for Blacklist means that Almighty about to run away with this. Heaven makes it 1 final 1. Shut Up says goodbye. Almighty takes round 1.
You know, the first fraction of the round right there, Blacklist International Ultimate was really leading that one out, but as soon as Heaven initiated his spawn trap, Blacklist International Ultimate left in a very, very big question mark. Where's Heaven at? And the next thing you know, he's just right behind you. slaying you all out. Truly the MVP for the round right there. But now here we go, switching sides now. This time around, it's going to be Almighty playing defense here. As we can clearly see Incendio now rocking that right tech AMR.
Yep, Tin now swings around, but Irfan J finds him in the corner, playing the perfect defense. But Almighty now has to focus on that A control point as two players from the side of BLU hop on into the field. It's all up to Shut Up, but he's tagged up already. Tin keeping him at bay whilst that control point gets stolen away. But Almighty sends in the supreme forces of Irfan J and Heaven. This duo gets it done all on their own. Heaven whips out the Annihilator, annihilates two, but Tin pulls one back through the wall.
Pulls back one through the wall. Almighty looking to extend their push furthermore. Just keeping Blacklist International Ultimate at bay until then. Irfan J takes on AG and J-Bin. Whips out the claw as well, but a very, very premature whip out. He does get taken down, but quite fortunately, he didn't really shoot anything, so he does get the reset right there. Incendio on towards statues will hold his ground here until then. Blacklist International Ultimate really struggling to get that influence here on towards a control point, not until now.
There, Blacklist Ultimate, they are 3 lives down, making it 1 as AG and Jabin find their kills, but they are on the attack, but they are not doing a great job at it. Almighty are keeping them, holding them at bay, but King Jabin steps up to the fray once again, proving exactly why he's the greatest captain BLU has ever seen. FDX with the Annihilator pops too, tagged up from the back, but manages to get away to safety.
Yeah, Skirt there with Annihilator, just saving FDX here. Spots down some more. Looks for some more. Can he do it? No. Heaven shuts him down. But then FDX is on the process to get the contestment here on towards the big control point. One player here tries to wrap around. It's going to be Heaven for you, shutting him down. But till then, the lives just more convincingly well done here for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. 3 more lives to claim for that. We even takes off. A Predator missile will come and fly through, but the trophy will deny. But till then, it's not going to matter. Here, the lives just a bit too much here for Almighty.
Freddy takes a trophy, but 1 to 5, and Blacklist Ultimate pulls one back. So far, the scoreline is not convincing. So far, it looks like it's gonna be a repeat of what happened at Garena Masters Season 3. Remember, that was a 3-1 scoreline, and if Blacklist Ultimate wants to make sure it doesn't happen again, they desperately need this next round. And the good thing here is they're on the defensive, which favors them, but they lost their defensive round earlier.
Can't afford to make it happen again. Here we go. Kicking this off and send you with a right click AMR spots on 2. Skirt AG out of the equation. Jabin as well. And this pretty clearance now on towards the A control point. 2 players around the parameter. 1 player here from the back alley, cutting off the rotation as well. And this could go for a very fast round here for the side of Almighty, especially if Blacklist International Ultimate won't contest this very hill.
But Almighty now slowly sneaking away that A control point. Is there nothing that Blacklist Ultimate can do? They send out the Hunter Killer drone, which smashes into a wall. What a GG. Heaven turns the corner. Switchblade gets one. Aye. Is he gonna get caught out? Yes, he does. And it's the Hunter Killer drone that puts an end to the Raging Heaven.
Heaven here. Incendio 6 kills under his name all over the place. Blacklist International Ultimate really losing that map control out away from Almighty. Now Almighty looking like the setup here. They're really trying to wrap around from these gasolines. Player 4 here, Irfan J, secured his grannies now. Blacklist International Ultimate knows exactly what they intend to do here, and they're cutting off the rotation now on towards P2, and they are actually doing such a good job now, and they're on the trail for the lives now. But the strategies that Almighty that they want to put up, it's really getting denied here, AJ.
Denied indeed. 2 kills. That's the positive for Almighty, but they've pulled off a fantastic attacking round so far on that A control point. Now slowly, they just have to circle around towards that gas station, but it's going to be a 1v1. Heaven sent up forth. AG already holding this corner. Heaven engage. Oh my lord, too quick with that flick, that switchblade. Nasty. Shut Up finds Skirt as well, but Tin responds with the gravity vortex. One final shot. Can he get it? Heaven gets taken down. Blacklist Ultimate still has a grid hole, but Jeff Pro finally steps up, and this guy's still struggling in here today, but Almighty doesn't seem like they mind all that too much with Incendio and Heaven popping off.
Heaven popping off there. Jeff Pro getting that control point contested now. This was the first casualty there, but AJ trades him off. Until then, 14-13 here. Almighty not really on a very promising take. They're on the offense, and they're only not really unbelievable the lives as well. They need to get this A control point now. Heaven with Annihilator. We'll try to make this play. Holds down the angle. Knows for a fact he can really initiate Spawn Trap now. Kicking in. 2 kills now under his name. Can he make it the third as well? Absolutely, yes, sir. Make it the fourth as well. Until then, Almighty gets the breakaway loose. 6-12 now. Almighty on the lead.
Usangala Heaven is on the tear right now. Finally gets taken down. Thank heavens. No pun intended. 10-4. 3 more lives now. Make that 2. Shut up the attack from the back. Gets 2 pieces for himself. Final player alive. Gets taken down. And Almighty 2-1. They want to stay true to the Greater Masters Season 3 scoreline of 3-1 at standoff. But Blacklist Ultimate has one more chance.
One more chance. But it's going to be hard, especially if the play from the side of Almighty is just so resilient. The tactical brilliance is just right on it. They waited for the perfect timing for them to make a push, waited for Heaven to build up the Annihilator. Until then, that was the opening there for them to just take down Blacklist International Ultimate for that round number 3. But round number 4 awaits us now. So far, much more of a promising take here for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, as they're getting the influence instead of a control point as well. And also adding more information. FDX now cutting off the rotation now for the spawns.
Yeah, 21 lives left here for Almighty though. This is a fantastic attacking round for Blacklist Ultimate. They've got the life advantage. They're attacking 2 sides at the same time. Blacklist Ultimate desperately wants a victory. They want to switch around that scoreline from GM3, and they look like they're about to get the job done. Now the B control point. 1 quadrant lost for Almighty already, and it looks like Blacklist Ultimate is about to punish. They sent out the Hunter Killer drone to control mid, but it's going to go out and look for the one and only Jeff Pro, who dodges it by a mile. But Almighty, they still have a good defense for that B control point. But as Jeff Pro goes down, B's all open.
B is all open now, and Blacklist International Ultimate, they're really on it now. Player 1 here from the side of Blacklist, J-Ben, alongside with Tin and FDX, now controlling this mid lane. So far, Almighty are losing the grasp here, and it's really just overall written down for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. They got the lives, they got the influence inside a hill, and only 2 more players to worry about now for them to get the control point rocking for them. And guess what, AJ? We're gonna be seeing a round number 5.
Fingers crossed, but the fat lady haven't sung just yet. But on that note, she does hit it high. Blacklist Ultimate breaks their own curse at control for the time being. They've managed to back out from a very sticky situation and pushes into the 5th and final round of control. Winner does not take all, but if Blacklist Ultimate gets the win here, they continue to stay alive in the competition in a really good way. Incendio, claw investment, but not doing great at the moment. Just a single slay. Shut up circles around. Gas station controlled by him, but Hunter Killer drone eats him up.
Eats him up as well. Shut up still on the prowl. Tin here onwards mid lane. We'll try to slow down the heat, and so far it's working quite well. We're looking like Blacklist International Ultimate here. Tin really just trying to set up the spawn trap as well. The gravity vortex will miss that one out. Doesn't really get that investment right on it. I mean, there's no capitalization here, but looking like actually as well, Blacklist International Ultimate, they're really closing up the gap here. They're really gatekeeping Almighty, and this actually could go really their way.
Either way, indeed, but Almighty doesn't seem to have the lives to sustain on the attack. Blacklist Ultimate getting the impossible done. This might be the greatest comeback for Blacklist Ultimate, but they're used to it. They are, after all, aiming for the title of the Comeback Kings. If they can get it done within this series in itself, they would have made the world for themselves. 20-12, 8 life deficit for Almighty, and the boys running out of time. Lion City representing Almighty, about to get taken down in control. Their best game mode in standoff, their best map for control. That is absolutely insane. Clutch King gets one shot right back, but Heaven circles around towards the gas station once again. This is Blacklist Ultimate reigning supreme. 5 more seconds. Can Almighty get the job done? It doesn't seem to be the case as they get shut down. 3, 2, still a standoff, but 2 more seconds alive. Incendio holds the clock.
It's a stronghold here, championship hold now for the side of Almighty. The question is, can they do it now? Incendio, one casualty he has to worry about right there. And all over the place, Almighty now slowly but surely building up the heat. But with 3 lives remaining here, they gotta be careful, they gotta watch out. 10 takes on Earth and J. 2 more lives remain here for the side of Almighty.
2 more lives, man. Make that 1. 2 seconds! Incendio still alive. Pusangala, this guy. This is just crazy. Finally, someone goes down somewhere else, and Almighty get beaten down at control standoff. Their best game mode and the best map for control of Almighty shut down by Blacklist Ultimate. King Javen on top of the world, but they need to secure a couple of more kills, a couple of more wins before they can really dominate Almighty and kick them down to the lower brackets.
It's looking to be a very promising run. I mean, we did talk about the next map here, AJ. It's going to be Hardpoint on takeoff. We might be able to just see this series get prolonged, and finally, we're going to be getting our dreams here, man. We're going to be seeing a much longer series compared to the first.
I mean, you got to bow down to Blacklist Ultimate. I mean, even if they don't win the series, they've won my heart. Even if they do not win the series, they've gotten my respect, mainly because, I mean, not a lot of teams dominates Almighty on Control. Not a lot of teams make a comeback on Control against Almighty, and almost nobody touches Almighty on standoff Control. Blacklist Ultimate went in for the impossible. They got the impossible done. The perfect thing to get done before we move on into map number 4. Brother, map number 4 is a Blacklist pick. Map number 4 is Takeoff Hardpoint. This is the exact same map, exact same game that Blacklist Ultimate took down Almighty 250 to 180. But just like how Blacklist turned things around, can Almighty now show that they've improved and turned things around as well?
You take Control standoff, we'll take off Hardpoint from you. I mean, it's a big statement here from each end here. So really proud here for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. I mean, all that went down to the wires, but keep in mind, despite the fact that it was a map chosen from the side of Almighty, the setup there from the side of Blacklist, it was absolutely down to perfection. They know exactly how to set up for the spawn trap. We saw exactly how Heaven does it done, and guess what? Blacklist International Ultimate, they know how to do it as well. Here we go, the team stats here for this very map. Blacklist International Ultimate, they rocked this one with the kills, not so far apart, but the final adjustment really mattered at most.
It mattered the most, surely. 127 to 119, 8 kills between them. And yes, Heaven was popping off, Incendio was amazing, but Clutch King Irfan J struggled a tad bit in this matchup, and that's gonna hurt you if you're Almighty. Clutch King needs to be on his topmost prime game, but Jeff Pro bouncing back from yesterday gives us a little bit more promise that the Lion City representing Almighty still has a chance to shut down Blacklist Ultimate. But in Takeoff, in Hardpoint Takeoff specifically, Blacklist Ultimate usually reigns supreme, so it's all going to be on that match. But Tin, the one and only Tin, one of the best objective players out there on the battlefield, he picks up the MVP title.
Picks up the MVP right here. And Tin, I hope you're listening to me. Please check out if what's going to be the operator skills banned. It doesn't happen again, okay?
Don't talk about that, man.
I mean, you know.
Well, you gotta bring that up.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We would just hate to see it. You know, we just want to make sure it doesn't happen again. I mean, this is a build-up right here. This is the opportunity for Blacklist International Ultimate to just pull off a very stellar comeback up against Almighty.
Oh yeah, indeed, man. I mean, what a comeback it was. Almighty, just when the boys started getting a little cheeky, just when the boys started getting a little confident, Blacklist Ultimate slapped them back down to the ground. But those kind of wake-up calls are very important in life. Just when people start floating, just when they start getting a little cocky because they're winning in life, those kind of slaps brings you back. It grounds you. But of course, there are two ways this can go. Almighty can take it badly like Saw loses and allow it to break their confidence in the next few matches to allow the greatest comeback of all for Blacklist Ultimate, or Almighty can allow that slap to wake them up and pop off in this next match to show that you can take our map, our game mode. We can do the exact same to you. And the biggest question for me is going to be, will we see that right tech AMR, Mr. Incendio?
In a map of, what do you mean? In a map of Hardpoint on Takeoff?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If ever he does that, honestly, I'm just gonna go to sleep directly. I'm not even gonna finish the map at all. I'm just gonna disappear, and all of a sudden, Beef Mama is just gonna be casting alongside with you because I'm gone, long gone. Because if you're gonna be sniping in a map of Takeoff in Hardpoint, that's just way too impressive.
Don't fall asleep just yet, Warden. Okay, we got a couple of more matches here, man, and I'm looking forward to seeing the one and only Incendio continuously prove that this season is the Rytech AMR season. This season is the meta of that Rytech AMR. I mean, he dominated yesterday, and no reason why he can't dominate in here today as well. There are a couple of really good spots that you can see that Rytech AMR being played on Takeoff, especially on Hardpoint, right? Mainly that second floor of Aurora launch. If you fail taking over that second floor of Aurora launch, you can also back away towards Control Room because Control Room has got that second floor as well. One may say that scaffolding is a good place, but scaffolding is the main spot where everybody stares at whenever they hit that P1 to go in for the defense. So it's going to be a little bit of a GG. But if he can hold one of these two spots, in fact, if they can send two guys to hold both of those power positions and send in their anchor, send in their objective player to P1, you're going to see dominance from Almighty at the very start. But we don't know exactly what sort of strategy Blacklist Ultimate is going to be dragging in here because P1 usually is the place where they do shine a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think one factor here that we could really just share for this team here, just holding down the parameter, because till then, I mean, takeoff, it's really a very scrappy map. We tend to see a lot of back and forth contestment here, who can really hold down the spawns, who can really hold down the power positions, could really bring the team a long way through. And I'm talking about P2, P3, P4 here on towards P1. I think really one thing that we can really just emphasize here, who can really just define themselves onto a side of the map. Is it going to be the right side or is it going to be the left side? And so far, I think really the proper caller is going to be on that left side, as it's going to be closer to P2 as well in terms of holding down the power positions.
That is true. But, you go ahead and you flip it a little bit too early, you're going to be paying the high price because you then tend to get a little preoccupied by playing the objective as a whole. Meaning, if you do take the spawn over on that left side super early on and you start losing out your gunfights down in the middle for P1, which is a high probability because P1 is where it keeps flipping back and forth because of how open that hard point is. Your anchor player that's holding on to that spawns for P2 is going to be tempted to hop on off of his spawn. And if that actually does happen, then you really waste flipping that spawn super early. The final 10 seconds of P1, it is all about the timing when it comes to hardpoint. It's all about the control of spawns as well. So if you get the timing right, you get the control of spawns right, you're probably going to be able to dominate the whole game. But it is going to go down to the wire, or at least I hope it's going to go down to the wire in this matchup between the two. Once again, Blacklist Ultimate has upset Almighty by stealing away their control matchup. Now it's up to Almighty to upset them right back, because if there is no upset, we might just see the greatest comeback.
We might be able to do so here. A lot of history was written down for standoff control. Same goes for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate for takeoff hardpoint here. It's just a matter of questioning as well coming again. Did they do their homeworks? And for the side of Almighty, they exactly did. They're especially showcased around the word search and destroy on slums. They were able to dominate the one out. Quite fortunately for the side of Blacklist, they were able to respond back with control on standoff there. But actually, AJ, I want to hear your insight here for a search and destroy on slums, because honestly, that one right there, that was just too much for me to bear with.
I've got a one-word answer for you for S&D at slums: insane, Dio. There's nothing else about it. Slums S&D was that macha running around, popping off everybody's heads, and he did it with a huge smile on his face. And that's what I love about Almighty. When they're really enjoying their matches, when they're really enjoying the game, you see them just fly through the freaking window, and they're like Superman, they're hitting everyone in the face like a hunter-killer drone, and it is just so beautiful to watch them play that matchup, right? And but that smile quickly got wiped off after control. So that might be the problem here, and that might just be the best opportunity for Blacklist to punish them if they can maintain their own statistics. It would really suck to see Blacklist Ultimate make a good comeback at control and then drop it at hardpoint takeoff, because if we think that taking control away from Almighty is going to break their confidence, if Blacklist Ultimate loses this takeoff hardpoint, I am afraid it might be a GGWP.
I mean, till then, if ever Almighty does it though, it's just going to be a statement here. Your statistics are lying to us. It's just lying to us now. Control standoff for Almighty. Blacklist says no. Yeah. Same goes here for takeoff and hardpoint here. And know you guys are quite excited now. And I mean, I'm just taking this time not to reciprocate what's about to happen here, because if ever this game gets prolonged, I mean, game number 6, that's where we're exactly going to be ending off to, if ever to do so here. Keep in mind, guys, the series now, 2 maps has been won over from the side of Almighty. That's going to be on Hardpoint on Hacienda, followed up with Search and Destroy on Slums. Game number 3, Blacklist International Ultimate, they shine a little bit more there, getting that final adjustment on towards round number 5, getting that breakaway lose. For game number 4 here, bound to happen. I mean, in terms of statistics, guys, in terms of like the whole promise here, the history written down for this map of takeoff hardpoint here for Blacklist, this might go their way, not unless Almighty can just pull off a shocker.
Absolutely correct. And what is that shocker, Warden, if you don't mind explaining?
Almighty, just winning this one out. I mean, this is a promising map here for Blacklist.
How is that a shocker, Lade? I mean, we expect Almighty to win. I mean, if it would have been a true shocker, down to the core, if they could have just picked this up 4-0 and just break Blacklist Ultimate in half, right? I don't want no shocker. I want the greatest comeback in history. I want Blacklist Ultimate to win this. In fact, I want Blacklist Ultimate to win 2 matches back-to-back so that we can see this pushed into a game number 7. I think both these teams are going to deserve the screen time.
I mean, definitely. I mean, you know, one thing about I love about this best of 7 series here, AJ, is, you know, you get to see teams getting forced down to play. They're out of their comfort zone. It's exactly what happened there from the side of Smart Omega and Q9. You know, Smart Omega, they've been avoiding the hardpoint stand-up for a very long time now. And guess what? I guess Q9 just did their homework quite well done, because the first map right there was able to dictate the pace. Stand off on hardpoint.
Q9 champs, no cap, right? I mean, okay, not official champs just yet. Not only did they beat down Smart Omega, they whooped Wolves in that earlier series. I mean, like, if you thought that the Smart Omega versus Q9 was unexpected, then Q9 versus Wolves was even more unexpected. But you see, Wolves as well as Almighty, they've got a lot to lose here on the table. And they just cannot show all of their strats. And you're talking about Wolves potentially hiding away a couple of strategies so that they can get the best at stage 5. I mean, there's no love lost for their brand. They're very well-to-do financially. And Wolves is super dominant all out, right? They've shown off a couple of times too many. And they might just be seen as one of the greatest threat out there at stage 5. So it's a good reason to hold back just a tad little bit. Almighty has a good reason to hold back as well. Blacklist Ultimate has no reason to hold back. Almighty wants to hold back because they got that stage 5 ticket. Blacklist Ultimate just wants the biggest share of this prize pool that they can take away. At the end of the day, we're playing for $65,000 US. And that's a lot of money on the line.
65K USD to PHP. Oh my. The 3.7 Blacklist International Ultimate. And I guess, you know, there's actually one factor, you know, that I just realized as you said it, you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they don't really have anything to hide. They're not playing for stage 5.
Yeah.
So, you know, they can just go all out here. Don't be scared at all. So really, but in terms of hiding strategy for takeoff hardpoint, we're not going to be expecting that one out. We know exactly how they play this one. And same goes for the rest of the series overall. So I guess Blacklist International Ultimate, they just have this comfort zone here. They don't really have to think twice about, you know, they just have to do themselves.
Yeah. There is, of course, on the case of hiding strats. Did Smart Omega hide strats and then drop the match against Q9? It really didn't look like it, did it? Because it seemed like they were trying their very hardest. They tried their best. And based on the reactions out of the Q9 players, you saw that it was not an easy fight. It was not a walkover matchup as well. It was a really hard-fought win by Q9. It was one of the biggest upsets the competition saw because of how much of effort and heart Smart Omega was throwing into that matchup. But one could assume that maybe that Hardpoint was the throw. One could assume maybe that Hardpoint was them saying, hey, you know what, let's just drop one and then pull one back. But if that was the case, then it blew up in their faces, didn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Incoming again, I think it's just really all because of like the readjustment of the best of 7 series here. And that's exactly why I praise CDFI so much, because it's really calibrating the teams that's playing in this competition, that's actually heading over to stage 5, because it's really giving them a taste on what's actually about to happen here. Now, finally there for this, for the take for Q9 and Omega, they exactly know what could happen now for stage 5. But fortunately for them, it's not going to be a best of 7 for the whole of the playoffs. It's only going to be for the finals right there. But it is something that they really have to prepare for. Maps and modes, it's really going to force you out of your comfort zone. So teams like Smart Omega, Q9, Wolves, Almighty, they really have to readjust into this one here. And in fact, guess what? Q9, really having no problems.
Q9, I mean, they have no issues whatsoever sitting down in the grand finals, waiting for the winner of this matchup. Winner moves on to face Q9. Loser, I don't think they're better off because they move on to face Wolves. And that's going to be one heck of a battle down there, because if at all Blacklist Ultimate does win the series, I think it's got its own great storyline for the Filipino crowd, because they get to execute, or they get the potential to execute revenge for Smart Omega and still help the Filipinos reign supreme in yet another competition. But if Almighty wins this and Blacklist Ultimate gets kicked down to the bottom, then Wolves are hungry. Wolves were trapped in a tight little cage by Q9. These Wolves haven't eaten just yet. Blacklist Ultimate will be in a lot of trouble. And Almighty, on the other hand, they've got a lot to prove here before they move on to stage 5. Yeah, you can talk about hiding strats, etc., but you're not going to hide strats and drop the series. You're probably going to hide strats on one map, but that one map could just be the map that decides whether or not you win or lose the whole series. So anybody that decides to not give their all in the competition at this stage is just plain silly, if you ask me, Warden.
Quite silly. I mean, 65 grand just awaits you at the corner right there if ever you do win the game. So it doesn't really make sense here. But you know, AJ, actually, I mean, I really hate you diverse on. I mean, this is one thing I really love about this whole CDFI. The CDM teams adjusting to the UWCR rule set. And guess what? I'm really proud. Q9 Wolves, really proud for them to be able to just live up to without using the score section persistence. A lot of that's really a key factor for me. Persistence out of the equation, a little bit more stricter on towards the score streaks. And guess what, AJ, one thing that really CDM teams didn't really have to adjust onto was the gunfights themselves. They were naturally good at it, but in terms of like the utilities that they had to play around in this competition, guess what? They didn't really have no problems here, especially as the tournament progresses through.
I mean, I do accept the CDM teams to have been practicing in the background. I mean, they're not kids. They are all big teams. And in fact, the China region is huge when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. You know, some may have made fun of them for their formatting of competitions, but I think who underestimated the Chinese teams for playing such a format, they are truly silly. Mainly because I think the Chinese region has had the most amount of fun with Call of Duty Mobile so far within their competitive scene. And, you know, whether or not that is going to prove detrimental for stage 5, that obviously was a question that, oh my God, why are they playing this format, bro? Don't they know that the official format is different? I mean, they were having fun. And, you know, it's super entertaining to watch all of their championship matches. But the adjustment, they're clearly proving it in this battle versus Garena, that they have zero problems adjusting to the official rules. They have got zero problem using any of the utilities that are allowed within the official range in itself. So it's fantastic. And I really love the fact that CDM chose Garena to have this skirmish against so that we get to enjoy a little bit of this action whilst they get used to the official rules. And I think it's fantastic, right? Because the two teams that are going to be representing the nation at the end of the day have made it all the way here. Q9 as well as Wolves. This might have been an upset, but there is a high probability that this sets up a great storyline for stage 5 later on as well, because there might be a scenario where we see these two teams kind of take that fight up against each other in the future as well. Now, the biggest question of the day is going to be, when are we going to start the match? I know that's your question. We are going to start it in a little bit. Obviously, we're buying a little bit of time for our broadcast. We don't really know exactly what the holdup is, but it's a tech issue in the background that they're trying to sort out. So don't worry, we'll get there. I mean, it's a good series that we can wait for. In the meantime, if you guys want to activate the code, which I know a lot of you guys are waiting for, please help us hit that like, hit that share as well, so that we can bring more people in. The more people we see on that CCV, the higher probability we will have the broadcast team going, now is the time we give them the code.
Yep, definitely. I mean, just waiting at this one out. I'm actually waiting for the code as well. I did redeem the code yesterday, and guess what?
You did?
I got, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, AJ. I mean, I did tell you I'm quite selfish myself. I really wanted to get that code, so it's gonna be mine right there. But you know something about AJ. I really wish that we had a lot of variations of the rule sets here for the competitive scene of Call of Duty. You know, if only we do get back. You know, I know for a fact you did cast back then when persistence was a thing as well. And you know how you can just remember like 2 VTOLs just dropping by for each ends here. One VTOL passes by, another VTOL comes in. I miss those days. It was a really loud season of the competitive scene for Call of Duty Mobile.
Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, we have seen, you know, the rules be changed over time so that even Garena kind of follows the lead of the global scene. And it's really nice, it's really decent, because when you follow the global rule set, what is really fun in Call of Duty Mobile and what allows you to sometimes run away with the theatrics of the match gets taken away. And it focuses mainly on pure gun skills. It focuses on your mechanical capability. It focuses on your team using your noodles a little bit more, focusing on the strategy of that matchup, instead of just, you know, holding a tight corner, spamming those skills, streaking yourselves up with persistence, and then bringing in the massive score streaks to just win the game, right? I mean, all of these bans make a huge impact in the competition that we shoutcast. And you are right. I was there from the starting days, and when we did see a good share of VTOLs, But although it was fun, it did take out a lot of fun from the matches, right?
Yep.
And you just have one guy kind of, just banging all of those kills back to back to back, and all you see is just a VTOL flying around the sky with no solution whatsoever. So as the rules kind of get solidified in the overall ecosystem for Call of Duty Mobile esports, the scene has just gotten so much more beautiful, Warden.
Oh yeah, I mean, it really just a big tester of the mechanical aim that these two teams could offer right here, and that's exactly just pointing out as well. It's just all about the readjustments now, because back then with the whole rule set that you did talk about, removing the fun of the game in terms of the competitive side. It's actually so true, because once a team is just streaked out, once a team is just filled out with those persistence, those EMPs, those advanced UAVs, and those VTOLs. You can just basically it's a GG well played. It's done. they got the persistence first. They got the streaks first. So it's a wrap right there with this whole rule set here, AJ. Hey, it's really so true that it's just all about really getting your recomposure and just readjusting until the very end. As we've seen here with this rule set right here, we've seen more comebacks than the previous rule set.
Absolutely, man. And obviously we want to see it continuously evolve, and the game will continue to evolve. More weapons will be added in, more tacticals, more utilities will be added in, not most of which we can see within the competitive scene until they're adjusted down to a level where we know that it's not too overpowered, where it can bring the match to just like that, a perfect end, right? I think the claw is starting to become a huge problem. I will not be surprised to see it banned out before we move on to stage 5, or a massive nerf coming on for the claw before stage 5 as a whole. But a quick shout out here to, who was that person earlier? I think I forgot that person. The person commented that, enough talking, let's get on to the game. It is not up to us, baby. It really isn't, We are waiting for the game as well. You think what? I want to talk to Warden 3 years? No, baby. I want to shoutcast the game. So we're waiting for the matchup as a whole as well. It's just that the technical issues are in the background. We want to sort it out. 2 reasons why we want to sort out technical issues. Reason number 1, we want to make sure the players have a great environment to play in, where we won't see any issues and complaints that they want to go in for a reset, which will upset you guys. Reason number 2, we don't want any lags on broadcast. So you guys don't want lags on broadcast as well, right? So in the meantime, we have to wait. And waiting sometimes brings good, man. I mean, to those who are patient, usually life gives you a lot.
Definitely. I mean, there's just a lot of things going on here. I mean, but good things may come to those who wait, guys. So we just really want you all to experience the full 100% of the production, and for the teams overall as well. I mean, believe me, guys, we all want the games to start here. And I mean, as much as we're loving the wisdom of AJ here, I know for a fact that you guys are hella excited as well for the matchup here between Almighty and Blacklist. Just a little bit of a recap, guys. Coming again, guys, okay? 2 maps, 2 games has won by the side of Almighty, 1 from side of Blacklist. Game number 4 here on Takeoff the Hardpoint could be the equalizer here, or could be not. A map rightfully owned by the side of Almighty has been taken away from them by Blacklist. Can Almighty do the same thing here? It's just a question that remains unanswered, not until the game starts, which is going to happen later on.
It is going to happen later on. Don't ask us when. We will not be able to predict the future. We may be able to predict score lines, but not the future as to when the match starts. But let's take this opportunity to shine some spotlight on the YouTube chat that is popping off right now. The guys, the ladies in there are super awesome today as well. We haven't had a lot of toxicity. So now I want to give you guys an opportunity. Send a shout out for the team that you support. Is it going to be Almighty, or is it going to be Blacklist Ultimate? And keep it small, keep it short and simple, keep it amazing, so that I can read your name and I can read your shout out as well. Y'all can go right now. In the meantime, Warden, I've got a question for you. Where do you see this match ending? Are you on the side of Almighty or Blacklist Ultimate here?
I mean,
and don't beat around the bush. I want a straight answer.
Okay. Blacklist.
I like it. I love it. Blacklist Ultimate. Okay. I mean, we're seeing the chat being spammed now. A lot of Almighty fans in the chat. Blacklist Ultimate in the house as well, with a little bit of support. But nobody's sending any shout out for the teams. I mean, y'all gotta hype the teams up whilst they are waiting in the background, right? But they're starting Team AJ, Team Warden now in the chat.
Oh, what? What did I do? I'm behaving here, guys.
Shouldn't it be Team Incendio, Team Warden?
Come on, man. Come on, man. You know, it died already. You don't gotta remind the people, okay? I'm chill now. I'm behaved, okay? I haven't done anything wrong so far.
It looks like Almighty has got a phenomenal amount of support in the YouTube chat. Love it. Absolutely love it. Some comments are asking if I'm going to be casting the World Cup. No, I'm not going to be casting the World Cup. You guys want to know who's going to be shoutcasting for the World Cup? The one and only Sakaichi, man. Sakaichi, I mean, Sakaichi used to be one of the OG shoutcasters for Call of Duty Mobile for Garena SMP. And you know, he went to chase his dreams because he loves soccer, he loves football, and him chasing his dreams just meant that he had to go and pursue it no matter what. And all of that hustle, all of that effort has led him to the World Cup, baby. Congratulations, Sakaichi. You the man, you deserve it. But it looks like we're all geared up for this next matchup. Hardpoint at takeoff. And the weapon stats comparison. Blacklist Ultimate versus Almighty equal on the Greg, 100% pick rate here. But the CBR4 versus the Switchblade. Both teams love the DLQ33. Switchblade versus CBR. What's your pick, Warden?
I mean, it's gonna be the Switchblade. I mean, no, actually, it's gonna be the CBR4 for me. I mean, I do have the skin of the Amoeba, so if only I had a Switchblade Mythic, maybe till then I would have chosen the Switchblade.
Fair enough. I get you. I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I mean, who doesn't love that Mythic gun, man? Who doesn't? But of course, quick recap for all of you guys who just joined us. Almighty won the first 2 matches, and then just when you thought that they were going to dominate Control, which is their best game mode, they got slapped by Blacklist International Ultimate. Now it's time to see if or not Almighty can slap them right back.
It's gonna be a big statement here, but you know, since Blacklist International Ultimate has already done it, Almighty can do it as well. But the question is it gonna be enough? I don't know, we don't know, but soon enough, it's about to start here. Guys, in the comment section down below, let me use the Cali line here. If you're on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, comment down below 1. If you're on the side of Almighty, comment down below 2. Here we go, game now opening up. Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate, we're already on it.
And it looks like Incendio is on that power position that we talked about. Second floor of Aurora launch. Come on, Incendio, get one shot. He is! It's the right AMR play from Incendio. Heaven, backstab. And this was that control room, second floor that we were talking about. Both of the power positions taken over by Almighty. But Blacklist Ultimate trying to run away with the hard point. This is a equal fight from the get-go.
Equal fight from the get-go here. Almighty looking to be more of a promising run now, but Blacklist International Ultimate Jabin here will try to make the play. Incendio alongside with a player swap instead of Almighty under his name here. And this can be the clearance here for Blacklist International Ultimate. And until now, Almighty bouncing back some more. They're on that lead here, AJ. And so far, Blacklist International Ultimate, they do try to bounce back once more Peter Parts for the P1, but it's a little bit more of the desperation run for them.
Incendio switches over to the Krieg 6. I mean, for good reason. He kind of got beamed down after taking just a single shot earlier on, and he doesn't want to drop this match just because he wants to flex on the players of Blacklist Ultimate. But I have no doubt whatsoever, if they start dominating this matchup, we're going to see more of that right-tech AMR later on. 26-20 as we switch on over to P2. It is player 5 for the Blacklist Ultimate side. FDX holding it down to the anchor spawns, but the Machan lets it go the moment I say it.
Let's go here. So far, it's still going to be a hard call here, and how Blacklist International Ultimate could hold on to the hill. I mean, looking like Almighty is going to wrap around, and they do get the break as well. The influence inside the hill here. The coordination here for Blacklist International Ultimate is really just funneling through that hard point, and that's exactly what they get. They get the bottom spawn now. Almighty already inside the hill, and they retain the lead out away from Blacklist International Ultimate.
30 seconds to go. Almighty in front. Blacklist Ultimate don't have much of a choice in here. They have to just bash their heads in. They don't have to spawn. All thanks to Jeff Bro, who's holding on to it. One final player in the name of Jabin manages to get the break. And this is too early of a break. But Ultimate, they have got the here. No, as I say that, Almighty hops on right back. Thanks to Clutch King Irfan J. Final 7 seconds. But the advantage goes to Blacklist for the power hold on P3. They've got generators. They've got 2 objective players. This is a GG if Almighty does not break generators.
Yeah, with player 5, player 3 there just wrapping around. Shut up. Now Jeff Pro out of the equation, left alone it is. Shut up. We'll try to get this break here from the back edge of this hard point. 3 players now left alone around the parameter, but with Tin now with Gravity Vortex here holding his ground. He needs to really double this one out as Almighty setting up now for a break here from the back end of the hard point. Till then, 2 more players now that Blacklist International Ultimate needs to worry about 1 more there, but till then, Almighty is blessed by RNG since they still spawn from the back ends.
Let's see if or not Blacklist Ultimate can break this. They do have the spawns out of the gas tank area, and they do exactly that. AG has got a hunter-killer drone ready on standby as well. A great time to bring it out, but they don't want to waste it just yet since they've got 3 objective players piling up on this hard point. But shut up all on his own, whoops them into shape and takes the hill right back.
Hill right back. Blacklist International Ultimate longing for the break once more. They only need to worry about Shadops here, and he's going to go down. Last 10 seconds now, rightfully owned from the side of Blacklist, and it's going to be more than enough time for them to be on a stalemate here. 77 could end into 7-7 as well for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. We're approaching here for this last and final hill, and so far, Almighty quite well established. 4 inside the perimeter, 1 player holding the generator spawns. He does get eliminated by the Predator missile, but the hard point opens up, and it's going to be 4 the side of Almighty.
80-77, this is a close match, and Almighty is leading on a map that is supposed to belong to Blacklist International Ultimate. But as I say that, they equalize and they take over the score. They now lead this matchup, but with not a lot at all. This is still going to swing back and forth. Claw investment by FDX manages to secure 2, make that 3. Fantastic attack. Nobody's upstairs though, but the damage has already been done. Almighty holds on to the hill, but Blacklist Ultimate has the manpower from the side of generators, which is going to be quite the annoyance here as Almighty need to fight their way out. But a backstab by Heaven should be able to get the deed done, but nobody's there to back him up.
Too much to be bear with here for the set of Almighty. This is the lead now for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate. Well defined now. Jeffro will try to make the play. Jabin denies. And the last few initial scrap time here will be rightfully owned from the set of Blacklist International Ultimate. We're approaching on towards P1 here, looking like the setup for the set of Almighty. It's going to be settling here for the red spawns, while Blacklist International Ultimate on the process will try to get these spawns as well.
Hunter-killer drone almost got one. Pusangala. 88-116. Blacklist Ultimate now. They won that first hard point, but Heaven's being a pain back at the control room from the second floor down to the first floor, back up onto that second floor. He's going to be able to rule for just a moment, but Jabin shuts him down. Captain Jabin's here, and he wants to take the hill back for Blacklist Ultimate. Both teams out in the open. Blacklist hops onto the hill, but a single objective player with the rest of them way too far away. But Almighty flanking around the long way around from launch center, and that backstab gives them that hill right back.
This might be huge time for the set of Almighty. They have every factor laid down, the power positions, the influence inside a hill, players around the perimeter as well. As Blacklist International Ultimate here, 2 players will try to find a break here on towards the left side, but unfortunately for them, they get denied. Jeffro shot off there all over the place. Almighty just winning the gunfights now, but keep in mind, despite the fact that Almighty will get this break instead of hill, Blacklist International Ultimate, they still remain on the lead. 129-104. Almighty, they need to put up a response, because if not, Blacklist International Ultimate could just lead this one out.
Now 131-104, but thank the Lord we've got a 250 target. So this is just barely halfway through in this matchup. Almighty hopping back into the hill, but only 2 players in attendance. Everybody else slowly flanking around, but Incendio pulls off the greatest flank in the world. But up top, there is still King Jabin holding on to the hill with his dear life all alone. Finally gets backstabbed, and Almighty take the hill with 40 seconds to go. Gravity Vortex by Clutch King Irfan J snuffed the attack out instantaneously, but now he's all alone.
You got the utils to get the numbers as well. Blacklist International Ultimate will try to find a break here onward. Scaffold player 310 will take him out of the equation. Heaven responds back with a trade. One more player to worry about here from Blacklist International Ultimate, and that's going to be Jabin for you. But unfortunately for the set of Almighty, the spawns now quite a well-placed stake here for the set of Blacklist, but not until now as well. It's a back and forth battle here, but looking like the final few seconds here for this hill will be rightfully belonging for the side of Almighty. 126-138. Till then, Blacklist still on the lead here, approaching on towards P3, looking like Blacklist International Ultimate will get that rotation as well. But Heaven here with an Annihilator will spot down 1, looks for some more as well, doesn't get that opportunity, but till then now, Almighty, they're on that spawns.
Heaven timing's all off here. He does not get FDX from the back finally, but for that pop now, 1 more player right in front of him. Too blurry for me to see exactly who that is, but Pretty says hello and gets just a single player. AG whips out the Gravity Vortex, manages to secure the kill just for a few seconds. Tin tries to hop onto it as the objective player, but unfortunately for him, there's no backup, and Almighty are right back in this matchup. They equalize and pull forward.
Pull 4. They're on the lead right now. Third with a claw. We'll try to make the play. Heaven shuts him down. And now nowhere to be found. Blacklist International Ultimate. They just falter under the hands of Heaven. 25 kills under his name. And still then the spawns just on the right side of the map here for this very Hardpoint. Having a hard time to get themselves influenced onto Heaven, still wrapping around, racking those kills. But they just completely deny Blacklist. Not until now. 161 to 148 here. 5 more seconds to go. We need to see the rotations now here on towards P4. And looking like it's still going to be a split situation here. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Blacklist or Almighty?
Generator spawn for Blacklist Ultimate, which means they do have a little bit of a leeway, a little bit of an advantage here. It's all gonna be about the score streak investment as well. And we do see that FDX does have one on him. He whips out the claw at the very same time. This is gonna be quite the second of hole for Blacklist Ultimate to catch up with Almighty on the scoreboard. And it looks like they're sneaking right back into this matchup. Both doors all covered. Nobody's gonna be hopping on onto the second floor as well. Almighty hops onto the hill, but from upstairs, AG looks the wrong way. Shut Up does get taken down though, and Blacklist Ultimate, they still drop the ball as Almighty gets the hill.
You get the hill here. Irfan J with a gravity vortex just closing the entrance here, and they get the breakaway lose. No Blacklist International Ultimate, all down to the scaffolding here, and that's exactly where you don't want to be in. 2 players here comes for the push here for the set of Blacklist, but they get denied. Until then, 184 to 167 now. Blacklist International Ultimate, they're on the trail, and once again, guys, we're approaching to a reset here on towards speed 1. Blacklist, they need to completely deny Almighty, because if not, Almighty, they have the heat. It's quite built up. These might be going their way.
Almighty gonna be singing Smack That all on the floor by the end of this match as they slap Blacklist International Ultimate right back for taking away the control matchup. But it ain't over till the fat lady sings, says Blacklist Ultimate, and they want to sing Smack That instead. They take over fountains. This is Blacklist Ultimate investing 4 objective players. 3 go down. Final player alive. AG sneaks away. Can he hold on? Incendio whips out the gravity vortex and busts through the walls and manages to get that wall bang as well. And Almighty right back on for the 200-point denial by Blacklist instead.
35 point for them to get the 200-point mark, but still then it's a very open hill. Not a lot of expectancy here, and the game gets slowed down just a little bit. Blacklist International Ultimate, they're on the trail. They're slowly but surely building up the heat for them to bounce back here and level the distance here in between Almighty. 199 to 186, the point has been stagnant for a set of Almighty. Not until now, they're on the 200-point mark as well. But in terms of P2 rotations here, AJ, much more promising for the set of Blacklist.
I don't want to talk about P2 spawns no more, man. Neither one of these teams holding on to that anchor spawn for P2. I understand why. It's that kind of sweaty match. It's that kind of OG Garena ranked match where you hop into some sweaty lobbies and you have to just rush on in because you can't depend on no one, brother. If you have one anchor guy, that means you have one lesser player to take all of those gunfights. Neither team wants to take that risk. Almighty now almost running away with the matchup. 40 seconds to go. They're already on the 212, 190 for Blacklist Ultimate, but the backstab just fails. It falls flat. Almighty on that hill. 2 objective players for the play here. Blacklist Ultimate, the backstab fails as well. Almighty getting everything on this hill.
Everything is just well laid down here for the set of Almighty. Gunfights, rotations, allocation players inside a hill. Everything is just well down. But finally, Blacklist International Ultimate, they slow down the heat for just a little bit or two. But keep in mind, only 28 more points here for Almighty, and they're going to be able to seal the map of Blacklist International Ultimate. Now, this is it. Blacklist International Ultimate, they need to put up a championship hold here, because if not, this could be a GG well played.
Yeah, GGWP, it's gonna be 239 to 195. Blacklist Ultimate with the hold of their lives. Literally, they cannot allow Almighty to take that hill back even for a single second. If they do, they will get punished to Kingdom Come. But look at this. There is a score streak on activation here. Jeff Pro with that ready, brother. You better drop it in the right spot, Jeff Pro. And Irfan J, he had one earlier as well. Shut Up can bring in his operator. 243, Almighty, final hole. Irfan J with the corner. Clutch King gets 2 kills, turns the corner. FDX gets the prevention, but it's still Almighty. Shut Up with the Annihilator, and Almighty say Smack That all on the floor as they slap back Blacklist International Ultimate.
You take our map, we'll take yours. Control standoff, that was ours. Took it away from us. We'll take this takeoff hardpoint from you. And that's exactly how Almighty will roll out. You can see it in their faces here for the set of Blacklist. They're quite devastated here. That was their opportunity for them to put a game for their side, but they missed the shot. Under the name of Almighty, it's gonna be Hashenda on Hardpoint, Slums on Search and Destroy, Takeoff on Hardpoint as well. What awaits us is a map of Search and Destroy, and that's going to be on Summit.
I don't know if you guys have ever watched the World Slapping Competition. I think that's what it's called, where you just have got two guys. Instead of arm wrestling, they just slap each other, right? So one guy goes first, and the other guy goes, and it's really surprising. If you guys have no idea that there's such an event, you all should go and watch it, because what we just saw was similar to that event. We saw Almighty get slapped first, but then Blacklist got slapped right after. Now the question is, did that second slap consider a KO as a total for Blacklist Ultimate? Hopefully not, because this next map is going to be an Almighty pick, but it used to be a Blacklist dominant map. We are talking about SND at Summit. The last time these two teams met, it was a win. It went into OT, but it was won by Blacklist Ultimate 9-7. The same needs to repeat. But then again, we saw an upset already. We might see an upset one more time.
It is truly a possibility here. And, I'm just looking at my statistics now, but I don't want to look at it no more because it has been lying to me for the overall series here, AJ. This could really still go both ways. I mean, a Brazilians take right there for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate for their map. But Almighty, they were just so well, quite prepared on what they exactly had to do. And, I was questioning at first, why are there no anchors? And as you stated there in the middle of the game, both teams just want to be sweaty. They just want to barge themselves in that hard point and see who can really win majority of these gunfights. And guess what? It was going to be Almighty.
It's unfortunate if Blacklist Ultimate does not win this next one, because Almighty is on the verge of getting this dub already, right? Summit SND. I hope, for heaven's sake, not Heaven the player, but like Heaven. Once again, not Heaven the player, but like literally Heaven, the one that everybody's like looking forward to go to, but nobody wants to die. That Heaven, right? For heaven's sake, I hope we do not see a triple snipe setup on Summit, because it's going to be crazy if we do.
We did see on Slums earlier. You know what Beef Mommy said earlier. It would be quite crazy if we're gonna be seeing a triple snipe setup there. But you know what? Almighty was like, we're still gonna do it anyways. We don't care. We don't care at all. We're just gonna prove to you that we know every angle is right there, from Insanity to shit up to Heaven. We know how to play snipes in every map there is. But it's still gonna be a surprise. But I wouldn't be too shocked regardless if ever it doesn't happen here. But player stats wise here, AJ.
I mean, talk about some slaps, bro. Jeff Pro was slapping, and when Jeff Pro starts slapping, your team has got a big problem, all right? Because Jeff Pro, yesterday the Machan was lagging. Today, he's just lagging in everybody's hearts because he just refuses to let go of that MVP title. Almost there though, but outdone by the clutch king Irfan J, who secures 44 kills, one less than Jeff Pro. But look at the number of times this guy went down, and it serves him a KD of 1.5, a total score of 675, making the clutch king the ultimate out there in that battle.
Yeah, he's managed to prolong himself right there alongside with Incendio here. The only thing that sets him apart is his lane department. So I'm really left into a question, and who is it going to be? And looking like it's going to be Irfan J here, bagging his second MVP count, 44 kills under his name, 29 deaths right there on towards Hardpoint. And guess what, man? In terms of Almighty, the way that they allocate their players, Irfan J is actually the player that is inside a hill soaking the hardpoint.
Irfan J, I mean, I'm sorry, Incendio. I'm sorry, Jeff Pro. Irfan J is not only the most good-looking player on Almighty, he's also the most entertaining player to watch. But of course, there's no room for shenanigans this time around against Blacklist Ultimate. They know that they have to be serious. But I'm really happy that Almighty actually, obviously they didn't listen to my strat call, but this was planned by them already. The hold on the second floor of Aurora launch as well as control room. Incendio kept jumping onto Aurora, control room kept being dominated by Heaven, and the problem here that I've got with Blacklist Ultimate is they weren't doing that.
Yep, they weren't doing that now. And that's just something, that's really a question why Blacklist International Ultimate was playing Chase the whole time. The factor right there wasn't really played by them. And if ever they did try for a moment, at least, I can't really recall which hardpoint they tried to make the play as well. It was the execution that was a bit sloppy, It didn't really happen. They lost their gunfights. So that's really one thing that really sets them apart, especially as we saw the statistics there. At least 3 players from the side of Almighty is racking 40 kills. And as the game there was kind of down to the wire at some point, it really mattered, man.
Yeah, Elish, you may disagree that Irfan J is the most good looking, but he is, unfortunately. You just got to accept it, Elish. It is what it is, right? Now, you don't laugh just because Incendio's not the most good looking one. He's still coming for you for that 1v1.
Come on. You didn't have to bring it back, bro.
You gotta bring it full circle, Warden. That's what it is.
Okay, AJ, actually, I was reading the comment section earlier. Someone asked you, are you ever going to cast a slapping competition?
I might if the competition's between you and Incendio.
Never mind, dude.
Going back to the series, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. No, I love the chat, right? I love the chat. The chat keeps us entertained. We keep the chat entertained. I mean, we love you, community. We absolutely love you. I adore each and every single one of you. It's been 3 amazing years with the game, 2 amazing years shoutcasting for the game. I couldn't ask for a better life for myself, man. But of course, as we move on forth with this matchup, it's going to be Blacklist Ultimate taking on Almighty at Summit SND. Question for you, Warden. Do you still have your money on Blacklist?
You know, I'm a very committed guy. I'm a really loyal guy as well, and I love to represent the Philippines. I'm still gonna be going by them. I know the light here is shining for a set of Almighty, but I really love Blacklist International Ultimate. I've seen how they evolve here, especially for the guy named Tin and FDX. You know, FDX, he came from my own hometown, Iloilo. So shout out to you, man. For the set of Tin, he really works himself through. He is really one of the most humble guy out in the competition here for the Philippines. And guess what? When he rose to the top here under the name of Blacklist, the guy just stayed humble. He stayed quiet.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think not just did he stay humble, he also showed off the most, right? I think FDX has been truly one of the core players of Blacklist Ultimate. But for the longest of time, there was a tiny bit of problem. And the problem with Blacklist Ultimate was that Captain Jabin wasn't hitting that consistency as one would expect out of a captain, unlike Incendio, who was always at the top. Yes, there was one season or one competition that he was kind of down and everybody was like really taking it out on Incendio, right? But the guy was traveling. I mean, he just didn't have the best of internet connections at that point as he was participating. But going back to Jabin, inconsistencies riddled this guy, right? But now he is at the best form of his life. It's a little unfortunate because he's hitting his best form as they don't make it to stage 5, but it's all about what you do when you truly fail. And we can see the results of all of that failure being that hustle that is put right after that, making sure they don't always stay down. They want to bounce back up and be that premier brand within the Philippines for Call of Duty Mobile. They're on their way there, especially if we continue to see inconsistencies from Smarter Mega.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? Something about what Alicia said right now is that, you know, everyone has their ups and downs.
Sure, you want to quote her, bro?
Yeah. Okay. Come on. I'm just saying what she said, man. Come on. She said that, you know,
I'm just tickling you. I'm just tickling you. Don't worry. I'm just tickling you.
Every time you look at me, I just get so scared because I just know something. You gotta say something again. Come on, guys. I'm just behave. I'm just doing my own thing here. You don't.
Warden, more than what happens in the series, chat wants to know what's behind the green screen. Now you know there's nothing. There's just a dead wall.
Yep. That's
about it.
Incendio's not there.
Incendio's not there. If Incendio was there, you would have a lot of troubles, bro.
I don't think I'd be here. I don't think I'd be here, or I don't think I'd be able to be here right now after what happened yesterday if Incendio was there. So guys, cleared out. Mystery solved. I'm still alive. Incendio's not behind my screens, and I'm still here casting.
For now. The slapping competition hasn't started yet, Warren. Once it starts, I mean, okay, wait. You gotta be happy. Okay, I don't know if you're gonna be happy that it's a slapping competition instead of a sniping competition. If it's a sniping competition, I know you're a great sniper, but Incendio is kind of cracked at the moment. But if it's a slapping competition, there's a high probability you might win because I've heard that your right hand has a lot of exercise because you're a tennis player.
Yeah, I do a lot of tennis. Definitely.
There you go. So Incendio's in a lot of trouble. I mean, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are still buying time if it wasn't obvious already for the next match. So we just have to wait a few more minutes.
Yep. We just gotta wait this one out. We just gotta wait this one out. I mean, guys, we're seeing the comment section right now. If you guys have something to say or something, actually, just bring it here. But actually, for this time here, I want you all to take this time and just, give your support there down below. If it's going to be for the set of Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate, it might be much more appreciated as well if you can just, share some love for both ends of the spectrum here. After all, both of these teams are showing their passion here for Call of Duty Mobile, and it's an absolute, just overall exciting thing to watch. I mean, it's very entertaining here.
Absolutely, man. I mean, dude, if this match isn't entertaining, I don't know what is entertaining in Call of Duty Mobile, right? This is between two titans of the MSP side. This is between two titans of Garena. And we've seen them do this time and time again. The battle is just endless in the overall grand scheme of things. Regardless whether or not one of them wins, one of them loses, we are going to continue to see more battles between the two, because I don't think the brand is going anywhere, at least for Blacklist International Ultimate. Almighty, on the other hand, there are speculations that Heaven might take a break after Stage 5. And if Heaven does take a long break after Stage 5, you don't know who is going to take his place. Is it going to be a Singaporean? If it's not a Singaporean, there is a probability that it might be an Indonesian. If that happens, team becomes an Indonesian team. So does that mean they all start playing on the Indonesian circuit, and then we only get to see them for MSP viewers on just the Garena stage, or will that actually drag us to watch more of the Indonesian circuit? I don't know, because if that happens, brother, I'm gonna tell Garena Indonesia, my brothers, I want to cast all of your games, because I will follow Almighty no matter where they go, because they are just such a delight to watch. But Blacklist International Ultimate, the question here is also going to be, are we going to see re-rosters on the other side, Warden? Because once Stage 5 is over, I mean, technically they're not on Stage 5. Yato Yobabs are not here. Question is, will they make it back onto the roster right after this?
I mean, I did hear that Yato and Yobab is going to turn 18 next year, if I'm not mistaken. Or if I'm wrong right there, I'm sorry right there. But if ever Yato and Yobab does turn 18 next year, we might be able to expect a little bit more of a lineup changes there. But it's going to be a hard call here, AJ. But in terms of lineup changes actually as well, this is something that you did just mention just a little bit of a moment ago, and that was Heaven getting taken out of the equation, and the Indonesians just kind of invading the whole branding of Almighty. If ever Heaven gets taken out of the equation, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but who do you think could replace Heaven from the Indonesian squad? I know, man. I was hesitant myself, but
here's the answer: nobody can replace Heaven. Heaven is a titan. Heaven is a champ. On that note, speaking of champs, we've got the one and only Mark Alexis Olea in the house. What's up, Olea?
Coach.
I mean, I miss the coach. I miss the whole squad of West Point Mamba Low Kings. It's been a while. In fact, West Point Mamba Low Kings used to be one of the most exciting teams to watch in Shoutcast for.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I miss myself as well. Quite unfortunately, I did part ways with them. I did move to a different organization, but...
Oh, you did?
Yeah, man.
Where are you now?
I'm in Tyrant.
Oh! What a loss for West Point Mamba Low Kings. Tyrant's grabbing everyone.
But yeah, man. But actually, one more player person that I want to mention here in the YouTube comment section. I don't know if this is the one, but Silver is also here as well. And
is he?
He answered my question right there. He said Clove.
Silver, my boy, it's good to have you back.
Miss you,
and
man.
Of course, as we get into very interesting conversations, that's when they choose to start the match again. So we got to segue back to Summit as we head on into S&D, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's going to be Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate. This potentially might be the final chance for Blacklist Ultimate. If they lose this, it's a GGWP. Almighty gets the dub. If they win, they stay alive. I'm loving that.
Yep. If ever it does happen, it's gonna be making things a little bit more surprising now. But here we go. Let's give it up now once more for Almighty and Blacklist International Ultimate. And it's just gonna happen here. I heard a triple snipe setup now coming into the play. But wanting for sure, Blacklist International Ultimate, they need to counteract that as they are down by 2 games for the series.
Triple snipe setup, cheekiness out of Almighty from the get-go. if they get punished for it, I know they're going to whip out the Crick 6. Incendio does not get one. Instead, he's the first blood, but Jeff Pro manages to trade him out, turns around 180, gets Jabin as well. King Jeff Pro, Tin goes down. Almighty wraps things up, so I guess we're going to continue to see a triple snipe setup.
If they can do it in slums, they can do it in summit as well. Blacklist International Ultimate. What can you do? It's just overall a hard thing to deal with, you know. I mean, back then when I was playing competitive, if I took down a sniper, I'm gonna be like, okay, we can just ground out into the open and then expect to win those casualties. But here, for the set of Almighty, they get treated. So here we go to kick things off. Shut up with the Godnade. We'll take down Skirt. 10 here wrapping around with KRM. Spots down one. Nice. He finds some more, but unfortunately, no, he gets denied. Incendio takes him out of the equation until the number is still more convincing for the set of Almighty.
Insane Dio getting the job done once again. AG on the other hand, he wraps around super long container area straight into the control room second floor. Jabin on the other hand catches off Incendio, doesn't check the corner, and I mean he did try to check the bomb side instead, and AG, his wraparound, his backstab was perfect to finish it off with a 3-piece for himself.
3-piece for himself, and a round for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, looking to be quite exciting here, AJ. 1-1 here. Let's just hope it's a little bit more of a back and forth. No teams getting the momentum here. I just want it to be a little bit of a closer game here compared to the slumps of Search and Destroy. Round number 3 opening up. So far, Blacklist International Ultimate might be a possible challenge here on versus mid lane. He don't want to do that. Incendio just holding that one out. Scared out of the equation. Come again, an early 4v5.
We got our champ Billy Sue in the comment section as well for YouTube. Welcome, Billy. Thank you so much for joining us in the comment section. Keep it ablaze, keep it alive. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys have any questions whatsoever about Almighty, you can direct it to Billy Sue right now. This guy is the fundamental reason why Almighty is who Almighty today.
Round continues here. Blacklist International Ultimate. AG left alone to deal with Incendio himself. He gets taken out of the equation now. Almighty, they're going to be on that lead right there. Blacklist International Ultimate really struggling to rock the hit for them, but till then, you know, if ever, I mean, I know for a fact Almighty's on that lead, but still not significant matters here. Let's just hope if ever Blacklist International Ultimate could put up a response after round number 3.
Incendio already holding on to the angle. Blacklist Ultimate cannot afford to take this aggressively. Scared already with the nade in hand. Doesn't cook it up. Doesn't toss it just yet. Plays the game of patience. Thank goodness. But Almighty! Sure, dog. Come on, don't do that, bro. Turns around. Good flick towards the bottom. No Prona can get a hold of him. No Prona can catch him off guard. Skirt on the other hand, wrapping around. And this might be... Usangala Incendio.
Shuts him down. Skirt out of the equation. Jabin, Tin, FDX left alone for the set of Blacklist. Needs to deal with 5 players here from the side of Almighty. And Heaven just continues to get streaked up. I mean, till then, it's just really just Almighty winning those kills out. Jabin, El Capitan Jabin still alive. Not for so long. Irfan J takes him out of the equation. And the only sniper here for the set of Blacklist left alone in a 1v3 needs to deal with Heaven. Shut up, and Irfan J. Bomb planted as well.
FDX feeling a little lonely. Says hi to Heaven and gives away his position, but finally takes him down, but traded out by Shut Up. The triple snipe setup, baby, is making sure that it whoops the one and only Blacklist Ultimate into shape. This is insane. Let's see if or not this will continue, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because at this map, one would expect Blacklist Ultimate to pick up the win, but the fat lady hasn't sung just yet, and the last time, once again, when they met at Summit, it went into OT. Blacklist Ultimate turned it around by winning it 9-7. That still can happen.
A possibility here. And neglect the fact that it's double round lead. Tin, Earth and J, just right around the corner from each other here. Casualties on towards mid lane. Heaven takes him one out. FDX now out of the equation. No reflex whatsoever from the side of Blacklist until now. Tin picks up the scope from the side of FDX. Will manage to get 2 of his own as well. Jeff Rowe, Heaven under his name. Left alone, Incendio now in Earth and J. Make it Incendio only as well. It's a 1v3 situation here that he needs to deal with, but Jabin just wraps around to take him out of the equation. And that's going to be lowering the lead here from the side of Almighty.
On behalf of Jabin, sorry, was somebody saying J-Bot? Was somebody saying that I was lagging behind? The one and only J-God is back And he wants to pop 5 eliminations so far, 1 away from AG from taking that MVP spot. But Skirt really needs to step it up for the team. Blacklist Ultimate has managed to fight this back 2-3. But Shut Up instantaneously puts an end to the raging Jabin.
Yep, takes Jabin out of the play. Playmaker from the Blacklist no more. But AG, with 6 hits under his name, could he still be the answer for Blacklist International Ultimate? The bomb now gets planted too. AG putting a lot of pressure now. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find enough connection to find a kill. Till then, the round continues. It's still a 4v5.
Jeffro tags one up, Switchblade. Ooh, switches around towards the left-hand side. Irfan J finds one, takes one for himself. It's a 3v2. King Irfan J continues to slay. Can he find the final player? AG spotted out. Shut Up shuts him down instantaneously right after a flash. And Almighty seem to be taking good control of this Summit S&D.
And it's not looking so bright for a set of Blacklist. I mean, they really need to respond back with this map right here. Because if not, it's just going to be them going down in a 4-1 manner here. Round number 7. Blacklist needs to showcase her offense here. Still with a very, regular format here for the set of Almighty. But with Heaven wrapping around, he might get punished by 10. Timing so surreal, but he gets to read off. Heaven out of the equation now. Much more brighter for the set of Blacklist.
At this point, the only reason why I want Almighty to lose is so that I can shoutcast with Beef Mommy once again before we wrap the day up. Apart from that, it just seems like it is going to be a difficult task for Blacklist to make their way back in here. But 4v3, they've got the numbers advantage. Irfan, yo.
Down to the wire. Shut up, Jeff Pro for set of Almighty. Still exists in Blacklist International Ultimate. They can't get to complacent. Jabin takes Shut Up out of the equation. Now Jeff Pro left alone. Needs to deal with 4 players. But guess what? A little bit too much. Blacklist International Ultimate, they lowered the numbers for the set of Almighty.
See, that's me thinking that that player was his opponent, but that's me in ranked matches as well. I shoot my own players. My team members get shot by me all the time. Someone asked me, hey Mustachio, how good are you at Call of Duty Mobile? I'm great at making memes of myself.
You're really good at playing the Jackal, man.
Amazing at the Jackal. Have you seen me fly to my death?
Nope, but here we go. Round still continues. Blacklist International Ultimate. Heaven Almighty just racking the things up. It's a 3v3 situation here. AJ sweeps down to the right, takes Jeff Pro out of the equation now. Heaven left alone with scopes in hand. All down there in A parameter as Blacklist International Ultimate will get that bomb planted.
Heaven looking for a clutch here. Circles around. Good angle. FDX needs to stand it up. Oh, it takes one. FDX still remains on that pro. Playing Possum. Spots one out. Fantastic engagement with the Krig 6. Slides out towards the left. AG, I don't even know how he pulled that off, but that was fantastic.
Blacklist International Ultimate, they lived through here, AJ, and it's now on an even ground. Next round, dictating pace. You can take this lead here. Blacklist International Ultimate, they need this more badly compared to Almighty. It's just a matter of questioning as well. Will Almighty get her up and really stand up now? They can't afford to build up the heat here for the set of Blacklist.
Come on, Blacklist. This is the time you get the job done. 10 shuts down Shut Up. That's a big one, but Incendio takes third out. Irfan J finds FDX. Numbers advantage to Almighty once again. AG and Jabin have got this crossfire set up, but nobody's showing up just yet. 10. Can he find one? It's all about the timing. Clutch King Irfan J right up to top. No wallbang's gonna come through. Heaven flanking around from the back. What are you trying to look for, bro?
Ooh, 10 shuts down Incendio. Rounds equalize. 3v3 here, Blacklist International Ultimate, they need to get her up. And, oh my days! Heaven shuts down 10 through the wall. Someone checks his device. It's a 2v3 situation here. The round still continues, but much more promising here for the set of Almighty.
Fantastic plays. Nobody needs to check his device. He's OP. 4-4. It's a 3v2. Bomb in the hands of AG. And it doesn't seem like he's in the best spot possible. He's out of the open, down on first floor of control room. The moment someone peeks from up top, mainly being Jeff Pro, this is going to be trouble. But with the KRM, Jeff Pro's not going to be able to punish from such a distance. So it's a game of patience here. AG doesn't sneak out just yet. And this is just giving me goosebumps all over, man. 30 seconds to go. Blacklist Ultimate needs this plan.
Take two. And it's gonna all be reliant here for AG to try to clear out this B bomb site here. Jeff Bro waits him onto the corner. Now Javen on top, unfortunately for him, is not gonna be able to get a refrag as well. Jeff Bro shuts him down. It's a 1v3 situation here. Too much to deal with here. Jeff Bro just bagging things up. 5-4, Almighty. They retain the lead out away from Blacklist.
Heaven's so damn annoying, man. I mean, he rotated around towards the Special Forces base when he had no job whatsoever being there. But he wanted to make sure nobody was holding on towards the back of the Special Forces base so that he can, just taking them out of that equation. But then from the cable car edge, finds the player out of nowhere, hits him with a headshot. The guy is nasty. But Almighty now 2 rounds away from wrapping things up. Blacklist Ultimate desperately needs this win.
They do. Quite fortunate here. Skurd gonna be able to kick things off. Takes down Incendio out of the play. And that's a big factor right there. Incendio has been the playmaker for the set of Almighty. But left alone, Heaven, shut up. Earth and J, Jeff Bro can't get too complacent here. FDX will try to open things up here on towards the A bombs. And so far, no angles whatsoever so far. 40 seconds has passed by. And still then, no push here being found from the set of Blacklist.
Here, J, good angle. It's going to be able to punish with its CBR. But it's a game of patience here for Almighty, who are down by 1 man. Blacklist Ultimate, on the other hand, bomb inside of the control room. Here, J Clutch King exposes himself, runs away, but now they know exactly where to expect him and get spotted out. Information is king, and Clutch King himself gets taken down with it.
FDX shuts down, shut up. 10 here for this wraparound will take down Jeff Bro as well. Heaven now left alone, and Blacklist International Ultimate, they still want to continue. 5-5 once again. We're on that even grounds.
Let's go overtime, baby. 9-7, that's the scoreline I want for a perfect mirror matchup display in terms of results. These two teams, the exact same map, exact same game mode. A flashback from Garena Masters Season 3 will show us that Blacklist Ultimate is capable of getting that dub. It's all going to be about this next round. Can they pull that plant off? This time, Bomb holding a very close proximity to Jeff Bro, who is holding on to the KRM. So the moment the bomb is going to pop out, he's probably going to get his chest popped off. FDX takes Incendio out of the equation, so no more third sniper for you.
Third sniper. Something to do with 2 more, though. Then the game still continues. Skurd gets that information to Jeff Bro. She's going to be right around the corner, but Jeff Bro holding steadily still. AJ cooks up the nade. Looks for perfect medium rare, but unfortunately, Jeff Bro finally repositions. Does fall back here on towards the bomb site. But looking like the push here from side of Blacklist, still leaning towards the B bomb site as well. If ever they do go for A, they do have to deal with Heaven and Shut Up. Only Shut Up left alone, as Heaven is going to go for this wraparound. This could be big later on.
This is a low-key competition between Incendio and Incendio and Heaven. Incendio picking up the snipes, Heaven picking up the SMG. They've just flipped roles, and they're both doing amazing at it. I mean, what in the world?
Yeah, I mean, I don't exactly know what's going to be the feed here, but one thing for sure, it's going to be a 1v1 situation now. Javen and Jeff Bro left alone, and this is big right here. Javen, he needs to win this one out, but needs to move in quick. The time is ticking here, and guess what? There's not enough time. Almighty, they're on that lead, and they're on that match point advantage as well.
I mean, you guys just saw the skipper no mi jutsu coming out, and they just skipped past all of the nonsense and got to a round win as the clock ran down. But match point now for Almighty. Can Blacklist Ultimate equalize and push us into overtime? They don't have a choice. That's the only option, or else annihilation. Incendio hit mark, bro.
Incendio getting the hit mark. Happily take their first set of Blacklist International Ultimate so far. Regardless of which bomb site they want to go or put themselves into, they really have to deal with the casualties here. But look at how aggressive Heaven is playing with a sniper. Pushed up there on towards the rock side here. And he might be able to find his angle as Tin holding this one out as well. This is all about the timing now. Checks around. This is really scaring me, AJ.
Don't be scared. It's all good. FDX. All good angles being held at
eliminated.
Incendio finds an open player. FDX punished instantaneously. You cannot afford such open position to keep the player like Incendio. One flash. Skird manages to get it. Tin turns things around. Now numbers advantage to Blacklist Ultimate to push this into overtime. Can they get that 6 point for themselves? AG with the bomb. Now they slowly push on forward. That A bomb site is wide open and they've got their eyes on it.
We have a sniper to play with here. 2 snipers in fact. 2 ARs. And an opening here on towards the A bombs. Jeff Pro with a KRM. This might not be the weapon. Bomb side. This is looking to be quite well here for the side of Blacklist. Jeff Pro extending further. More big plays coming through. 1-on-1. And he finds some more wrapped around as well. And oh my goodness, Jeff Pro is wrong. One more player here for Blacklist as Shut Up will take out the skirt. Left alone now. David El Capitan. What can you do? Nothing.
Shut Up takes him down to the 50 G's, and it is all over. Almighty kicks Blacklist International Ultimate down into the lower brackets, and they book a match with the one and only Q9.
Running this one out. It was such a round, well mounted over and getting side of the Blacklist on their ultimate. A big place right there for Almighty.
I mean, what a game, what a play, what a series Blacklist Ultimate gave it. They are all, but nothing can touch the Kings of Garena, Almighty. Almighty proved themselves already. And this is not the first time they're getting the job done. This is not the second time. They've proven themselves time and time again. But now, when we move on into tomorrow, the day of the grand finals against Q9, that's where the real match starts and the real test is for Almighty.
Yep, real test there is. But you know, guys, the teams have been competing. The teams is not only be a team that think that's gonna be competing for this one, guys. We're gonna be having our code giveaway as well. Just soon enough, it's gonna pop off. Here we go. We got CHLKZBZWNB. A little bit more of a easier code to claim here, guys. As yesterday we did have a confusing moment on whether is it the 5 or is it an S. It was actually both. It wasn't a double S or a double 5.
Yes. Code is right here. Take that screenshot and try it out right now and let us know whether it works, so that if it doesn't work, we can give you a different code. All right? But do not lie to us, yeah? Chat, do not lie to us, because some people think that if they pull a quick one on the Mustachio and Warden, they can get 2 codes. It's not going to happen.
No. I mean, I've been fooled once, twice already, AJ. I'm not gonna get fooled twice, man. You know, I've learned from my mistakes.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. But you got fooled twice, so
nobody needs to know.
Of course, what a day of battles, and you know, it could have been 2 back-to-back 4-0s. Blacklist Ultimate made sure that they prevented that. So good on them. But I guess I get to have a little bit of an earlier dinner today as compared to yesterday. So I'm happy either way. Our secret wish came through. It was a super fast day. Look at the number of eliminations here, man. 41 to the side of Blacklist, 45 to the side of Almighty. There really wasn't a lot between them in the number of kills.
Yeah, but you know, one thing that I really love to talk about in Search and Destroy kills, AJ, is the impact kills here, and you can clearly see that you know, most of the kills that Almighty got was actually going for impact, you know, and neither of those was actually going to consolation. Till then, that's really just the differences that that we saw there in this matchup of Almighty and Blacklist on the way all the way down here to Search and Destroy Summit. So really a good valiant effort here for the set of Blacklist International Ultimate, but Almighty, as we've said it before, I'll say it again as well, it's just a final adjustment that was really enough for them to put through up against Blacklist.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but I'll say it. It almost looked like this was not even a serious match for Almighty. I'm sorry, Blacklist. You know I love you. I wanted you to win this match. But it looked like I mean, they still ran the triple snipe setup. And you still saw Heaven switching out to the switchblade, which is so rare, okay? Usually when you see them serious, they are dead on set with the kind of strategy that they've usually played. But it could also be, on the flip side of the coin, they're trying out something new for Stage 5. They're trying out something new for tomorrow's Grand Finals as well. And I'm loving all of this experiment.
And it really works out. I mean, it's really just stunning teams out, and it's a big question coming again. You know, when the double sniper setup started to trend out, teams were having a hard time putting up a response on that. And Almighty just said, "We're just gonna add another sniper, and that's just gonna be putting you another question mark. What can you do?" And it's just so hard because if ever they don't work out, Irfan J and Jeff Bro is just so consistent as well with automatics. And it's just a 5-way factor of the team. Yeah, it might look like a troll setup, but it has been winning them games.
So, of course, tomorrow the biggest question is going to be whether or not both the Garena teams can remain champions, whether or not the two Garena teams can thrive at the top and they win their individual series, or will we see CDM triumph over Garena? Tomorrow's the day, and come on, just like the way I opened up the show, I'm gonna say it once again, there is no better setup for the grand finals where we're gonna have an even split between the number of teams that we have from CDM and the number of teams that we have for Garena. In both of the series, you've got an equal split as well.
You know, AJ, we went inside this tournament with 16 teams, 8 from Garena, 8 from CDM. We approached the group stages and we ended the group stages with 4 from CDM, 4 from Garena. And now we're here down to the second to the final day and about to be the last and final day tomorrow as well, which is even take here. And that's just exactly one question answered, question asked, whether which region is better from one another. And the answer for you all, it's even.
It is absolutely even, but I am scared. I'm shaking in my pants thinking of what the fate of Garena is going to be at stage 5, because CDM has proven that the Garena strat is not all that solid. The Garena strat has got not just one, not just two, but multiple holes within it. But everybody has to love CDM for one good reason, because they slapped some sense into these teams that will be representing Garena on stage 5, and they have made them aware of what those holes are. They've made them aware of what those gaps in communication, gaps in terms of strategy are, so that they can better prepare themselves within the next month before we get to stage 5, and Garena might stand a better chance, all thanks to CDM.
Taste of what's to come there for stage 5. This is a show match here. This is just, I mean, okay, I'm not gonna say it's a show match, but more of a taste of what's to come, as I said. This is really recalibrating the CDM teams and Garena teams on what stage 5 could operate. Here, this is a bit of an overload as well, you know. I mean, the playoffs shouldn't really be all about best of 7, only the final should be. So this is really pushing the teams here to the very max here, AJ.
Yeah, man. And you know, at the end of the day, we wanted to see a couple of teams reign supreme and show us something new, give us multiple matches that we can enjoy, and I think we got exactly what we wanted. A lot of the chat is simping and also very upset that Lucia's not here today. It's all right, guys. There's a probability that she'll be here tomorrow. There's still another day for CDFI.
Gonna be the finals, you know. We can really expect the Q9 and also Wolves as well on the bottom bracket. We'll just play by the hearts right there. So if ever a series is won out, I mean, you will be able to see Lucia. But here we go, AJ. Let's run down here for today for the player stats. And Almighty in Blacklist International Ultimate isn't too far apart.
Shut up, managing to pull away DP title this time around away from Clutch King Irfan J, who almost got there. But I want to give this highlight to Jeff Pro. He struggled. He truly struggled yesterday. But today was the day of Jeff Pro. Today was the day where he proves himself that, you know, he's not one that you can just push away in matches, and there is a reason why he's got that almighty right over his heart. He carries that brand with a lot of pride in his heart. Jeff Pro stepped it up for the team once again today, and he has been hitting back to back in all of the matches really hard. Blacklist Ultimate had a huge problem dealing with him.
Yep. And he's just, you know, whenever when Almighty entered this competition and when I started casting Almighty, I really noticed Jeff Bro was leaning towards being consistent overall, and he was really doing the job well done. A little bit of adjustment that he had to put through here in this very series up against Blacklist, and guess what? He did it so well as well, and that's just going to be completing the 5 cards here for Almighty. For the set of Blacklist here, AJ, I want to take this time to just thank them once again for the run that they showcased here for CDFI. Came inside as a promise, and really, there's still a little bit more fighting that they have to do on the bottom bracket, but I really love and appreciate their efforts here in this competition, especially up against Almighty.
Yeah, I mean, you have to, man. They put up a great fight. They put up a great show. But the run is not over just yet. Tomorrow, Blacklist Ultimate still has an opportunity to make the Philippines, to make Garena proud as they take on the #1 seeded team in CDM. They might have not been able to earn their spot at stage 5. but they can still redeem themselves. And what an MVP we've got on our hands. It's the guy who improved the most from yesterday, the almighty Jeff Pro.
Most improved player he is. The first MVP count, 10 kills under his name for the Search and Destroy. Rightfully deserved to you, sir. Salutes to you, my guy. Take this time, reciprocate this one out, and bring in that energy as well up against Q9 tomorrow's end. I'm so excited, AJ. You're quite excited. Tomorrow, everyone is going to be excited here, and it's just going to get better and better here. So we're going to be talking about the finals soon enough.
We most definitely are, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are also on the standby to check out the highlights of the previous matchup, and after that, my most look forward to moment? No. The moment I look forward to the most, the interview segment. I want to know who's going to be interviewed this time round. And for heaven's sake, please let it not be Heaven. I cannot stand the deadpan reactions. The guy has got a poker face, and he gives poker face a brand new meaning in a good way. Like he embodies it.
I mean, Heaven, if you need some lessons, no, I'm kidding.
You want to make another enemy? You want to take on two snipers from Almighty, bro?
I'm kidding. Okay, I've done it too much already. Warden, just be quiet here. Regardless if it's gonna be Heaven, Incendio, Irfan, Jerry. I mean, I actually want to see Jeff Pro do this one here. I mean, it's his first MVP count here. I think he has something to say in terms of how does it feel to become the MVP.
Yeah. I want to see Jeff Pro take that interview segment as well. But, you know what? I want to see Irfan J being interviewed. I mean, can we bring on the most good-looking player from the side of Almighty onto that interview desk? Let the guy be interviewed. Let's see exactly what Clutch King has got to say for the team. But this time around, of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at the highlight, you can see that Almighty truly was very dominant in that matchup. But Blacklist Ultimate really put in the hustle, and they fought their way back.
Well, you know, that's just it. This is going to be a wrap here on Search and Destroy. We're now going to be moving over to an interview now, guys. Let's see what does Almighty has to say.
Hey, she's back!
首先恭喜 MT 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，我们要请 Incendio 来到赛后采访席。Hello, would you like to introduce yourself to our audience, please?
Hi everyone, I'm the in-game leader for Almighty. I'm Incendio.
大家好，我是 AMT 的指挥 Incendio。第一个问题啊，想问一下你们拿下了本场比赛的胜利之后，现在的心情怎么样呢 ？How's your feelings after winning this game, especially against your old enemy, Blacklist?
We are very excited that we defeated them. We are very happy because they are our Kryptonite. We have been losing against them for quite some time, so I'm glad that we managed to defeat them.
Incendio 觉得，因为之前的话也是跟他们打的有输有赢嘛，能够赢下这场比赛还是非常激动的。那下一个问题啊，想问一下你们这2天的阵容当中都是出现了3G 的情况，特别是在爆破模式当中，请问是出于什么样的一个考虑呢？You've been using 3 snipers in the whole game, especially for Search and Destroy. Which condition that you will use this roster?
Actually, there is nothing much to think about. It's whether I want to snipe or not. Whether on that day I feel like sniping or not.
Incendio 就是觉得在整个阵容当中没有固定的一个存在，如果说他想使用道具机的话，就可以去使用。那就要问到昨天的在发射基地当中啊，差一点就拿到了5杀，当时是什么样的情况？能不能跟大家解释一下？Yesterday you almost got pentakill in takeoff. What happened in the last game?
So basically, I choked because, as all of you know, as all snipers know, you always hit the hard shot and you always miss the easy shot. So it's on me.
Incendio 觉得就是在所有狙击手都知道的一件事情，就是最简单的往往是打不中的，而最难的往往就是可以打中的。这个其实也就是狙击手的，就是可能在临场的反应下就会有点紧张的这样子一个情况嘛。那么下一个问题啊，就是想问到Incendio 作为队内一个队长嘛，上次我们的另外一个主持人汤汤在采访你的时候提到了一点然后呢，你们赛区的 Green 赛区的一个解说就觉得汤汤长得特别像 Shut Up， 我想问一下，就 Incendio 对于这点是怎么样看的？In your in Greena's caster, Kali, he tweeted and he said, "Shut Up really looks like our caster, Tang Tang." What's your idea on that?
So when Tang Tang interviewed me at first, I was like, Oh, instead shut up. So they really look alike.
Yeah.，In6觉得他们刚才他说的是99%长得特别像。那其实上一次汤汤 interview 你的时候呢，也讲了一个点，就是你们的控制模式是一个全胜的状态嘛。那现在为什么慢慢的控制模式就输掉了一些场次呢？What's your idea on that you losing control after being interviewed by 汤汤？
So during stage 4, our control is 100% win rate because I feel like we understand the game mode better than other teams. So we played better in that sense. But for now, everyone has been screaming and practicing the game mode and understand how to play it. That's why there's win and lose, and they know how to counter us.
In6觉得之前他们拿下控制模式100%胜率的原因，是因为他们对于这个模式的理解是比较深刻的。那现在的话，大家慢慢的把这个模式练起来之后呢，也是找到了克制他们的方式。那我相信，其实之后他们对于这个模式一定会再次的加强的。那么下一个问题啊，就是要问到现在已经整个半决赛全部打完了嘛，想问一下他们觉得自己最自信的图是哪一张 ？Above 7 maps, which map are you feel most confident for?
I think maybe for slums we are more confident because as a lot of you know that slums is actually one of our best maps. So yeah, in all modes, slums is actually our most comfortable map.
In6觉得他们在残破街区这张图当中，3个模式都是比较强势的，并且这个强势其实是从一开始就已经建立起来的。那么也是之后的，就是对我也可以研究一下这个东西啊。其实我就觉得，除了我们国服赛区的队伍可以研究到这几张图之外，我觉得其实 Garena 赛区的队伍也在慢慢的研究我们嘛。那下一个问题就要问到了，明天将会对阵到秦9，会做什么样的准备呢？以及有没有什么话想对其中的一些选手说的？Any preparations for tomorrow's game and any special words to for special and the specific player?
Because we have screamed Q9 quite a number of times, so I think they know how we play and also we somehow know how they play. So I think that's the preparation for both of us. And also I want to tell Oling, I really like how you react when you win.
是的，In6觉得，因为目前跟秦9的各种的比赛也是有看过他们的比赛，包括也是在训练赛当中有过交手的嘛，一定会做非常多的一些准备啊。其次的话，就是特别想对欧林说的是，In6特别喜欢欧林在拿下每一场比赛之后的那一些动作那些反应。那我觉得如果说真的线下能够碰到的话，我觉得也是比较有意思的一个画面啊。那也是再次恭喜 AMT 拿下了本场比赛的胜利，也是感谢 In6来到赛后采访期啊。Thank you for the interview and good luck to your tomorrow's game。让我们把时间交还给解说席。
Thank you, Morgan.
Warden! I love Incendio. Incendio's the man. Incendio's the king. Triple snipe setup. The mentioning of Oling as to how he loves his reactions. Love that as well. I was half expecting that to be like trash talk, but Incendio just proves the reason why everybody loves him is because he's such a sweet guy. But Warden.
Anyways, what happened? I mean, I really love the interview there, AJ. I mean, my most favorite part right there was him getting questioned. You know, what happened to that clutch that was bound to happen there for takeoff, search, and destroy, in which he just said, you know, he choked.
I like that you're changing the topic, but it's okay. It's okay. Incendio said it, so it's gonna happen. And I am definitely gonna be there to personally shoutcast that 1v1 Warden. It's either gonna make or break your career, but I'm guessing you're gonna make it because there is a high potential here. Incendio, you've got nothing on Warden when it comes to sniping.
AJ, please.
You can even bring Heaven and Shut Up beside you. 1v3, Warden will still win.
I mean, ooh, let's go, Team Warden. Guys, if you're on this comment section down below, if you're on the side of Team Warden, comment down below, hashtag go Team Warden. If you're on the side of Incendio, comment down below, hashtag go Incendio. Let's go. Ooh.
The excitement on his face, I can't take it, man. I mean, he's so excited that he's spilling over to my side of the screen. I mean, what an excitement, Warden.
Yeah, I'm really hyped up, man. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're goddamn welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what a day it has been and what an event it has been so far. I think from the King of Solo Sniper Battle all the way down into CDFI, this event has been one of the most amazing, awesome events that I've shoutcasted for. So thank you so very much, CDM, for getting this done, for putting this together, because I don't think we could have enjoyed this much and have a preview of Stage 5. I never thought that preview of Stage 5 would be possible, but here we are with 2 teams from CDM and 2 teams from Garena all ready for the showdown tomorrow on our grand finals.
And then, you know, coming again, you know, this is going to be my last day here for CDFI. I'm honestly...
Is it because... Incendio said, what then?
Oh, no. No, because tomorrow it's actually going to be you, Cali, and Neptune for tomorrow's take. But, you know, before anything else, before we move over to our ending, guys, here are the brackets for tomorrow. We've seen the matches already. For tomorrow, we got our matchup there on the top bracket now. Q9 up against Almighty, and the lowest, we got Wolves and Blacklist International Ultimate.
Cannot wait for tomorrow, and we know you guys cannot wait as well. First matchup, once again, Wolves versus Blacklist International Ultimate, and Blacklist Ultimate will try their best to have that Filipino flag waved up high and proud as they try their best to beat down Wolves, who's the #1 seeded team within China. But Almighty has got a bigger task to try to take down Q9, who already beat the #1 seeded team in China. So that's gonna be an issue tomorrow, but Almighty is super confident today. And they also have mentioned that they have scrimmed against Q9 many a times. This might be a good thing. This could also be a bad thing, because we have seen the supreme strategy of Q9 so far, and they really look amazing out there on the battlefield. Now that they even know the playstyle and strategy of Almighty, that could just be the real kryptonite of the squad.
And you know, it's just going to get interesting from then forward. As if we're going to be looking back the history, both Almighty and Q9, they were on the World Championship 2021 run as well. So it's just going to be a big statement as well. Is it going to be Q9 once now putting the crown here for the CDFI, or is it going to be Almighty or Q9? It depends. It depends, AJ.
Absolutely, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so much. You guys have been amazing in the chat as usual. Okay, I can't say as usual because sometimes we've got some problems in the chat. But you guys, today, yesterday, you guys have been fantastic. Hope to see you guys in the chat tomorrow as well, so we can continue our amazing conversation, so we can continue spending time with each other, and of course, watching this crazy showdown at CDFI. On that note, on behalf of Beef Mommy, Warden, I am the Mustachio AJ. We've had a good day. We hope you guys had a great day as well. Good night and goodbye.
Incendio.